Well, blow me down with a feather, everybody, if it isn't episode 61 of the Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. And blow me down with a feather being something of a colloquial turn of phrase for us here in the United Kingdom. And on the topic of people with, somewhat out-of-date sayings, I could be talking only about my good buddy Phil. Are you familiar with blow me down with a feather, Phil?
Vaguely, yeah. Vaguely.
Is that not a common thing that you've said in your life as a old-timey, chimney sweep or whatever it is you do these days?
No, funnily enough. I don't think I've ever used it, no matter what job I have, chimney sweep or otherwise.
Well, there we go. Is that something that now that you have been made aware of, you might aspire to use in day-to-day communications?
No.
No. Fair enough. And on the topic of those not involved in day-to-day communications, I could only be talking about Lonely Joe. How's it going, Joe?
So lonely.
You thought breaking out on your own, going and living by yourself was going to be great, didn't you?
I thought it would be brilliant. Freedom from. Now I live a life without a woman's touch. It's so lonely.
Yeah, no. It always seems like a great idea at first, but then you forget where the washing comes from, don't you?
Yeah, now I have to go down to join the freaks down at the laundrette. There's a lot of double denim and crusty eyes going on around there.
I love the fact that you've got a little local laundrette where you are, mate. It's lovely.
The one and only good thing about my laundrette is that there's 3 Pokestops and a gym, all within range of me sitting in there.
Magical. So what, you can sort of sit there in that purgatory state, reminding yourself of where you would rather be?
Yeah. Pokemon Master, obviously. But I considered joining Tinder the other day.
Ooh.
And then remembered what a total minefield it is, and the amount of admin that goes on. And the self-loathing accompanied by it.
You never know, though, Joe. There might be... Sorry, Phil.
Is this for Joe Cole's self-improvement podcast?
I suppose.
I mean, this bit of it is. I mean, this is our little moment where we get real. We talk about...
Well, you said... No, you complained in the last one that we hadn't had one about Joe's past or personal life. So I thought, why not?
He's putting it out there, man. He's putting it out there. It's what makes this such a special show. Maybe, Joe, a super fan of yours will be listening to this and thinking to themselves how wide a catchment area they need to add to their own personal Tinder profile in order to, attract you as a mate.
If it's a lady, yes, that's fine. If it's someone that wants to kill me and wear my skin, not so much.
What if it's a lady who wants to kill you and wear your skin?
I don't know. If it's more of like a species kind of deal, I could probably get on board with that. But
the idea of having a baby put in you?
Well, she lays eggs inside them, doesn't she?
Yeah, that was the species deal, yeah. You're all right with that, are you?
Yeah, because there's the cool stuff that happens before that.
Oh, I see.
Then... So take what you can get. You're not fussy.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd probably draw the line at having eggs laid in me if I could get away with it.
Yeah, but I think they're dead by then, so they're not really fussed.
What? Does the egg laying happen simultaneous with death? So what's the point of laying eggs in a living host if they're not alive?
I think they just uses them as like a human
thingamabib.
Like a cool bag, I suppose.
Is that what it is? You get you got to keep them warm for a bit, like Han Solo in the old whatever it was.
In the carbonite, yeah, that's like
not the carbonite, the animal in it. It wasn't even Han Solo. Han Solo cut it open, but Luke went in it.
Yeah,
I thought they smelled bad on the outside. Do you remember them?
Yeah, the poor Tauntaun.
Ah, it was a Tauntaun. That was the word. Yeah, absolutely. There you go. Anyway, yeah. So this is a Warhammer 40,000 podcast done by a bunch of friends who love talking about this fabulous hobby. What have you been doing lately, Phil? Hobby-wise, you have much going on since you got back from Gibraltar?
Well, not a huge amount. 040k. Instead, I've been making a Mordheim warband.
I beg your pardon? A Mordheim warband?
Yeah, you know the old game Mordheim.
Has Joe been on at you about Mordheim Warbat?
Well, to be fair, he just had to casually mention the word, and I was like, yes, I'm doing that.
But you know Joe's already given up on Mordheim.
I don't care. I don't need anyone to want to do Mordheim. I could happily do it.
I think you need a second person to want to do Mordheim. So that
Not
you can
really.
actually play the
You need a second person to do it, but you don't need a second person to want to do it.
There you go.
Much like my
That makes
personal life.
The mind is willing, but the flesh is weak.
Yeah. No, yeah. So I'm just doing that as a little project, converting up a few bits of pieces that I already had.
Just
to
do
create.
what I've done and just use a Warcry warband.
Well,
They've
that's
done
just
all the work
cheating,
for
isn't
you
it?
then.
That's just cheating. You can't do that.
This is yet another one of those sort of film projects that we'll start to see these lovely little, beautifully made single miniatures, like his Kill Team, that we'll never ever see.
So I've taken. Hold on, let me get a name. So I've taken Ephrael Stern.
Oh yeah, old Ephrael Stern. Oh yeah.
The lady,
The
Sisters of
lady.
Battle special character. She's sort of like semi-flying in the air, doing a bit of a landing pose.
Oh
So
yeah, you've got that one.
Yeah, I got her. I'm turning her into my vampire leader.
Okay.
More warband. So I'm converting her up. I've got some arms from the, the Forge World Sisters of Silence special character.
Oh
The
yeah.
Horus Heresy one. So weirdly, I can't remember when.
So you got loads of arms for that one character.
Well, no. What happened is some guy was sending me a random bit of something. I can't even remember what it was now. I think it was like a female head or something, and he just included the arms from that special character.
How strange.
So I was like, these are the perfect scaled arms, because if you think about the character itself, so she's got full plate armor on, but her arms are kind of like a robe and gloves, whereas the Sisters of Silence model is wearing full plate arms. So if I do an arm swap, then she looks a bit more like she's wearing heavy armor. And then I've got a suitably vampire-esque helmet that I got from one of the Nighthaunt models that I'm going to attach to her head somehow. And then I'm currently just rejigging some of the armor as well, because obviously the Sister of Battle characters wearing like a corset thing, so I've obviously got to trim all of that back so it looks more like regular plate armor. So yes, it will be a project that will last me several weeks to do one model, but I'll be pretty happy with how it looks once it's done.
There you go. What a single miniature it'll be.
Well,
then,
exactly.
And then, like your lovely old Death Guard Kill Team of old, it will never ever get painted or be spoken about again.
Quite like. Well, no, do you know? I am planning on revisiting that warband at some point. That Kill Team.
I mean, it's incredibly likely. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe there'll be a new version of Kill Team that we can buy all the stuff and rules for and never play.
Yeah. Well, the other option is I can technically use that Kill Team in Necromunda, because they've got rules for Chaos Cultists or Chaos Cults. Yeah. So I can always do that.
Luckily, they still support Necromunda, whereas they don't support Kill Team in any way at all anymore.
It's a self-contained little game that will never be updated ever again. Yeah. Outside of White Dwarf articles, bizarrely, it's still in White Dwarf as an article, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much every White Dwarf, they tend to have something to do with Kill Team, Adeptus Titanicus, was it Warhammer Underworlds, all the sort of little specialist game stuff. They tend to always do stuff. I don't think in the latest one, because I got that this week, there's anything in that one. But I could be wrong. Could be
the new Aeronautica plane thing they've done. A new big plane. The biggest plane in Aeronautica history.
Yeah, that may one day wind up being made by Forge World. Who knows?
Well, I mean, it technically already is being made by Forge World, isn't it? It's a specialist game.
Well, yeah, technically, but I mean in 40k scale.
I see what you mean. They're going to make it as an actual massive orc bomber thing for the actual game.
Yeah, why not? Like, they've got the plans for it, so to speak.
Well, indeed. They'll probably sell more of its massive Forge World scale variant that they're going to sell of the actual ones for the game of Aeronautica.
I quite like that.
As long as it's got a stratagem that force explodes it and kills loads of people, then I'm happy.
They don't. Oh, what in the big one? So everything under this model is just dead.
Yeah,
that'll do.
Yeah.
I haven't had any real particular hobby highlights. I mean, I played a bunch of games. That was good. Working on some Elder stuff for our upcoming encounter with the guys at Rapid Fire Wargaming, assuming that actually happens. Obviously, the world being what it is, but we have, made remarks towards the guys at Rapid Fire Wargaming to gather on the field of battle. So there's a potential that we're going to be doing a all-v-all, so all of the Lookout Sir crew versus 3 members of the Rapid Fire Wargaming crew in somewhere. I can't remember where exactly. I won't go into the details because things can change and it is what it is. But point is we might be getting together, the 6 of us, and playing some 40k against each other and seeing who is the bestest. The remit was that we didn't want to go too try-hardy with it, but obviously we're not looking to tickle each other either, so I've gone with Craft World Elder because they're not necessarily super top tier at the moment, but I feel very comfortable playing them. Phil's obviously going to do Krieg, right, Phil? Or Phil's just going to disappear?
No,
there it is.
Well, that's I mean, if you gave me another 12 months, I'll have my Minotaurs ready. But until then, it's Krieg.
Well, if you did your Minotaurs instead of your more time, it might be a little bit sooner.
Well, that's true. I mean, I could just paint up a couple of dreadnoughts and be done. Because it is smaller points, so it is possible. But no, I'm sort of enjoying. I always like at least once a year to have a 40k palette cleanser and do something else.
There you go.
And this year it's more time.
Beautiful stuff. And then Joe, you're not sure, are you? You're talking about the Crons.
Yeah, I don't. The problem is because I have access to so many armies. I'm just like, I don't know what to take now. Like I really, I wanted to take the Drakari, but the problem is that it's not an army that transports, like at all. And I haven't spent like the £500 required from like KR to get all the special foams. And I don't have £1 million to buy one of those magnetic cases. So they spend a lot of their time being transported in a plastic tub with lots and lots of toilet roll and hopes and dreams, basically.
What you can do is get a big piece of Tupperware and then sort of either glue or screw on a sheet of metal to, like, say, the inside of the lid. And then you've got yourself an instant magnetic case.
Yeah, but he then needs to put magnets on all his bases as well, doesn't he?
Yeah,
well, it does require effort on that part, yes.
Yeah, because the problem is I'd have to rebase all of my skimmers onto bases that I could actually fit magnets on. So that's out of the window. So the other options are...
I can only lead you to water. I can't make you drink it.
What if you made the water and did all the work, and then you just gave it to me?
And squeezed it into your mouth as you lapped it up.
He used a shock attack gun to tear a hole in reality and place it in your stomach.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So the other option was AdMech, but that's not a very fun game because I sit here, I shoot you with 190 shots, and they do mortal wounds to you, and you're dead.
Yeah, I don't think AdMech are the way to go. I think Crons or GSC or Drakari are the way to go.
Yeah, I could take Genes to the Cult because that's a fully painted army I don't have to do anything with. But the problem is they are terrible at the moment.
They are pretty awful. I think Crons are probably the way to go if you've got some good selections there. I mean, you're going to be limited in terms of the stuff that you could bring with that.
I can't remember how many points it was.
1,500.
1,500.
Yeah. So the aspiration is that we want to get 3 games in. Well, 3 games each in the day. So 1,500 means that we should comfortably be able to play the games in 2-hour bursts.
Yeah.
So that's the intent behind the whole thing. But yeah, it should be good. I mean, as I say, from my side of things, the Crawford Elder made the most sense because I think they're just a fun force. So I'm just going Ulf way. So my Warlord is Aldred Ulfran. I'm taking an Altark and a Warlock. I'm taking Banshees. Joe, you thought I was weird for taking Banshees, but there it is.
I think Banshees is a good shout.
Mate, now the Power Swords have made them strength 4.
They're well good.
They're actually pretty reasonable now. I think that the change to Power Swords has really given Banshees a kick up the arse. They're definitely good. Because before, Scorpions were strength 4, but Banshees were strength 3 with power weapons. Whereas now, Scorpions are strength 4, AP dash, whereas Banshees are strength 4, AP -3. So it's like...
Yeah.
It's kind of the way to go.
And always strike first, and can't be overwatched.
Can't be overwatched, yeah. And they can advance and charge, and they can declare charges at 15 inches. Because they add +3 to their charge ranges. So yeah, they're pretty tidy for what they are, and they're just a bit of a funny thing to kind of bog people down with. Certainly, if anyone's bringing like Tau or anything like that, they're a bit of a thorn in the side for Tau because obviously they are the sort of the vanguard that go running in, and then you follow up with some other stuff. I've got the old limited edition Altark miniature from the 4th edition box set that they did for the Crawford Elder release of 4th edition. So I had that thing undercoated from the day I got it, which was the launch of the 4th edition Elder book, and I've never got around to painting it, so it's actually quite tempting to sit there and get that all painted up as an Ulfwee Altark, and should be all right. I mean, again, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's just going to be a fun old day of gaming when it comes around, if it comes around. I mean, obviously, glass half full. Hopefully, it will happen, but COVID is very much still a thing, so you never know on that front. But Joe, any hobby highlights from your side of things, or is it all just drudgery for you these days, seeing as all you ever do is hobby?
Like I'm building a Custodes army at the moment for work, whilst painting a Sisters army. I'd finished the Genestealer cult, but obviously I found the more units that kind of got missed out that need to be done. I painted a whole Necron army in 3 days. That was fun.
It looked good for it, though.
That's quite an achievement as well.
Yeah, like, Necron's one of those armies that, depending on what colour scheme, as long as you don't choose one that's overly complicated, they're well quick. Literally, it was 3 box sets of Indomitus, basically, but I haven't duplicated the characters. I've only got one of each of the characters I'm using, and spray paint the entire army black, then using an airbrush the entire lot silver, then airbrush them all Fire Slayer flesh contrast colour. Did
you do any zeniths with the old silvers, or did you just have it one flat tone?
Just one flat tone, then use the contrast Fire Slayer flesh one.
Okay.
But in varying concentrations of it.
You medium in that up?
Yeah, so some of it went on straight out of the pot, some of it went down in watered down, some of it was like a 1/3 contrast, the other lot was the mixing stuff.
Yeah, Lamia medium or whatever it is.
Yeah, so basically some of them are quite rusty looking, some of them are quite fresh looking still, stuff like that. And then what took the longest was basically painting all the black bits. So for the Necron warriors, it was their guns and their belly tubes, as it were. And then the belly tubes and stuff on all the characters and stuff. And then where you put all the glow stuff, having to paint it all white first. So on the guns and the eyes and the Necron symbols and stuff.
Maybe one of these days, Joe, what we need to do as a team is do one of those 24-hour challenges to see if you can, how you can paint like a start collecting box in 24 hours or whatever.
Well, what I did to speed it up is once I built it all, I sanded it all with the basing. So let that dry, then spray paint black. So that obviously the base is what sprayed black, and then obviously I did the silvers, and then before I started doing all the hand painting stuff, I just airbrushed the base brown, so then I could just dry brush it and put the tufts on it, and it was done.
A lot of the time when I'm not airbrushing on the majority of colour, I do tend to start with the base and then work up the model on top of it, because the base is sort of an awkward thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and with the glow stuff, I didn't put that. I painted everything, all the bits where I wanted all the glow to go. Then painted on the Hexray Flame, whatever it is, the green ghost paint.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I think it's called Hexray Flame. I put that on first as like a pre-glow, and then I put the glow stuff over it, but not completely. So you had like a very dark glow and then a very highlighted bit of it. And that's what took the longest, basically.
Sounds good though, man. And it looked good, like I say, in terms of the results. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty decent.
Yeah, the only problem is it doesn't, because we went for the rusted kind of dark metal look. It's really difficult to pick it out decently in photographs, because finding the right it either be too dark in the photograph and you can't see the detail and it looks terrible, or you use too much light and it just looks terrible. So it's one of those armies that you can only ever look at with your actual eyes.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, if I can try an awkward segue on the topic of people looking at things with their actual eyes, we are now going to gaze through the eyes of one of our listeners who looks upon us favourably. I can't talk today. It's all gone to hell. We have been recording for a while now, and it's getting towards the final slog, as it were, guys. So apologies if I'm starting to slur my words. But this is one of our 5-star reviews. Woo! 5-star reviews. Everyone loves them. And this is from a series of letters and numbers from the Great British Apple Podcast. So this is DMSH2780, whatever the heck that means. Anyone got any, guesses what DMSH2780 means?
Not a clue. Not
a clue either. Hopefully it's not some kind of binary code word that unlocks some level of, sordid nastiness. There's always a chance, but we hope not. But this 5-star review is titled Size Matters. What I like best about this podcast, presented by Dan and Phil, and increasingly less, although not recently, because actually Joe has done a very good job of being here on a consistent basis now that he is settled into routine again. But you were referred to here, Joe, as Dick the Birthday Boy, which for those of you who aren't already familiar with this would know that is a reference to Red Letter Media and or Rich Evans. And if you don't know what Red Letter Media is, we strongly encourage you to go and find out, because it is pretty fantastic. But yeah, what I like best about this podcast, presented by Dan, Phil, and increasingly less Dick the Birthday Boy, is that when they say it's time to wrap up, there is still longer to go than the total run time of most other 40k podcasts. But it's not quality over quantity, or rather quantity over quality, sorry. But it's not quantity over quality. The content is high quality, no BS. Super in-depth rambling that lasts 4 to 6 hours. How I read 4 as 2, I don't know. I really am going mad. Perfect for painting sessions, long drives, or working from home. In these grimdark days, they are the bat piss shining out golden stream when all around is darkness. Keep it up, lads. There we go. So, based on that wonderful review by DMSH2780, please give him your thanks, Joseph Coles.
I think you should do this one.
Me?
Yeah.
What's happening? You having a little?
You offended by what he said, calling me the birthday boy?
I am. I'm increasingly more offended by all these reviews. Everyone's so horrible to me.
I mean, it's possibly just indicative of the fact that me and Phil have been quite horrible about you on these podcasts while you've not been around.
But I wouldn't know that because I'd never listen.
Well,
I only know that now because you've said it.
We've not been horrible to you, mate. We've just had to acknowledge, we've had to hold down the fort. We've had to say to the people why you're not about. And they love you, Joe. They want you to be here. This is why, they feel hurt by the fact that you weren't around for a little bit over the last few episodes.
So they're just lashing out.
They are. They're throwing shade. They're being mean.
I just can't take it anymore.
But I think this is the thing, you see. I think they're only being cruel to you, Joe, because in their weird way, they feel like this is the best way to keep you motivated to, turn up and perform as only you can.
That's our logic, anyway.
Do you not agree, Joe?
I'm just going to start playing on the Xbox during these podcasts and just.
You're going to start just playing on the Xbox, he says.
Yeah.
Jeez. I thought you'd already been doing that for years.
No. I've painted or done modelling, as in models
you're
together.
doing the modelling now, are you?
I just
doing those photo shoots.
Yeah, exactly. He's on the catwalk. Well,
I'm a life model. I just lie on a chaise lounge and do a podcast while people draw me
naked.
Yeah.
Wonderful. What a time. All right, you're genuinely not going to thank him for this.
You're doing this one. No.
Phil, do you want to do the thank you?
No, it's your job to do one. I think it's your fair share to take a turn thanking them.
Well, I do all the reading stuff. All right,
fine.
No,
because what happens is if Joe does it, and then if Joe's not around, I do it. So
All right, fair enough. Well, look,
it's a mutiny. Also, it's 12:30.
Yeah, I know. I'm about done too. All right, here we go. Thank you very much, DMSH2780. Obviously, Joe has decided to, act out and be all butthurt by your lovely review. But I personally, obviously, really appreciate it. And, the fact that it has angered Joe only makes it better. So thank you very much for that. Continue to listen and to support the show. And if anyone else would like to have their review read out on the Lookout Sir 40k podcast, you know what to do. Just give us one. Simple enough. And we'll get around to it eventually, because we have little to no scruples when it comes to this sort of thing. Right. This is what we're going to talk about in the show.
It's not as bad as the Pete Doherty incident. That's unforgivable.
That has lingered with you for a while, it's fair to say. You are doing slightly better than Pete Doherty in real life nowadays, though.
I'd hope so too.
Only slightly. But it's marginally.
Yeah, I get to eat warm food, whereas he's stuck on cold.
That's it. Anyway. So in this episode, we're going to talk about the Space Marine Codex. We're going to talk about the Necron Codex, and then we have a rather long segment, which we're calling a top 10, but it's not really, because there's 13 chapters, so it's going to be a top 13. That's it. That's the show. Transitional noise. Let's get on with it. Hello, everyone. In this part of the show, we're going to talk about Space Marines. Not that we've already not spoken about Space Marines a lot, although, to be fair, with the way this is all shaping up, we're probably going to put the Space Marine bit where we do the whole kind of top 13/top 10 Space Marine chapter thing after this. So maybe this will be the first segment, or the third segment, or the fourth segment. Regardless of where it appears, Space Marines, way! They got a new codex, I hear. And to discuss the codex with me is none other than my good buddy Phil.
I'm here, ready to talk.
And, of course, Joe. How's it going, Joe? Obviously, Joe has already decided to leave.
He's had too much fun.
It's all gone wrong already. Has he actually gone?
He's here. I muted I thought I muted myself, but apparently I hadn't. And then I pressed unmute, which actually then muted myself.
Genius.
I know. So
you and technology, eh, buddy?
Me just eating grapes like the guy from Lord of the Rings who aggressively eats cherry tomatoes.
Oh yeah, what is all of the Gondor knights charging off into battle to die?
Yeah, I would dress my child up like a small hobbit, and she can sing to me whilst I aggressively eat grapes.
Could she carry a tune quite the same way?
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh. Anyway, right, we're going to talk about Space Marines. The thing is, right, is we don't really have a massive kind of structure or plan to any of this stuff. We're just going to talk about our impressions of the... Oh, sorry, what was that?
Or any of our podcasts.
Well, exactly. I mean, why change the habit of a lifetime? But the point is we're going to just talk about our impressions of the book, what we think about it. I've played a game now already with Codex Space Marines, new Codex Space Marines, so I have played at least one game with this Codex. Joe has played, I dare say, a fair few more, and Phil won't have played any, right, Phil?
No, I'm actually still waiting on my Codex to show up.
Oh, seriously? So am I the only one with Codex in hand at this moment in time?
Yeah, I've only played one game against the new the new Space Marines, and
Crikey.
I still emotionally hurt from it.
It's weird though, because I will actually say this. I think that if you were to take away the supplements, this is a very, very good book. Not only is it strong, but it doesn't feel too overpowered. There are some strong options and some strong units and some things that probably need a little bit of tweaking. But for the most part, I actually think they've made a lot of very sensible adjustments that mean if you're taking a normal Space Marine army, and I obviously, air quoted what I was saying there, but if you take a more, modest, normal Space Marine army where you take a few troop squads and a few, bits and pieces, and you take a bit of everything, what you're left with is a fun, balanced, and interesting army. I think the problem is where the opportunities come in when it's the optimization route, right? Because, I think we can all pretty much agree that Blade Guard veterans are bananas, right?
Blade Guard veterans are ridiculous. And like you said, we're almost in that 7th edition era where the codexes work, but the supplements break it.
Mm.
Well, can I cast your minds back to a year ago when the last Space Marine Codex came out? This is the exact same thing we said then. We actually said the Codex was pretty good. It was good, like really good, but it wasn't broken, and it was actually the supplements that then took the Space Marine army into that kind of crazy good territory.
Yeah, totally. And I think my perspective on the old supplements, and again, I can't speak to what Blood Angels, Death Watch, and Space Wolves are going to do to this book, but I do feel like a lot of the problems that I am witnessing with Space Marines currently still as a aggressively abusive force of miniatures is the supplements. I think the supplements were born out of that period of time where they were throwing a lot of ideas at the Space Marines, and I think a lot of their stratagems, a lot of their extra special rules and combinations start to add in lots of very difficult moments where the game feels a little bit too weighted in their favour, especially when you start, bringing the really optimised units that utilise those chapter tactics. If you're taking White Scars and you're bringing Blade Guard veterans, Outriders, ATVs, all of a sudden it's a very, very strong army. That being said, it seems like probably on balance the units that really are shining already for people are the Blade Guard veterans, but also the Vanguard veterans as well. I think the Vanguard veterans are also pretty crazy.
Vanguard vets are terrifying. I played against Raven Guard in my play test when the Codex came out, and my God, terrifying. I had 30 Vanguard vets, all with Thunderhammer, Storm Shield, and Power Fist and Storm Shield, in my lines turn 1. I was tabled in a turn and a half, basically, and it was he came in, killed half my army, I had to go, he killed all the units I was still in combat with, and then his movement phase in the second turn tabled the rest of my army.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is fun.
But I think the reason why that's as good as it is because of the supplements, right? Because if he didn't have that supplement...
the supplements, so having the Raven Guard supplements where he can pre-move loads of units and have loads of his units basically redeploy at the start of the game, and then like the whole army was just in my lines before I could do anything. If those weren't there, you'd have to use the normal Codex kind of shenanigans and actually have to move up, which meant I would have had a turn at least to kind of shoot at him and do some damage.
Yeah, because the funny thing is, if you take this Codex in isolation, there's not really anything in it that lets you do that,
It's a really good Codex. It's actually a really balanced, nice, well-rounded out one. I do think that Blade Guard vets should have stayed at 3, because having 6 of them and then being able to combat squad them is mad, because then you end up, if you take 3 units, combat squad them, you've then got 6 units of 3 running around, and just 3 of them are devastating.
Oh yeah, just one of them's devastating. Most times I've ran Blade Guard vets since 9th edition. And 9 times out of 10, I always end up with just the sergeant on his own out of my 3-man squad, still tearing it up, you know. I mean, they are mad. And that's without any of the madness where, you know, you got units of Vanguard vets or whatever in your opponent's face turn 1, causing all sorts of havoc. And I think, because this is the thing, when I played my game, I ran Blood Angels, but I used the new Blood Angels FAQ. And the only thing I had from the Blood Angels Index, was the new Deathwatch Intercessor squad. So the Assault Intercessor Deathwatch squad. And
the Death Company.
Death Company. So there's so much death, isn't there? Like, it's so difficult to remember which type of Space Marine death thing you're running. But yes, Death Company. So I was running the Death Company Intercessors, which, by the way, are crazy because you've still got the 1 CP stratagem to give them Feel No Pain 5+. They're Primaris, so you can still give them Transhuman Physiology.
Yeah.
And on a charge, not in the Assault Doctrine, although you can move them into the Assault Doctrine if you give them all the doctrines. But if they're in a regular doctrine, it's just like, you know, tactical or whatever, they've still got 6 attacks each on a charge.
Wow.
Good.
It is honestly crazy, and obviously they're all -1 because of the chain swords, and yeah, absolutely bananas those guys are. But you know, beyond that though, I just took what I considered to be a pretty interesting sort of Primaris Blood Angels army, which was 1 unit of Blade Guard vets, 2 units of Outriders, the new Primaris Chaplain on a bike, the Primaris...
He's a beast.
Oh, he's so good, man. He's so good. But yeah, Primaris Captain and Lieutenant from the Indomitus box, 3 units of regular Intercessors, a Redemptor Dreadnought and a Repulsor, and 10 Death Company. And that was my entire army, I think, for 2,000 points. And I played against Richie with his Imperial Fists, and I edged out a win against him, which I was very, very lucky to get. Because we had some line of sight blocking terrain, but Richie was still able to rain down a lot of hell on me, and he went first, so it was very, very scary at the start. Where I'm like, oh, I'm going to get shot a lot. But to illustrate how much Imperial Fists have been nerfed by their FAQ, though, they weren't nearly as terrifying as they were, 3 weeks ago or whatever. But yeah, no, and that army just felt really sort of interesting balance because they'd gotten rid of all of the Blood Angel nonsense that you used to be able to use. I couldn't make the Death Company move before the game started. I couldn't redeploy a fly unit. I couldn't add D3 attacks, and I wasn't taking like crazy smash captains or any of that nonsense. I was just taking, predominantly normal Marines from this new Marine ecosystem. And it felt like a really good, but ultimately not ridiculous army. I just think that's the thing with the indexes, not the indexes, sorry, the supplements. I think if you start looking at Space Marines and still think about the supplements, I think that's where you're going to go potentially a bit too extreme with them. But I also worry, and I don't know what your thoughts are on this, and I know I've said this before, I'm also curious to know how long the old supplements will remain in this edition, as it were. I mean, do you think they've got long left, or do you think they're...
I think they're going to be around for a while. Because it saves them time, ultimately.
Yeah, it does.
Because you got to think, you've got the 3 new supplements coming, and you've got Death Guard before Christmas, so those indexes are basically going to be useless in a month or 2 anyway. Mm-hmm. And then you think in the new year, people are going to be screaming out for something that's not in power armor.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're really hoping that you're going to start seeing the Eldars and Tyranids and stuff like that get their new fresh codexes.
I mean, you say that though, Joe. What was amongst the first things they showed off when they announced Warhammer Day the other day? A chaplain in Terminator armor. It was like, yay!
Well, but it's not Primaris, so it's a bit different.
I'll tell you what, actually, going off on a slight tangent.
Has he got rules? I can't remember seeing him in the book.
Chaplain in Terminator armor is in the book, yeah.
Yeah.
Bizarrely, though, there's nothing... Oh, no, yeah, it says here. So this model's Stormbolter can be replaced with a combi weapon. So, yeah. you can totally take him as they've armed him, because he's got a combi flamer the one they've... Or is it a combi melter? Either way, he's got a combi something. But what's interesting about that new Chaplain miniature is they look like they've tried to proportion him so as he may actually appear, to scale, like he could actually be a person in that suit of armour.
Yeah. Which is weird, because when you look at the other one, the good one, the special release one...
50 quid well spent right there.
Yeah, he is chonky. But he is a lot more imposing. Because they're like, we need to make a Terminator Chaplain. He can't be like the old resin one, and he can't look like the good one. We'll go somewhere in between. But they're like, but it's basically the same. But they've kind of got his left arm is in the exact same pose as the good one. His right arm holding his Crozius is in a right weird position. But instead of looking out to where he's firing, which would make sense, he's just kind of staring off at a random angle. And I really hope that...
He's looking at you, judging you.
He's looking at you whilst firing blindly around a corner.
Well,
not even
he's got all the sensors. He doesn't need to look where he's shooting. He's got a camera on his gun.
Yeah, but there's no fluidity in that model. There's no sense of direction. He's just going everywhere.
But in defence of that model, I actually prefer it.
Oh my god!
It's better proportioned. It's got less tat on him. Like the old ones used to have crazy. You got those two sort of skulls on the chest, and
yeah,
the
but
sort of weird
he's like the head of the religion. Have you seen the Pope running around in all his garb,
covered in skulls?
But they just seemed oversized to the point where it's like that kind of hero scale versus true scale, and it's all a bit disproportioned, where they've toned the new one down a bit, and it actually all looks more correct. It does, however, look like they've taken the CAD file of the original one and just reposed it and tweaked things. I don't think that's what they've done, because actually, if you look at a lot of the detail, like, he's got these two sort of pointy chapel style sensors at the top, and you look at them initially and you go, oh, it's just the same, isn't it? And then you look at them a bit closer and you go, no, they're ever so slightly different, to the point where they've probably not just copied the old model.
I mean, they copied quite a lot.
It's like when I used to do homework at when I was in college, and we didn't have like Google stuff. We had like Encarta, and I just copy stuff off Encarta and then change the words slightly.
That's what everyone did, didn't it? I mean, it must have been so obvious to teachers that the sentence structure was almost exactly the same. You just sort of dumbed it down a little. But anyway, look, I mean, in terms of the future prospects and what that means and what it means to the supplements, I am annoyed by that, because I do think one of the funniest things is about the flavour of the stratagems, the flavour of the rules. Everything in this feels like they've taken every step possible to remove a lot of the janky, weird stuff. And I think the problem with the old supplements is they didn't have that much care and attention to detail. So you end up in situations where it's still got a lot of the weird exploits that I think they need to do away with. So, for example, there's a warlord trait in here where you can redeploy free units. Now, that is a Ultramarine stratagem. However, the Ultramarine stratagem is, after you know who's going first, you can redeploy free units. Now, the Ultramarine stipulation is that they have to be on the battlefield. So you're just moving models around on the battlefield. The warlord trait they put in this is that you can bring units out of reserves, and you can put units back into reserves. So you can take free units that are on the battlefield and chuck them into reserves. The only thing with that is that means that you still don't know whether you're going first or second. So you could think to yourself, "Oh, I'm going to put these guys into reserves, then do the roll off, and if I win, I'm gonna tell my opponent to go first, because that way there's less of my army that they can affect." But then they could win the roll and tell you to go first, because they've just clocked that you've just put 70% of your army in reserve. So they're like, why have I got to worry about you? You just crack on, mate. And these are sort of interesting kind of small, nuanced differences that make a huge difference. I mean, for example, they changed the vehicle stratagem around machine spirits. And now if you've got a machine spirit vehicle, for 1 CP, you can top bracket your machine spirit vehicle. So your repulsor, if it's on 1 wound for 1 CP, you can make it shoot and move as if it's at full wounds again, which is amazing, but it's not as good as what it used to be, which was if it dies, you could have it automatically explode, or you could have it shoot one of its weapons, or all this other stuff.
But is that a like-for-like stratagem swap? Because the rule for Machine Spirit was that you could move and shoot without penalty, right?
Well, no, you still had your ballistic skill. So if you were ballistic skill 5+, you wouldn't suffer the -1 to move and shoot, but you'd still be ballistic skill 5+. Whereas now it's a keyword that gives you a stratagem that top brackets you for the stratagem. Now, okay, fair enough, it's not a like-for-like comparison, but I'm just talking about the kind of flavour, because they've taken away stuff that feels like a gotcha, or they've taken away stuff that feels like it's a bit too powerful. So there's no... When I read all the stratagems, I don't go, well, that's broken, or that's broken. I go, that's good, but I don't think it's broken. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
they're more... So the new stratagems are... Because before, the old ones were like, oh, anyone can do anything.
Yeah.
Now the new ones have aimed very specifically at specific units. So then what you're doing then is creating playstyles with those units. Therefore, you're like, oh, if you do an all-Gravis army, then you get this stratagem. But you don't get access to the Fight Twice stratagem. That's available only to the Assault Intercessors, which will be more comfortable in an assault army kind of thing. So all these stratagems then become fitted to very specific play style. But it means that if you go hardcore on assault, someone like White Scars, who aren't going to be taking Gravis, they're kind of cutting out half of the book. So by running a bit of everything, you have access to everything.
Yeah.
So it might be a case that will actually start to shape army, like Space Marine armies, to be more generic looking.
Yeah. And I think it's clever. I think genuinely, this is a insane tome as a book. It's crazy. It's got so many units, so many rules, so many things in it. Yet, bizarrely, they've kind of managed to thread this narrative through it now, where you feel like you can do anything with Space Marines, which is an amazing place for the collection to be. But at the same time, the stuff you are doing doesn't quite feel like the 2019 Codex, where they could do everything and they do it better than everybody else. I mean, they do it very well, and they arguably do it better than a lot of people, but I think it's just coming down from the 2019 Marine Codex into something that doesn't feel like it's going to hurt the long-term enjoyment that people are going to have at this game. Because I think the point we often come back to is not about the tournament play. We talk about, and we have talked about, and we talked about it a couple episodes ago when we were reviewing the rules that had leaked out about heavy intercessors and things before we knew all the details. Now, I think if you and a mate are playing on a regular basis and your mate has a normal Space Marine army and you have a normal Necron army, for example, to use the other, newest codex as an example, I actually think going by both those sets of rules, you're going to have fun, balanced, interesting games. These books are good. I think they're very good, actually.
Yeah. The points changes are quite fair, although I do think that the heavy intercessors are massively undercosted.
I agree. I think heavy intercessors are undercosted. I think centurions are way overcosted.
Now they've taken away all their... But it was kind of like when they changed Smite, and all the Psychers got... They tried to fix the problem by making all the Psychers really expensive. But it didn't matter because Smite was really good and people still took them. And then they changed Smite so that obviously it got harder to do, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But they didn't reduce the cost of the stuff.
Yeah.
They just left it expensive and then you never saw them again.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what's happened to Centurions. They made them expensive because they were too good.
Yeah.
And now they've changed the rules but left them expensive.
It's like they've hit them with 3 different nerfs, though, right? They've made them more expensive. That's like nerf number 1. They've excluded them from bolted discipline or whatever it's called. The thing that meant that their bolt guns were better.
Bolted discipline.
Yeah, bolted discipline. And they took away their ability for rerolls because they're not core. And it's like, wow, you have literally done the triple header. It's like any one of those things in isolation would have probably been enough. Maybe not necessarily the not making them core in isolation, but if you had gone, they're not core and they don't get bolter drill, but they're still the same points as they were before, fair enough. But like that is a lot of nerfs coming their way. I mean, I don't think
I suppose they kind of want. They're like they want to sell other Space Marine kits. The Centurions are still good.
Yeah.
Like, what's the point in selling heavy intercessors, kind of thing?
Yeah.
Or not, or aggressors. Like, who's going to buy those things when you can still run Centurions?
Indeed. No, it's a really interesting point. To be fair, I think as well there's some really cool little weird tweaks and things when you actually read through the book and you notice. I know this came up in a conversation with you and me, Joe, where we were going through the top 10 segment, but you were talking about how Victrix Honor Guard have that cool ability, and I was like, yeah, but so do Command Squads, and you were like, do they? And it's like, oh. So like little weird things that you don't even notice, like company veterans now have bodyguard like Victrix Honor Guard and things like that, and those weird little nuances that you can start to sprinkle in, because if you've got like a character that you really like, you could just go, cool, and I'll take 2 veterans, and a company veteran sergeant and a single veteran. They'll cost me about 40 points to field, but that gives my character 4 extra wounds that you got to chew through before you start getting to him, and all these other little tricks in there that are like really, really clever, and the way they teleport homers works, the way that the weapons kind of work in different places, and I think what they've done with this is they've made all the different options interesting, and I think that's the best thing about this book, is that all of a sudden there's so many more options, and I've seen a lot of people talk about the big losers. People have talked about how scouts are a massive loser. I kind of have to agree, unfortunately, but
I think there's also a thematic reason behind that as well.
Why? Because they've stopped making scouts.
They're not making old Space Marines anymore, really. They're just hammering out Primaris Marines as quickly as they can.
So what is the lore of Primaris Marines? So they're not doing scout training. They just get combat doctrines sort of bred into them or something.
Yeah. So it's all like it's all psychic. Like,
yeah,
not psychic,
you go straight into a field. So you either become like an intercessor or an inceptor or an aggressor. Like that is your job from day one.
It takes like a third of the time to train a Primaris Marine, and then with the psycho indoctrination that it does to go through the whole scout training process and getting the black carapace and stuff like that. So it's just not as efficient. But it's because like at the moment, Space Marines are annihilating and dominating everything in the game, and literally just ruining every army. But in the story, like the Imperium is literally on its knees crying, and is just literally holding on for dear life. And the Primaris Marines are obviously helping that and pushing back the demons and stuff. But the galaxy is literally in turmoil, and it's like the last days of the Imperium. But that's like reflects in why these Primaris Marines are literally being thrown out. But Games Workshop haven't done that to reflect the game.
No, that makes sense, mate. That makes sense. Another funny little perk that I discovered on the topic of scouts and snipers and things of that nature is they made Eliminators Ballistic Skill 2+. Did you see that?
I didn't see that.
No. See, it's these little funny things that when you don't really pay attention to it. Like, so I was playing Richie on Sunday, and he shot at me with the Eliminators and picked up a couple twos and one of them misses. And he was like, no, they're Ballistic Skill 2+. I was like, are they? And you're like, wow, Jesus. Like, all these little things.
Stop doing drugs, Richie.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh.
Calm down, Rich. Why are you talking? Oh, he's right. They are Ballistic Skill 2+. It's all these things, though, man. It's like, it's filled with, like, loads of interesting bits.
Is that so they can, because they're heavy weapons, right? These are the autocannon guys. So
no. This is the sniper guys.
The snipers.
Yeah.
Oh.
They've gone to Ballistic Skill 2+, which is crazy good. Crazy good. And they've still got all the same sort of gear, so they've still got the sniper bolt guns. I imagine there are loads of people out there who are still running eliminators hitting on freeze with them because they didn't even probably bother looking, right?
Oh, that makes the Dark Angel variant well good.
Well, indeed. Well, I mean, that's it, because they get +1 to hit, mate. They don't get reroll ones.
Oh, I thought they got reroll ones if they.
They used to get reroll ones. Now, if they remain stationary, they get +1 to hit. Yeah. So if they remain stationary, they get +1, and then obviously you take like a captain or whatever. Yeah.
Well, imagine Raven Guard, like Raven Guard players who actually played the stealth Raven Guard game are happy.
Another unit as well that I think is massively underrated that I wanted to give a little shout out for as a potential weird.
Is it servitors?
No, it's not servitors. It's the Scout Bike Squad. I actually looked at the Scout Bike Squad and went, hang on a second here. These ain't half bad. The old Scout Bike Squad. So they're about 70 points for free, I think. I think they're like, hang on, how many points are you, my Scout Biker pals? Scout Bikers. They're not elite side. No, you're fast attack, obviously. Of course you're fast attack. What else would you be? Fast attack Scout Bikers are 30 points a model, which is the same as a regular biker. They've got one less wound than a regular biker, and their save is not as good, so they've got a 4+ save. But they do have the outflank ability natively, so you can just have them turn up, and they've all got Astartes shotguns and twin bolt guns. So when they rock up, they shoot 6 times each. Strength 4 -1 because they turn up in the tactical doctrine. And I was like, that's a pretty hilarious thing just to throw at your enemy, just as a funny thing to come appear and just shoot you a lot. I know they're not going to necessarily turn too many heads, but I just thought it was fun. I was like, actually, that looks like a nice little option.
It's not bad.
Exactly. But this is the point about why I like this book so much. Everything's becoming, you never would have even considered the idea of a scout biker before. Whereas now you could probably go, well, actually, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, there's some flavour to it. Admittedly, there is stuff that you're definitely not going to want to take, like, I don't know, assault squads, for example. I don't think too many people are going to be falling over themselves to get an assault squad anytime soon.
Not when you can take Vanguard vets.
Yeah, I think Vanguard vets are just too good.
Who are good? Vanguard vets and Terminators with Lightning Claws are big winners.
Yeah,
because the change to the Lightning Claws is actually really, really good. Because before it was you got to re-roll wounds, and if you had a set, you got an extra attack.
Yeah.
Now you get +1 attack for each Lightning Claw.
Mm.
So Assault Terminators on the charge are getting 5 attacks.
Oh, so is it like a weird nuance of the wording? Because it's not a pair of lightning claws. So each time a bearer fights, it makes 1 additional attack with this weapon. Each time the attack is made with this weapon, you can reroll wound rolls. So because you would give them, so what do you replace with? Any number of models can have their Thunderhammer Storm Shield replaced with 2 lightning claws. Yeah, no, that's totally legit then. Yeah, so they get +2 attacks.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't even clock that, mate. That's amazing. Yeah.
That's really good. So, and it's also like a really good buff for like Chaos at the moment.
Well, I mean, God, they take what they can get, right? I mean,
which means that, but this also means that like things like Warp Talons now are really good because they've got 2 attacks base.
But weren't Lightning Claws -3 before?
No, they're -2.
They've always been -2.
Yeah.
I just felt like they were -3.
No, they're -2 because I don't know why, but they just were.
Yeah, fair enough.
But it does make like things like Warp Talons really good. I was looking at the idea, like obviously I'm not going to do it because I don't want to. Like, the new book could be coming out, but I was like, just 3 units of 10 Black Legion Terminators, all with double Lightning Claws and Abaddon. So the entire lot is re-rolling hits and wounds.
I mean, that'd be pretty great. That would be pretty great. I think it's strange as well that they've not allowed Lightning Claws to give the +1 strength to have them a little bit more in line with the power swords, though, right?
I suppose that they then become too good.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Because if all of a sudden you were strength 5. You buy one, it's strength 5. You get an extra attack, and you're re-rolling to wounds. That's a loss of stuff to stack on them, because then they'd actually just become really expensive.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, the Terminators overall are such a big winner. Like they've just, again, a very, very sensible change. It's funny actually, because I think if you go back a couple of years and listen to our Custodes review, I think I distinctly remember, I've not listened to our Custodes review in ages, but I remember at the time saying, when things like Custodes exist and are the way they are, why would you ever take Terminators? Because everything about a Custodes, like, completely and utterly eclipsed what a Terminator was. It was higher toughness, more wounds, better, gear for what it was. Whereas now you look at the Terminators, that increase in wounds is a big change to them, for sure. But ultimately, like, changing the way Power Fists work, so they're now flat 2 damage, the points decreases, everything that kind of comes along with this squad. They've really come out of their shell. They've become a very different squad.
And being flat damage 2, you know what you're getting. You're like, oh, if I charge this unit into here, I'm going to get this many hits, probably this many wounds, and I know that I'm doing exactly 2 damage with each of those hits. Because I'm currently building Custodes at the moment, and I'm looking at like how Space Marines are at the moment. I'm like, oh, there's a lot of D3 damage in a Custode army, kind of thing. And there's like, their blades need to become flat damage 2, and then the axes become flat damage 3. And then there becomes a real argument. Why do I take Custodes when I can take Wardens or the Terminators, kind of thing?
I think that's the thing, though, isn't it? I think actually one of the funny things about this book, but also the Necron book, which I guess we'll get onto in a bit, but the Necron book's quite interesting, because when you actually read through it, you start to discover how they've tweaked and changed rules and how they've, done things to basically make it work within this new rule set. And it's very much like what we were talking about when we first, speculated about Space Marines becoming 2 wounds, i.e. Firstborn Space Marines becoming 2 wounds. Because actually, in reality, the game is shifting into a scenario where they're spreading out that kind of damage 2 weaponry. And now you're kind of looking for damage 2 guns, much like in the earlier editions of 40k, you were looking for AP-3 or AP-3, guns.
Yeah. But the problem with that, though, as we've discovered, is that everyone's gearing again to kill Space Marine, because so everyone's chucking in damage 2, damage 3, as much as they can. But the problem is all that damage 2 guns kill everything else even better. So I did this. I played against the new Marines with new Necrons, and it's the new the Lich Guard are real good.
Yeah.
Right, real good. But a unit of Plasma Inceptors are and basically overcharged, killed the entire unit of Lich Guard in 1 round of shooting.
Tidy.
Just killed the whole lot in one go.
I did feel like Lich Guard are a bit of a... I mean, they seem good, but then at the same time, you do feel like, I'm not sure... Because the thing is, you want to take them with the staffs, right?
You want to take Lich Guard with War Scythes. But
yeah, that was it, War Scythes.
I think we're going to see a unit of 10 of each in most armies now. But Plasma Inceptors are the real winners, because some genius, and by genius I mean bloomin' idiot, decided to make their plasma gun blast.
Yeah.
Right? And guess what?
What have they done, sorry?
They've given the plasma gun on Plasma Inceptors blast. But you don't buy them as a pair, you buy them as 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
They do D3 shots each, become 3 shots each.
Yes. So any
it's
unit
funny,
that has 6 or more models. So a unit of 5 goes from putting out, admittedly, 10 D3 shots to a comfortable 15 shots. No, 6 shots. A comfortable 30 shots straight away. And you're just like, wow.
And you guys laughed at me when I was building my Inceptors.
Well, we did back then, Phil, 'cause they were terrible back then.
They were terrible back then. But now, they're flat. They're 1 damage, you overcharge them, they're 2 damage.
Is this one of your weird lizard people group that you were getting these hot insights from?
No, clearly there's a fan of the show. He listened to my plea and was like, I'm going to do Dan and Joe.
I'm going to break the game for Phil.
Yeah, exactly. Clearly that's what it is.
Yeah, the Dark Angels still have that stratagem at the moment where they get +1 damage to their plasma weapons.
No, that's been taken out because obviously the old that codex has become
Thank
gone.
God, because then those plasma receptors are just flat 3, and because they're -3, they just carve through everything in the game.
Yeah, they are pretty tasty, to be fair. I mean, Phil, let's have a little bit of an insight from you, mate. I mean, what's your general thoughts on what you're hearing about Space Marines? I know you're obviously very heavily invested in trying to continue to build up this Minotaur force of yours. I mean, yeah, how you feeling about it?
Yeah, pretty positive. I'm kind of glad that there's still some good stuff in there, but it's not also like so broken. I'd feel guilty about running stuff. So. And also, quite often when I was playing with my Space Marines, I was also playing other Space Marines. So hopefully I'll have, weirdly, a slightly easier time of it now. Because obviously when I'm doing my Space Marines, I'm not running the top meta stuff anyway. I'm just doing stuff that seems right and fun. So, yeah, I think there's some cool stuff. I'm really pleased, actually, about the new ability to upgrade your captain to a chapter master. And that there's is it the Warlord trait, I think, or the Relic? Maybe it's the Relic, where you get +1 toughness. Is it +1 wounds?
I can't necessarily remember if that's a Relic or a...
Because I remember they previewed it on Warhammer Community.
You see, the funny thing is, Phil, is like...
I think it's a Relic, because it was armour.
It could well be, mate. I think one of the mad things about all of this book, I have to say, is that there's so much to it. It's so much to consume. I mean, there's so many data sheets and so many things in it. It's a lot. I mean, I've had this in my possession now for 4 days or whatever it is at the point of recording. And obviously I'd seen the rumours and stuff beforehand, but there's still stuff that I'm missing. So the armour Indomitus. So add 1 to the wound characteristic of the bearer. The bearer's save characteristic 2+. Oh, no, that's not the thing. Is it?
It should, yeah, that's it. It's +1 save, +1 toughness, I think. Is that right?
Armour and there's the Shield Eternal, which is 4+ invulnerable save.
No, it's the Chapter Master specific relic. If you
so it's specifically in the Chapter Master hero section.
Yes, yeah, that's
gotcha. So yeah, sorry. So the Angel Artificer or Artifice.
That's it.
So yeah, if the bearer has a save characteristic of 2+. Add 1 to the bearer's wound and toughness characteristics.
Yeah, so I like that purely because obviously, so I've got a jump pack captain that I've modelled as an Inceptor, or as Gravis armour, and now there's more Gravis stuff. It makes me go, it could have been a bit confusing because he's clearly not in Gravis, but now I can give him the upgrade to effectively being Gravis, even if it's not technically Gravis.
And then you take him as a salamander and give him 2 extra wound.
Oh, don't start talking about the supplements again, Joe. You're going to start dirtying the water with your silly supplements again. But yeah,
and then when he dies, he gets back up.
Yeah, that's good fun. The funny thing is if you take it Captain in Gravis armor and give him this upgrade, his armor goes from 3+ to 2+, and then he becomes toughness 6 with 8 wounds.
Well, I've heard people do it with. You can do it with is it Captain on Bike as well?
Oh yeah, but the captain on bike it would be it's supposed to be more mobile because he'd become toughness 6, 7 wounds.
Yeah, but then you can't do transhuman on him.
That's it. You want to do it to the to the sexy old Gravis captain, because then you can still give him a warlord trait, right? Because that's a relic, so you could still give him the Feel No Pain warlord trait. Where is that? Have they still got that?
Or you just give him that warlord trait where he can't be wounded on a 1, 2, or 3.
Oh yeah, that'd be hilarious. So what? Toughness 7. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Toughness 6 can't be wounded on better than a 4+ by anything that's in excess of strength 7.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
I'm
bonkers.
going to casually walk up to this knight and poke it in the shins because it can do nothing about it.
So anything else you're particularly excited about, Phil?
Let's see. Well, obviously, when they first previewed the Indomitus box, the most exciting thing I saw was the Eradicators. That's it. And they seem to be top dog, super cool winners. So that's kind of interesting, kind of cool.
They're so obvious, aren't they? In so much as, talking about the idea of balance, the Eradicators do somewhat, take a big steaming poo on top of the idea of this book being balanced, because they are very good, aren't they?
I don't understand why they took it away from the aggressors, but they're like, no, we'll make sure this unit can shoot 8 motor gun shots a turn. That seems fair.
Yeah, I would have liked it if they had gone all Gravis armor has an ability to shoot twice somehow. Whether that's they don't move and they can shoot twice and it's got to be at the same target, then that's reasonably balanced to an extent because you're limiting their movement, for example. Obviously, it was a bit broken when you could combo it with the Ultramarines. They always count as not moving, and they can still do it in Overwatch as well. So they could shoot twice in Overwatch, which seemed bonkers as well. So I think they could have kept it in there and applied it to all the other Gravis stuff as well. But you've got to really tone it down if you're going to do that. So, but like Joe said, it is a bit odd that they've kept it in with these guys but gotten rid of it. Obviously got rid of it from aggressors because it just seemed to be too good. And I wouldn't be surprised if in 6 months' time when there's like a big FAQ, they go, well, we'll just take it away from these guys as well because they're clearly too good as well.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. It is weird though, isn't it? Because these guys, they're very, very obviously strong and very underpointed. You compare these guys to Centurions, for example. It's just, it's bonkers how cheap these guys are for what they do. I think it's 120-ish points or whatever, so like 35, 40 points a model for these guys, and they are ridiculous value for that price of admission. Another thing I just read, by the way, because the Eradicators appear next to the Eliminator Squad. Here's another little weird Eliminator Squad statement that you may not have been aware of. If you take their bolt carbine, so the bolt carbine before used to be that you could use the bolt carbine and then you had the ability to move in reaction to being declared as a target for a charge. That correct?
Yeah, they got rid of that, didn't they?
They've got rid of that now. So actually what it is now is you shoot and then you can make a move.
So nice. You can hide away.
So obviously you can pop up, shoot, and go back down again, or alternatively, you can not move in the movement phase, shoot at full ballistic skill, then move to a new position for the next shooting phase.
Well, it almost exactly as if that's what actual snipers would do in the real world.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite clever,
But it also, being ballistic skill 2, actually now makes sense because it means that they can move and shoot and still hit on 3s. Whereas before they would have been hitting on 4s.
Well, yeah. To an extent that's not realistic because if you are a sniper, you do need to be standing still.
Yeah, but this is 40k, Phil. I don't think realism's ever been taken into account at all.
But the ballistic skill of 2+ does also add new opportunities to the viability of the las cannon variant of them, the las fuselage thing. Yeah. Although, again, range 36, heavy 1, strength 8, -3, flat 3 damage doesn't really massively stack up when you compare it to things like Eradicators, for example.
I know, but if you want the perfect anti-marine unit...
Oh, yeah, God, yeah, you're not wrong, are you?
They're going to be ruining those heavy intercessors.
And the Eliminator and the Eradicators and things like that, yeah. And I suppose here's the one really funny thing with them. You could scatter a few of them around the table, because you can take these guys in units of... You can only take these guys in units of 3, so you can only have 3 of them. But you can scatter around the table and they can still Auspex scan, can't they?
Yeah.
So when, admittedly, the range of Auspex scan is a bit wibbly, but if someone was going to run those Eradicator outflanking manoeuvres on you, you could cause them a little bit of a headache.
Yeah. You go pop, pop, pop.
Exactly, because Eradicators love outflanking. That's what I hear.
Yeah. It's actually a really good idea. Just take 3 units of 3 with the las fusils and just wait for those Eradicators to turn up.
Assuming No,
No,
sorry, Phil.
I was going to change the conversation slightly and say, what do we think about the vehicles? Because it sounds like most people are complaining that, for example, the Impulsor has lost its charm because its Invon save is now 5 up rather than a 4 up. And I think it's gone up in points as well. And
it's good.
A lot of people are saying the Repulsor, for example, is sort of not as viable anymore because it's just so expensive.
I don't know. Joe, you were about to make a point. Please continue.
The fact that it's dropped its invulnerable save is good, because you had combat armies just running into these impulsors.
Yeah.
And
it just made it too good.
Just bouncing off it. It was too much, really. And the fact that them and the repulsors have lost fly is really good as well, because it was just far too abusive.
Yeah, because I guess they're meant to really just be hovering just above the ground. And
they're like a simple little transport. They shouldn't be the equivalent of an Eldar vehicle, like the Wave Serpent and the just any or like the Venom,
Falcon,
like the Falcon, yeah,
the Venom.
There's no reason that Impulsor or a Repulsor should be moving in the same kind of way as a Venom.
Yeah, I mean, and I echo a lot of that sentiment. I think the changes to the Repulsors and the changes to the Impulsors and all the tanks are a much fairer representation of what these things are on the battlefield, and I think it's a much better rule set for them. I think before it didn't really make any sense that they behaved the way they behaved, and I think as well. And I think this is one of the funny things, isn't it? Because I think one of the big issues with 8th edition is that we were, especially Marine players across the span of the last year, were fed on a diet of, nothing but steak, as it were. Mm. Everything was great, nothing was bad. Everything they didn't have to worry about consequences. They didn't have to make any tactical decisions. They just took armies and they worked because all the rules were in their favour. Now they're in a position where they've actually got to make some tactical decisions and actually create some balance to their forces. And I think this is a really good sign, because all of a sudden there are reasons to take repulsors. I think repulsors are still very, very good. I just think the thing is with it is that it's not as obvious now. You have to work at it. If you want to be the best player and play the army well, it's more about how you behave as a general than it is about how busted your army is. And I think a lot of people in the tournament scene who have performed well across the span of the last couple of years may find themselves struggling more because all of a sudden these armies that they just plugged in and played are starting to potentially require a little bit more nuance from them. But maybe I'm being a bit too sort of optimistic at this point, and maybe I'm jumping ahead, but yeah, I think these are all the right decisions. I think a repulsor should be expensive. It's a big tank. It should and covered in guns.
And it also should, and because it had.
Oh, go on, Joe.
I was going to say, because it had fly as well, meant it could start the game on top of the world's highest building. And then just go and sit on top of all the other buildings, and people just couldn't really interact with it because it was just obnoxiously floating around all over the place when it shouldn't be.
Yeah. And hasn't the Repulsor Executioner lost its double shoot ability?
Yes.
Did they up the number of shots on the heavy laser destroyer though?
Laser destroyer is heavy 2. Strength 12 minus 4 D3 plus 3 damage. So minimum 3 damage. Well, minimum 4 damage.
That's
sorry.
the bit that they changed. Yeah.
Honestly, though, again, these all seem like sensible decisions to me. I think the problem is that we are at a point where we can't see the full spectrum of the game yet because we don't know what all is happening to a lot of these other codexes, and I think that's where the issue lies, is that actually as time goes along, maybe GW will universally make lots of sensible nerfs to really stupid stuff, because I think the double shooting stuff is stupid. I never really understood why they felt like that was a mechanic that they needed to massively lean on, because there was so much stuff double shooting in the game. You got your fire prisms and your obviously all your Imperial Guard stuff. I think I think it's the right decision. Get rid of it. I don't think it's good.
Well, it started off with the Lehman Russ pretty much, and it made sense because the number of shots was a D6, so you're always likely to roll really badly with one shot, one D6. So making it 2D6 gave it a sort of reliable average at the sacrifice of not having to use your full movement. But maybe they'll even get rid of that and they go, okay, it's a flat 5 shots, but you can move as much as you want, sort of thing.
I reckon it will stay D6 because
I think it will for that as well, and I think it sort of thematically made sense and fitted them really well because it was the first time anyone had seen that grinding advance ability. But then, as Dan was saying, they just sort of bolted it onto everything. They gave it to the Elder gun platforms, and then they've given it to the Space Marines. So it'd be interesting. And then they were giving it to infantry. So I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, well, I think, again, they got rid of it from a bunch of people. They've only given it to the Eradicators, but the way they've given it to the Eradicators is everything in the unit has to be shooting at the same target. Which, by the way, creates a bizarre little funny rules interaction, because the way the total obliteration rule reads, in your shooting phase, each time this unit is selected to shoot, if it has not advanced this turn, it can unleash total obliteration. It does select one enemy unit. Models in this unit can shoot twice this phase, but they can only make attacks that target that enemy unit, and only if that enemy unit is eligible target for those attacks. So bizarrely, if you ended up in a situation where the unit you're targeting is only in range of 2 out of 3 models, you can't actually use this ability.
Well, no, you do. Is it a squad ability or a model by model ability?
It's a squad ability, yeah. So again, I'll read it one more time. In your shooting phase, each time this unit is selected to shoot, if it has not advanced this turn, it can unleash total obliteration. If it does, select one enemy unit. Models in this unit can shoot twice this phase, but they can only make attacks against that target enemy unit, and only if that unit is eligible target for those attacks. So it's one of those things where, again,
well, I think it's fine because it says you can, doesn't mean you have to have all your models do that ability.
Okay. You know what? The second time I read it, I sort of side with you again on that one. That was just a momentary weirdness. Basically, yeah. No, that seems more sensible. Sorry, everyone. I had a moment of madness there.
It's all right.
It's a senior citizens moment. For
exactly. These things happen from time to time, right? Sometimes you read things wrong. I was like, oh, hang on. Oh, no, that doesn't actually mean that. Whoops. But there you go. So if anyone had read it the way I read it, not that you're ever going to find yourself in a situation where one dude is out of range, but if you had, hey, there you go. You're in the right. Don't worry about it. As in, anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway, right, look, we're coming to the end of this segment. Can we get some final thoughts on the Space Marine Codex and what we think it represents for the future of 40k 9th edition? Start with you, Phil. Final thoughts.
I'm going to say very positive. The fact that it's weirdly more of a nerf than a buff for Space Marines, I think, is a good thing because everyone was a bit fed up last year when the last Codex came out. So I think it will be an interesting theme if it carries on for the rest of the codexes. I think they've given units lots of flavour. The stratagems all seem to be really solid and do stuff, but it's all very toned down. So it should be fun to play and fun to play against. So if they do that with everything else, then we're on to a winner.
Indeed. Joe, where's your head at on this one?
I actually quite like them. I think they're really good new Space Marines, but not obnoxious. Like, I think, obviously, depending on what supplement they're using, if they put their models down on the other side of the table, you're not going to just be like, another Space Marine player. Oh, I'm just going to get tabled because they're ridiculously OP. Now it's like, might actually have a bit of a chance because they've got less models and they're not putting out as many bullets.
I mean,
but
truth be told, man, I mean, if you're playing a game with your mates, you can probably have a gentleman's agreement that you just don't use those old supplements for anything other than the character stat lines and points and things. Like, I think, honestly, you could just be like, well, I want to take Calgar, so that's how much Calgar costs and da-da-da-da-da. But it doesn't mean you need to use the supplement, because I actually think using the supplements, as I've said many times over, sort of breaks it a bit. So, but I mean, again, that's for friendly games. Obviously, for competitive games, stick to your supplements as long as you've got access to them. But I think it's going to be interesting when we see what the Blood Angels or the Space Wolves or the Death Watch bring to the table. That's when we're really going to know what the future competitive element is for these guys, right?
Yeah, hopefully they'll be toned down a bit, which will then show us the future. They're kind of going more down like the Eldar route in terms of like this one character buffs this one unit now, instead of everyone getting buffs, which I quite like. Yeah, and I mean, for what it's worth on my side of things, this is a great book. It's got its problems. I mean, there's plenty of people on the internet who will tell you they could have done with a bit more of a proofread. It's got a few words and bits and pieces out of place, but you know what? It's really renewed my faith in this edition of Warhammer 40,000. I, at the beginning of 9th edition, was a bit concerned about what they were doing with Marines and concerned about what the future of the game was going to look like. But this has already started to show me that there's some exciting times ahead and that they're actually doing things in a way that are much more creative, but also much more interesting. So, yeah, I mean, I hate to say it in a way because, you know, I love to hate things. I don't really, but the point is yeah, I genuinely really like it. And I think if you're considering adding Space Marines to your collection, or you're thinking about, you know, actually playing Space Marines properly for whatever reason for the first time ever, I think this is a great time to jump in. The range is incredible. The miniatures are obviously incredible, and the rules are amazing. My final statement on it is obviously typically when we do these type of reviews, or obviously this isn't typical to our typical sort of review. Normally when we do a proper review, we go through in absurd detail and read every rule and talk about them in detail. Obviously with a tome the size of Space Marines, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to do it. Yeah, it's actually they've actually changed the size of codexes as well.
Oh, what you mean the actual physical size? Yeah,
the physical size. So the Space Marine Codex is actually a third bigger than the Necron one, but also both of them they've actually increased the overall, square footage. I don't know.
Square footage works.
It's
the dimensions.
The dimensions, yeah, because when you put them on a shelf next to other codexes, they're considerably bigger in multiple directions.
They are.
How does it compare with the core rulebook? Is it same size as that?
Oh, that's a question. I haven't actually put the two side by side. I haven't looked at my core rulebook since I got it, because I got it and then it turns out it's entirely redundant. But
because you don't play Crusade.
That is true. It's because I don't play Crusade. Do you play Crusade yet, Phil?
Well, I was going to bring this up during the podcast.
But that's what this is, Phil. I mean,
well, exactly. So now is the time, or never. I was going to try and make you and Joe, maybe Richard, do a pact, because I know you're desperate for us to come round and play some 40k.
I am.
And I was going to be like, I'll do it any time you want, but it's got to be with painted models, which we probably will normally do anyway. But also, it's got to be Crusade to make you play some Crusade.
Well, let's chat about that in the intro recording.
No, come on. Oh, okay.
That's it. That's good intro filler. That is right there. We can talk about this in the intro filler, and it'll be really weird for anyone listening to this bit because we will have already spoken about it in the chronological.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's save it for the outro.
Yeah, either way, whichever one. It will happen in one of those segments. All right. Well, that's enough of this Space Marine talk. As I said, look, guys. Obviously, those of you who really enjoy our reviews of rules and codexes and all that sort of stuff, obviously really appreciate that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll try and get a little bit more detail orientated if we can in the future, but it just depends on what the release schedule's like the next couple of weeks and months and what time we have available to really cover it in detail, because that book is massive. So it's going to be a while. Maybe when the supplements start dropping, we'll get a little bit more into the weeds. But
when it's a slow news day.
Yeah, exactly. But doesn't look like one of those is coming anytime soon. But but yeah, when it does, you'll be treated to our in-depth Space Marine review. But until then, guys, thank you very much for that. We're going to move on now. Transitional noise. Woo! Welcome back again, everyone. Me, Joe and Phil are still here talking about new codexes. And given that we've already kind of given you our thoughts and feelings on Space Marines, it's only natural that we then move on to the Crons, the Necrons. Any initial thoughts and feelings, gents, about the Crons that we want to get into before we sort of dive into it a little more?
I really like them. And from a general review, they're a lot better than they were. But they are not incredible.
Ooh, controversial.
Yeah.
Okay. Phil, anything you want to say?
Not at this stage. I'm going to hold judgment till I've listened to both you guys.
Fair enough. Well, can I say from the outset, from my side of things, how lovely it is to have a book where what you're looking at is a concise, sensible army. You know what I mean? Like, actually a very, very comprehensive, diverse, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Point is, a broad range of miniatures that, in and of themselves, make up an entire army, as opposed to the Space Marines, which has just become bananas. Like, there's too much stuff in Space Marines that it's almost incomprehensible trying to work out what they've got access to. So, moving across to the Crons.
Yeah, the fact that it's all in one book.
Oh yeah,
helps. Like, if you play a Space Marine army now, you need the Codex, a supplement, an FAQ supplement, and Forge World rules and other stuff. Luckily, you don't need Psychic Awakening anymore. They took that away. They were like, no, not anymore.
This is the first proper Codex that Games Workshop have put out since the Sisters of Battle. In so much as the first standalone, supplement-free, normal codex since Sisters.
Yeah,
can I ask one thing? Has it got the special character data sheet that was included in the last Psychic Awakening book?
Trajan... No, sorry, Illuma Caesarus?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in it.
He's in it, yeah.
Okay. Because we speculated at the time, like, is it just going to be reprinted? And if so, why would you buy the last Psychic Awakening book?
Oh, mate, well, you've just opened a can of worms there. I think, Psychic Awakening was a great gotcha for the good people at Games Workshop, because, I mean, yeah, so much of the Marine stuff and, obviously now the Cron stuff is all... It's just literally like, yeah, this replaces it now immediately, which is funny given the fact that the Cron stuff was one of the final books they put out in the range. And then
I mean, it would have made more sense if that was the very first book. You'd have got almost like a year out of it before it got replaced.
Yeah, but I mean, we all knew it was coming, right? I mean, we all kind of suspected it was the way it was going to play out. But yeah, I mean, I will say from the outset on the topic of the new Cron book and talking about the old HQ choice that they added in Psychic Awakening, the range of characters they now have access to is really, really deep. To think that when this book, or rather the Necrons first really came into their own and got their first codex in 3rd or maybe 4th edition 40k, the only character choice they had was the humble Necron Lord. The fact now that they've got the breadth of characters they have is an incredible testament to all the work that GW's done over the last 20 years to expand this range, because yeah, it's night and day in terms of the diversity and what you can actually do with this.
Can I just have one gripe about
Please.
both books that's really, really bugged me
Okay.
on a cellular level,
Wow, okay, it's gone deep.
right? Why have they put all of the stratagems halfway through the book of rules? And not so we've had an entire edition where the stratagems went at the back of the book. They were the last thing in the book, but obviously before the weapon entries. Now they're like lost in this jumble of stuff because it goes. The same for the Marines, like rules index, combat patrol, detachment abilities, your dynastic codes or your chapter tactics, your 3-4 pages of stratagems, then your arcana or chaplain abilities, librarian stuff, then warlord traits, then relics, and then chapter approved, and then you've got crusade rules, which admittedly no one really cares about.
Oh, there it is.
Then you're into the data sheets and the army, of which there's 1 million pages,
Well,
and
so
then
it's
it goes to
before
the
the data sheets.
yeah, so it's before. Like I hate that because obviously you want the data sheets to come first because that's when you build your list. Once you've built your list, you want to know what your warlord traits and your abilities are, so those come next. And then you have the stratagems. They're at the back because they're easy to find and better to use whilst you're playing. They're easy to find. Whereas they are not easy to find. So if you need a quick reference to stuff, you're constantly chopping and changing, trying to find stuff. Nightmare.
One of the things they did to try and streamline this process is that they've added color coordinated tabs to this. So match play rules are in red, crusade rules are sort of in a pooey brown color, sort of maybe indicative of the game itself, and all of the other stuff is in Battleforged rules. So Battleforged rules is your dynastic codes, your ancient dynasties, and then stratagems. But they decided for whatever reason that stratagems are just in Battleforged rules as opposed to being just stratagems. And again, that's
also,
a weird implication.
They've put all the tabs at the same level.
Yeah.
So you can't be like, oh, it's that colour. I know it's that tab because it's the tab near the bottom of the page. Not, let's wedge all the tabs together, and when they're all next to each other, they're all a different dark browny blue purple colour.
I mean, for the colourblind, this is not very useful, is it?
Yeah, and from the outside of the book, do you know what colour it is? Grey.
Can I also ask, because they put the stratagems in the Battleforged rules, does that mean if I'm playing open play I can't use stratagems?
I guess so.
Because that's a very weird statement to make. And also, by the way, I also noticed in all the FAQs and indexes and stuff, and you can see it here, they've got colour-coordinated stratagems, or they put names against stratagems. So there's battle tactic stratagems, epic deed stratagems, requisition stratagems, but I don't know what that means.
I think some of
Nothing,
it is
basically.
So the pre-game ones where you're giving your doing the army builder stuff. I think they're all one, and then the others are sort of a bit more generic buckets of. This might be to do with, movement or combat or shooting, for example.
But I'm not entirely sure if that's correct, mate. I mean,
so the requisition stratagems are all pre-game.
Are they?
Yeah, should be.
Okay.
Well,
Which I guess does at least kind of create that familiarity, I guess. Maybe it's one of those weird like languages and things that we'll learn over time that will start to go, I'm going to do my requisition stratagems. Cool, I know these all happen pre-game. But I'm not necessarily, and maybe I've just missed it, I've never seen anywhere where they've spelled out that these stratagems mean these things, you know?
No, they don't really mean anything, to be honest.
Yeah. So it was
just
weird.
Trying to be fancy.
Because in the FAQs and erratas, they basically, for the FAQs, for the supplements, they've gone, these stratagems are these types of stratagems. And I'm like, cool, what does that mean? Nothing. It's like, oh, okay, well, so why have you done this? No. It's like, fine. Cool.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I heard that they've colour coded them so they're easily grouped together. But then someone was saying that they're different colours depending on the different codexes.
Phil, me and Dan literally just talked about this.
We were talking about the tabs. He's talking about the colour coordination of
the stratagems.
Yeah, green, brown, grey.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The strategic ploy, these are all the same shade of grey. They're like that, and then there's war gear stratagems, which are a slightly lighter shade of grey. Dear oh dear.
It's all pointless.
And
anyway,
then do these colours coordinations then relate to? Oh wait, no, yeah, of course they relate to these stratagems because these stratagems are specific dynasty stratagems, but they are still taken from areas. Fine, whatever. I mean, yeah, look, I totally understand where you're coming from, Joe. I do agree that the layout is something you've got to get used to. But I don't know. I think
it's all a ploy to sell more of those. Because they've taken away tactical objectives now, but you can still buy the box of pointless cards.
Mm. Well, the box of pointless cards, I bought both boxes of pointless cards as well because you know me, I love a pointless card. They're actually quite nicely designed.
Do they have unit data sheets in there? Because that would actually be useful.
No, mate, don't be ridiculous.
Well, think how big the Space Marine would be if you got a deck of cards with your data sheet on it.
But I'd buy it though.
Yeah.
Plus, how small the font would have to be.
You would, yeah, but there wouldn't be any pictures on it. It would literally just be.
I will say this about new codexes though as well, and specifically the Necrons. They have added layers of stuff, haven't they? So now you've got your your dynastic codes, which are your army-specific chapter tactic things, right? So you've got your whatever you are thing. Then you've got your ancient dynasties, which are essentially the customizable chapters, right? Like you make your own dynasty. Cool, simple enough. Then you've got your stratagems, lovely, lovely, lovely. Everyone loves a stratagem, even if they are all weird, wibbly colours. Then for no reason at all, you've got a nice piece of artwork that sort of breaks up the fact that that we're supposed to be talking about rules here. But anyway, and then you've got Cryptek Arcana. So now you can basically make loads of...
Instead of having one type of Cryptek, there's 4 different types.
Yeah.
So it's basically like instead of just having here's a Cryptek, he gives you +1 to your get back up. You can have a different style of one that functions similar, but not the same as a chaplain or a librarian.
Indeed. Then you've got your warlord's traits, then you've got your dynastic warlord traits, then you've got your relics, and then you've got powers of the Catan, which are like a load of extra things for the Catan.
They all do mortal wounds in various different ways.
Then you've got chapter approved rules, which is no mercy, no respite, battlefield supremacy, shadow operations, ancient machineries. Oh, these are your secondary things. Crusade rules. No one cares.
Ooh.
Sorry, I'm just going to keep banging that drum while it's funny. So yeah, look, I mean, they've got lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff. Is the long and short of it.
So do you want to? So should we say how reanimation protocol works?
Oh yeah, that's probably the best place to start. What does reanimation protocol do, Joe?
So instead of doing it at the end of the phase, like
doing
it was,
what though? What are you even talking about?
At the end of the turn. So when a unit gets shot and it dies, you basically take account of how many people died in the shooting phase or the combat phase.
The fight phase.
The fight phase. This does not include Overwatch or psychic powers or leadership. So models can only come back from being shot or chopped up,
I see.
basically.
They're not immune to mind bullets then.
Yeah, but only being shot from a distance, not whilst they're charging at someone.
Oh, I see.
There's two very different things.
They got
bullets
caught
work
unawares.
differently. Yeah. So when you get shot, you take your models off, and you do it now instead of at the end of the phase or end of the turn. You do it immediately after each unit has shot at you. So say a unit of intercessors shoots at you, they kill a couple, then you roll your reanimation protocols, then someone else shoots at you, and then you roll it again for the ones that died
And
from
what
that
do you
round
need
of
to
shooting.
succeed at reanimating?
So what happens is depending on how many wounds have been lost or how many models have died. So it's how many models have died from that round of shooting. You create a pool of how many wounds there are. So if it's 10 Necron warriors have died, they've all got a wound each. You roll 10 dice, and on a 5+, that many come back because they've got one wound each.
I see.
If it was a unit of Lich Guard, and you have a unit of 10, and they killed 7 from this round of shooting, because they've got 2 wounds, you roll 14 dice, and for every 2 5+, 1 comes back because they have 2 wounds. You have to roll 2 5+.
But what if I roll 3 5+, Joe? Does 1.5 come back?
No, only 1 comes back, and that 1 that you did roll at 5+4 is lost.
Oh.
So this new rule system for Will Be Back is brilliant for 1 wound models. So Immortals and Necron Warriors are really, really good for it. Everything else, it sucks for and is really bad.
And to use your example, though, as well, Joe, you said that if I'd killed 10 Necron Warriors, you would roll 10 d6, and then for every 5+, a single Necron Warrior would come back.
Yeah.
But assuming I'd killed 10 Necron Warriors, and that is the size of a Necron Warrior squad, would you still get the roll?
No, so if the unit is dead...
so if all the unit goes...
But a Necron Warrior unit goes up to 20.
Well, yeah, I know, but for the sake of argument. I was basically just trying to make the point that you forgot to say that if everything dies, they don't
and I actually... So, Necron Warriors and Immortals are now your best unit because they are way more survivable than everything else in your army.
That's crazy,
because if, for instance, you've got a unit of Destroyers, we'll say the new choppy ones...
Triarch Destroyers, or what is it called?
Scorpec. We'll say the Scorpec ones, which have got 3 wounds each.
Gotcha.
If you kill 2, you roll 6 dice. So averagely, you're going to get 1 back because not even averagely. You might roll 2 5+, and the other 4 dice go to pot, or 5 dice go to pot, and then you get no Scorpec back. If you're the best, or what your opponent can do, and what a smart person is going to do, and what people will learn to do, is you kill 1 at a time. So you kill 1, your opponent rolls 3 dice, and unless all of those are 5+, that model is never going to come back.
What does the Resurrection Orb do now? I've forgotten. It's once per battle, right?
So the Resurrection Orb, you do... So from reanimation protocols as normal is how many people have been killed per round of shooting. So, for instance, in my example, they kill 1 Scorpec, you roll 3 dice, 1 probably doesn't come back. Then the unit gets shot again, they kill 1, you only get to roll those 3 dice. You don't roll 6 because it's per every one. Whereas the Resurrection Orb allows you to do it in the command phase for everyone that's been lost in that unit.
Okay.
So out of a unit of 20 Necron Warriors, you've got 2 left, you roll 18 dice.
Oh, wow, okay.
Kind of thing. Or for your Scorpec Destroyers, 1's left, 4 are dead, you roll 16 dice.
That's not 12 terrible, is it?
Yeah, they got 3 wins, it's 12 dice. So you roll 12 dice and you might get a couple back. There is a relic one, which every Necron player is going to take, called the Orb of Eternity, which basically means you get +1 to your dice roll.
That's the one you want, right?
Yeah, and you can't get any better than 4s now.
I think that's good though, right? Because I think
Yeah.
the problem is with the Necrons was it was always really easy to make them this really unkillable blob. And
Yeah. So what? So old. So now there are ways of bringing them back. So, some of the cryptex have rites of reanimation. So they pick a Necron core unit, which has to be a core unit, and then one model comes back. So a unit within 6, one model comes back with all of its wounds. If it's a Necron warrior unit, you get D3 comeback, which is really, really good. And then the Ghost Arcs do a similar thing.
yeah.
As well. So and the new walkie canoptech stridery things. In the command phase, you pick a unit, and that unit gets +1 to all its rolls until the next command phase.
Nice.
So if you've got a unit that's out in the open, then you put it on that, and then it's getting 4+. But the issue is now, I think you're just only going to see 15-man units of Necron warriors knocking about.
And 15 because
if it's 10, that unit's going to be too easily killed because they've only got a 4-up save. One unit of Marines, even at rapid fire range, is probably only going to kill 8 or 9. But you can bring those 8 or 9 back real easy on 5s or 4s if you've got the spindly guy. But so if you've got a big 15-man unit, they're actually going to last a lot longer than if the Marines spend a whole shooting phase to kill that whole 15, and you've got 1 left. You're just going to pay 2 CP, auto pass, resorb them all back, basically.
Yeah.
But if you're going over 10, remember you're subject to the super blast, so you don't necessarily want to do that.
Yeah, but even if they've got super blast, it's going to be so if it's like a battle cannon, he can only kill 12, but it still leaves 3. So you got to think like, something will super blast them, as which we're now going to call it.
That's definitely now what it's being called, yeah.
Yeah, super blast goes off. It's not going to kill the whole unit. Then you bring back a whole load of them, and then something else has to shoot at them. Whereas if you shoot at a unit of the destroyers, where there's 5 of them, like this, you're never going to get them back.
So do you feel in a way, though, with the way that they've got this kind of, durability, that there's an argument that people really should be paying attention to the 1 wound kind of almost like horde style infantry army that you could build with these guys?
Yeah.
You think that's their way forwards?
I think you have to play them not by what's the coolest slicey cutty unit in the book. I think these guys, you have to play them like the fluff. Just a relentless marching phalanx of warriors with 1 or 2 cool units. So
I have to say as well, though, I mean, the improvements to the warrior rules is quite noticeable as well, because I think they were ballistical 4+ before, weren't they, the warriors?
No, they were Space Marine stat line.
No, I feel like for some weird reason they made them a bit rubbish in the last book. Maybe I'm wrong.
They were weapon. I think they were weapon skill 4+, but they were ballistic skill 3+.
And the fact everything's leadership 10 as well is really strong now in this game, because I didn't talk about this when we were talking about the Space Marines, but one of the things that was quite profound about my game against Richie is Space Marines now fail leadership tests, which is quite incredible.
Yeah. And also, Necron warriors re-roll 1s for their reanimation.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that, yeah.
So these guys are going to be sticking around for a while.
Why do you feel like they didn't give... Oh, I suppose obviously because the Immortals aren't, the numerous members of the Necron army, but it does feel like a little bit of a sort of an admission not having the Immortals have something sort of similar. Like, I don't know now, when I look at the troop section of the Necrons, I don't know what the argument is for the Immortals anymore.
So the benefit to having Immortals is their toughness 5.
Yeah, they're strong. 3+ save as well, and they still have Tesla.
4+. They still have the Tesla, but I think you're probably better off going with the Gauss Blaster anyway.
Agreed.
Because it is Strength 5 -2.
Mm.
So when you're shooting at those new Marines, you are wounding on 4s, but you're actually going to start hurting them on their save.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas new Marine, the Tesla's got no AP.
Correct, yeah.
On it, so they're going to struggle. And also, with the new command protocols, one of them allows you to always count in cover even when you're in the open. So Immortals with the 2-up save in the open is quite good. And also with that command protocol, depending on which dynasty you're on, you can have the other one. So you can either count in open or you can stand ready when you get charged. So you don't get the save, but you're always prepared to be attacked. So you can either Overwatch on 5s, which these guys will be doing, or hit on 2s for your other units.
What do you think of the flailed ones? You excited about them when they get their miniatures?
I am well excited for flayed ones.
I think they're incredible. Like I was reading them the other day, going, "Wow, these guys are strong."
Anyone who knows my history of Necron warriors or Necrons knows that I absolutely love flayed ones. They're amazing.
They're still selling the old Finecast flailed ones on GW website.
I think it might be worth picking one of those up for the lols.
Just scatter them amongst your new ones, yeah.
Because the flayed ones, you can still have 20. They're weapon skill 3+. They're still strength toughness 4. They've got 1 wound, which makes them better because they can So with reanimation protocols, you can't come back within engagement range unless you're already in engagement range.
Gotcha.
So these guys have become an incredible bog unit.
Well, totally. So if you're taking these 15-man units that you're talking about,
yeah,
and they I can't remember what they appear within 9 as well, don't they? Because they've got the dimensional transition thing.
Yeah, so they can deep strike him. They can deep strike in as well.
Yeah.
And they also cause a -2 leadership debuff,
which is
massive.
Now
Marines, like you said, now Marines fail leadership tests, and let's face it, Marines are only ever going to really lose 1 at a time. But by decreasing that leadership test, you're kind of increases your chances of them losing that 1 guy.
Can I just interrupt? What's the update to and they shall know no fear? Because it's re-roll leadership. Is it now they don't suffer the combat attrition?
It's not that they don't suffer combat attrition. It's that they basically don't get any buffs to it or debuffs to it. Essentially.
Oh, so there's no, you never get the -1 for being at half strength.
No.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, but the good thing about flayed ones, they've got 3 attacks hitting on 3s. Their combat weapon is now -1 AP,
which is great.
Which is really good, and they've got exploding 6s in combat.
And it's an additional hit as well. Bear in mind, so it's not an additional attack; it's just a straight additional hit.
Yeah. So I'm taking all my Necrons as Novok.
I was going to get around to asking you, Joe, what you thought the best dynasty was to take.
There's 2. I think the way I'm running them, because I'm taking loads of the Scorpec stuff. I'm taking Novok. So you add 1 to your charge rolls, which means that flayed ones out of deep strike only have to do an 8-inch charge. Each time you make a close combat attack when you charge, are charged, or perform heroic intervention, you improve the AP of your attacks by 1. So flayed ones become AP2.
Yep.
And when the protocol of the Hungry Void becomes active for your army, you can select both options on that protocol. Hang on. I've got to find the blooming page now, right?
It's page 81, mate.
And the protocol of the Hungry Void. Each time this model in this unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 improves the armor penetration by 1. So 6s to wound are now -3 AP on those 6s. And each time this model with this unit makes a melee attack, if that unit has made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention this turn, add 1 to the attack strength. So now those flayed ones are hitting at strength 5. Which is really good. And Novok's own stratagem, +1 attack to the unit, or to the models in the unit. So these guys and even the Scorpec are chucking out a truckload of attacks.
Well, if you get that 15-man unit in, right? I mean, that's what is that now? That's 40, 60 attacks, isn't it?
Yeah, 60 attacks, hitting on 3s. You'll probably will be done them, so they're hitting on 2s.
Yeah.
And like at strength 5, it's going to really hurt.
Strength 5 potentially -3. I mean, it's going to be a bit of an exercise in dice management to siphon out the stuff that's going to be -3 and so on and so forth. But yeah, no, I love it, mate.
I think
it's really strong.
Novok's really, really good. The other standout one is, in my opinion, Nefrek.
Oh, okay.
Not Nefret, but Nefrek.
Yep.
Models with this code get 6 up in Fun.
Okay.
So if you're running loads and loads of warriors, then you're just massively increasing their survivability. So, and also when it advances, you don't roll the dice; they auto advance 6 inches. So then they've got a movement of 9 if they're near the movement of 10. The movement will become 11, but if they're near a lord, they get +1, so it's 12. And they move like wraiths, so just ignore all models and terrain.
Oh, so they all ignore all models and terrain.
Yeah, so they just blip around the table, but when you advance, you can't shoot or charge.
Gotcha.
That's very cool, mate.
Yeah.
Can I say the one that I thought was my favourite so far for the sort of army I was thinking about? I quite like Sortek. So that's the re-roll morale tests, which I think is very strong, and they always rapid fire at 18 inches.
Yeah.
And when they're in the Conquering Tyrant protocol, they get the it basically has both the command protocols of that.
So with command protocols, it works. It's kind of like Power from Pain from Drukhari, but you only get 1 buff per turn. And pre-game, there's six of them, but pre-game you have to select the order that they go in. So turn 1, you might select Protocol of the Sudden Storm, and then turn 2, you might pick Protocol of the Hungry Void, and then turn 3, you might have Protocol of the Eternal Guardian. So you have to kind of plan your game in advance. But that's quite good. It's a good little buff.
I like it mostly just because I love Vargard Oberon. And it's always like, he's a Soltec guy. So it's like, well, I'd probably, if I was going to get these crons put together at some point, because obviously I own crons like everyone else does now, it's one of those things where I was like, I'd probably get that character, and then I guess I'd have to take him as him.
So you take him, you take Nemensa Zandrek, who he's the bodyguard for.
Yep.
And he works very similar to Illuminus Azereth. So he can buff and improve your units as well. And Nemensa Zandrek has Vect for free.
Correct, yeah. And
you don't roll for it.
You've stolen my thunder there, Joe. I was going to talk about how great the combo was of Oberon and Matey Boy, but yeah.
Counter Tactics is the best ability for any unit in the entire game. Yeah, I don't care who you are, but the problem is it's locked in one specific house, which is correct. I think it should be, but it's not the obvious choice.
I agree. But I like that in a way because I think it sort of creates an interesting. Again, you're getting good stuff, but then you are missing out on other bits and pieces. But I like the always rapid firing at range 18. I like the fact that when you activate, you get your, the increased aura ranges, and also you get the whole fallback and shoot thing, which is still pretty useful. But I like Oberon for the fact that he's always blipping around the table, going within range, tanking wounds, and is obviously a bit of a combat monster himself. I mean, not to the extent that a 15-man squad of flailed ones is, obviously. I think you probably...
Also, can we talk about how good the monolith is now?
Oh, yeah, please. Let's get into
that. Obviously everyone's talking about the Catan, how good he is, and how good the Silent King is, but the monolith just got well good.
Now, the thing is about the monolith I wanted to say, because I was intrigued by this, that they haven't done retro monolith, new monolith. So are they suggesting that you can still use retro monolith with these rules, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's nothing they've added to it weapon-wise that you couldn't represent with the old monolith, right?
No, it's exactly the same.
Fine.
So the new monolith is 360 points.
So good, though. It's a Lord of War now, though, isn't it?
He's a Lord of War now because he's got the same amount of wounds as an Imperial Knight.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 24 wounds, which is
definitely
fine.
feels like a monolith when you look at this stat line. It says.
Yeah, it's justified by the name now.
Mm.
It's only 10 points more than the Nightbringer. All right, and I think that this could actually be better than the Nightbringer.
Blimey heck. Well, make your argument, Joe.
Admittedly, it's only movement 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the fastest.
It's slow and ponderous, such is his way, and it's always been that way. His weapon skill 6, he's not brilliant at hitting stuff in combat, but we'll come to that in a minute.
Mm.
It's Blizzard skill 3, 4, 5 when it degrades. Strength and toughness 8, same as a knight. 24 wounds, same as a knight. 6 attacks in combat.
Same as a Land Raider.
Same as Land Raid. Then becomes D6, then becomes D3. Leadership 10, not that it matters, but it's got a whopping 2-up save.
Like a Land Raider.
Like a Land Raider. Right. It has 4 Gorse Flux Arrays, which are 30-inch range, rapid fire 3, strength 5, -2, 1 damage. So it puts out at
Rapid
15
fire 3 is pretty tasty.
Yeah, so it's got 4. So it puts out 24 shots at 15-inch range.
Or if you're taking them as the one I was talking about, 18-inch range.
18-inch range, yeah. It's got a particle whip. The particle whip now is 36-inch range, heavy 6, strength 12.
Heavy D6.
Heavy D6, strength 12, -3, flat 3 damage with blast.
It's incredible.
Oof. Turn the oof meter up to max on that. And it's got the Portal of Exile, which is the sole reason why I want to take this, because I think it's hilarious now. So the old rules, you go into combat, you pick a unit, you roll to hit, and then one model takes a mortal wound or something like that. It was garbage, right? Now, it's a melee weapon, so you make as many attacks as you have on your profile, so 6 from starting off. Strength user, so 8. -3 AP, flat 3 damage, and the rules for it is each time an attack is made with this weapon, that attack automatically hits the target.
Remember that it has 6 attacks at strength 8.
Yeah, it just slowly just bumps into something, and then they all die.
And it can appear outside of 9 inches.
Yeah, it can deep strike.
Yeah.
And
also, Joe, did you mention, by the way, when you talked about the Gorse Flux arcs, that it's got 4 of them?
Yeah, it's got 4 of them.
You did definitely mention that.
It puts out 24 shots at half range.
Yeah.
Which is mental. And it's got living metal, so it regains a wound a turn.
Woo.
It's nothing exciting, but...
Yeah, it's alright.
If someone's like, oh, I did a wound to it, and you're like, no, just to demoralise them.
Indeed.
You measure from its hull or its base, whichever's closest.
Indeed.
I actually think that the hull is bigger than its base.
It definitely is.
It explodes.
explodes.
On a 6, all units within 6 suffer D6 mortal wounds. And it's got the Gate of Eternity. In your movement phase, if this model remains stationary, then in the reinforcement step, you can summon units from Deep Strike through the door. It has to be a core infantry unit. Have to be placed wholly within 3 inches of this model. It's huge, should be doable, and not within engagement range of any enemy models. The units that come out count as moving, so it's like disembarking from another vehicle. But they have got a stratagem in here, which allows you to pull any unit from the table and then have it come out of the door, like it used to have that rule as well. But that's now become a stratagem.
But what's big about that, though, mate, is the fact that you can... It's not specified there has to be a distance away. You just don't have to be in engagement range.
Yeah.
And Unless I'm reading this wrong, they haven't stipulated that doing this prevents you from charging after you get out of it.
Yeah, you can still charge after you've disembarked.
So you can disembark within 2 inches of an enemy, assuming this thing hasn't moved somehow, finding itself in this scenario, and then out comes all of these dudes.
Yep.
And it stipulates the unit can't be in engagement range that comes in, but it doesn't stipulate that this thing itself can't be in engagement range.
No.
So
it can be an engagement range, and you can disembark from it, obviously because of how the rules... Because the rules used to be you had to disembark near the doors. So that's what made the monolith always terrible, because it had this one tiny little door.
Yes.
And you had to disembark like 3 inches away from it. Whereas now, you disembark from the entire thing. Even though it has the one door, you can be placed anywhere.
Yeah.
So the front end of it can be in combat, and then you can disembark on the other end. And then charge around it.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty incredible, isn't it?
So good.
The problem is, though, getting Lords of War into your army is a bit fiddly.
That is a downside.
That is a big downside.
Well, it's weird because back in the day, you'd quite often see 1, 2, maybe 3 monoliths on the table if you're going heavy, and that was kind of the thing. I mean,
who are you playing against? I haven't seen. Every time I've ever seen a monolith on the table, my opponent was taking it as a joke. Like I don't think anyone's taken one as a serious thing.
Back more around 6th and 7th edition, because in 8th, well, I don't think I really played. I played one Necron player in all of 8th edition. So yeah, but I mean, in older editions, they were like the go-to big vehicle that they would have.
Yeah.
So if you do have a couple,
they
of
only had that
not.
vehicle though at the time though.
Yeah.
They didn't have any other vehicles at the time. Also, other units to be aware of: the Hexmark Destroyer pistol guy that Games Workshop's giving all the hype.
Oh, he looks so good.
Is pure unadulterated garbage.
Yeah, I didn't understand whether or not he was.
Because the funny thing is they're like, oh, the Kellamorph is gonna stay at home. He's got so much trouble. The Hexmark's gonna destroy him. Ah! He's not.
Well, the thing is with him, because he's got the weird thing where he gets more shots, but he only gets 1 extra shot.
Yeah, so if he shoots all 6 of his pistols that only fire 1 shot...
Strength 6, AP -1.
It's Strength 6 minus AP -1. Admittedly, he is Ballistic Skill 2, and he hits on... and he re-rolls 1s.
And he overwatches on 2 pluses.
Yeah, but the Kellamorph's never going to charge him. And then, once you've done all your attacks... you can shoot 1 of his pistols again. Woo! So you get 7 shots.
Oh, I thought it was... Was it not... You can shoot a pistol again if that pistol killed someone.
No, you can only shoot 1 of his pistols again.
Yeah, see, I read it many times, Phil, because I was like, hang on, that can't be right. But
what's the wording?
So it is...
each time...
No, it's not inescapable death.
Each
it's
time
multiple threats eliminated.
Yeah, so each time an enemy model is destroyed by a ranged attack made by this weapon's disintegrated pistols, after this model makes the rest of its attacks, it can shoot with 1 of its enmitic disintegrator pistols 1 additional time.
For what that means is each time you kill someone with 1 of the pistols, that pistol fires again after all the others have fired. But you do them all 1 at a time. So
no, it doesn't mean that.
No, so Phil, it says, like, each time an enemy model is destroyed by a ranged attack made by this model's disintegrator pistols, after this model makes the rest of its attacks. So if you were doing the proper rolling 1 at a time, and you killed a guardsman with the first pistol shot, right? You make the other 5 shots, and then you can shoot 1 of its pistols again.
Yeah.
Well, the way I would read it is, let's say you roll 1 at a time.
Yeah,
the first 3 shots kill 3 guardsmen.
No.
then you do the other 2 and they don't kill anyone, then you reshoot again with the first 3.
Phil, the exact words are, after this model makes the rest of its attacks, it can shoot with one of its disintegrator pistols one additional time.
But it specifically says each time you kill someone, right, at the very beginning. And
yeah, but
so
no, it doesn't say each time. This is the thing. This is, I suppose, one of these funny little issues where you don't have the book, so it's not immediately obvious. But yeah,
maybe.
Honestly, mate, both me and Joe are reading it the same way. I believe he is correct, because it's each time an enemy model is destroyed by a range attack made by this model's disintegrator pistols. After this model makes the rest of its attacks, it can shoot with the Egmatic disintegrator pistols one additional time. So
is the pistols a single profile?
No,
it is a single profile, but there's 6 of them.
So he carries 6 pistols, and the pistol profile is 18-inch range, pistol 1, strength 6.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah. I think I'm correct, because you do each weapon at a time.
No,
I understand what together at the end.
I think the way it's phrased.
I'm pretty sure they talked about it in Warhammer Community. And
that's what they intended. They've done a terrible job of writing it down, because the way it reads is you shoot 6 times, and if one of those shots kills something, you shoot once more.
Yeah, but if that was a weapon profile that said, pistol 6, I would agree with you, but it's not. You do it for each of the guns independently.
Well, because again, if that was the case, you would imagine they would have put that as a weapon ability as opposed to his ability.
Well, I don't know, because
I don't know either.
There's enough stuff.
I'm going to take a picture of it, Phil, and I will send it to you right now.
There you go.
But anyway, so the difference between him is he gets to shoot, according to me and Dan, he gets to shoot one of his pistols again. So the most damage he's ever going to be able to do is 7 damage, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas the Kellamorph,
which is a Gene Stealer Colt option, if anyone's curious.
Which is the Gene Stealer Colt pistol guy.
The free-armed pistol man.
The free-armed pistol guy who carries 3 pistols. Each pistol is pistol 2, strength 4, -1, 2 damage. And for every hit that he makes, you can roll that many hits again. So you fire 6 shots. If you hit 5 times, you get to roll 5 more shots with him. He will carve through this destroyer guy.
Well, he is toughness 5 though, so it might not be that easy. And he's got 5 wounds. I think bizarrely, if you were putting the 2 of them up against each other, it might be a 50-50. But it's only because the Kellamorph's actual stat line is terrible.
This guy's a character. The Kellamorph does have access to a relic pistol that gives him reroll wounds.
Oh, all right, here he goes. He's tilting the odds. I'm not saying that it's not I'm not agreeing with you. I'm just saying that I think because of this guy's stat line, it could be 50-50, but it's definitely not a one-sided thing. This guy ain't just rocking up and murking the other dude. Yeah. It's like, it's not happening. I think.
Yeah. I've read the rule, and I'm correct.
Oh, all right, sticking to his guns.
Yeah, it specifically says each time an enemy model is destroyed,
which
can be multiple times in the shooting phase.
They definitely need to do it.
You reshoot one of the pistols after you've shot all the others. So let's say you're fast rolling.
Yeah, but Phil, you're ad-libbing. You're not reading the words as written.
No, it specifically says each time an enemy model is destroyed. Each time.
How have we ended up stuck on this?
I'm completely correct.
All right, you're correct.
And also to also make it a fact, it says at the very end, it says these attacks, which is plural, these attacks cannot generate additional attacks. But it says after this model makes the rest of its attacks. Right.
So you shoot all of its other pistols.
Yeah.
And then it says it can shoot
the additional shots.
The bit you're missing out here is it says that it can shoot with one of its enmitic disintegrated pistols.
Yes,
one
additional. For each model it kills with the pistols, it can shoot one pistol again. Because you remember, you shoot with your pistols. It's worded because you do each weapon one at a time. But most people fast roll. So
No,
the
it's
wording's
not.
always a bit terrible because it's worded as if you do one gun at a time. But
Well, let's hope they FAQ that sometime in the future, eh? I feel like that's definitely on the cards. Do we want to talk about the Void Dragon to finish up on our Necron loving?
Oh yeah, go on.
Joe, do you want to tell us about the Void Dragon?
So I haven't actually read much rules on the Void Dragon.
Me neither.
Yet.
That's why I was hoping you would have done. But I've heard he's good. Should we discover together?
The best one is the best one so far that I've read is the Nightbringer.
Well, let's just talk about the Void Dragon momentarily.
I can't find him. Is he a Lord of War? Isn't he?
Yeah, he's on. No, it's page 99. So the Catan Shard of the Void Dragon. The Void Dragon being the Mechanicus god thing.
So the rumor is that the actual Void Dragon, the actual I suppose the most complete part of him now, because the shards, the Catan shards are fragments of gods that have been destroyed by the Necrons.
Correct.
So that's why there are multiple. That's how Games Workshop explains that there are multiple versions of these everywhere, because it would be like if Phil exploded, there would be hundreds of tiny little Phils running around.
Brilliant, like in Army of Darkness.
Yeah, or like in Little Nicky, where he turned into an army of spiders.
That reference is 100% lost on me.
I love the fact that Joe went with such a worse reference as it were.
Well, we know his taste in movies, so that's anything.
Little Nicky is one of the best Adam Sandler films ever made.
I mean,
I will fight anyone.
That is a very shallow pull, but yeah, sure.
But
Happy Gilmore is clearly the best when he's done that.
So it's kind of weird because they've kind of broken their own narrative on this one, because the whole Void Dragon god, according to Black Library slash rumors slash like stories released by Games Workshop, is that the whole Void Dragon god is currently on Mars.
Yeah, maybe they just cut off a little sliver. Like a little sample of cheese.
Yeah, like when the Emperor captured him, it was like pulling him, like, I don't know, through a doorway. Its little finger got cut off in the door.
Oh, what, like Elizabeth from Bioshock Infinite?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his
Spoilers,
his little finger popped into this absolutely terrifying beast.
Does the Void Dragon Catan shard have like a little thimble on one of his fingers to signify?
No, he will do. Don't you worry.
Or is he more like Clint from Adventure Time, who was the tale of Shelby the worm that became a little boy that went off and had adventures?
I've never read.
Oh, you don't see that one. That's fine. So a worm falls off of a ladder, and then his tail becomes sentient, or like his bum becomes sentient. He calls him Clint, I think, and then he becomes an adventurer. It's a whole great thing. Anyway, the point is, the Catan Shard Void Dragon has a movement of 8, a weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2, strength 6, toughness 7, 9 wounds, all baby, 5 attacks, and leadership 10, and 3+ armor save. He's armed with the Spear of the Void Dragon, which is range 12, heavy 1, strength 9, AP -4, D6, and there is a lot of words here. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, if a hit is scored, draw a straight line between the closest point of this model's base or hull. I mean, surely they understand that this thing's got a base and not a hull, but I guess they're covering all bases, ironically.
Yeah.
Of the closest models in the target unit. Okay, yeah, sorry, I've lost my trail of thought, but yeah. Basically, draw a line between you and the thing you're shooting.
Yeah.
Make 1 wound roll against the target unit and each other unit that this line passes over. Each time an attack made with this weapon is allocated to a vehicle, models that attacked has a damage characteristic of D3 plus 3. So minimum 3 damage. So this is a heavy 1, strength 9, -4, D6 damage thing that shoots in a straight line. So if someone has lined up a nice little column of tanks, like Phil and his Lehman Russes, this dude just comes along and goes, cool, I've hit all 4 of them, or however many there are, in a row. Doing strength 9, -4 AP, minimum 4 damage to each of them. Which is pretty fun, isn't it?
He's a bit of a monster.
He's pretty baller. He's also got the Countertech tail blades, which is strength user, so strength 6, -2, 1 damage. Each time the bearer fights, it makes d6 additional attacks with this weapon. So that could be as many as 11 attacks so far. And in melee, the Spear of the Void Dragon is +3, so strength 9, -4, d6 damage, and when fighting against vehicles, minimum 4 damage. He doesn't like vehicles, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Which is odd, because you'd think he'd get along with them.
It'd be quite, I suppose, but all of the vehicles in the Imperium have been basically backwards engineered from this god. So I suppose he'd be quite good at just absolutely tearing them into little wibbly bits.
That makes sense. So it's got a 4+ invulnerable save. In addition, this model cannot lose more than 3 wounds in the same phase. Any wounds that would be lost after that point are not lost, which is the same for all Catan, I believe, except for maybe... No, all the Catan have them. So yeah, like Gaz, this guy can only lose 3 wounds in a phase.
Yeah, all the Catan have that ability.
Yes, yeah, I did just say that.
Yeah.
He's an.
Sorry, I was just looking as a little side piece. I've got a random message on Instagram. Apparently, Alexa Bliss has messaged me. I don't think it's a real account. That makes me sad.
Yeah, maybe it is. You know, she's a lovely lady, Alexa Bliss.
Yeah.
Stands up against bullying and the like. So yeah, good luck on that front. If it is the real her, say hello.
No, it's from an account that only has 4 followers. So.
Oh.
So sad times.
There we are. Anyway, in Slave Star God, this model can never have a relic or warlord trait. In addition, any models can ignore the Lookout Sir rule when selecting this model as a target of a ranged attack, so you can always shoot it. So the fact that it's got 9 wounds is irrelevant. Reality unravels. This is again another rule that all these guys have. When this model is destroyed, roll 1d6 before removing it. On a 4+, it explodes, and everything within 6 suffers d3 mortal wounds. So it's basically, explodey. And then it's got matter absorption. At the end of each phase, roll 1d6 for each enemy vehicle model destroyed as a result of attack made by this model or a Catan power used by this model. That phase, for each 2+, this model regains 1 lost wound to a maximum of 3 regained wounds per phase. There you go. So he just goes around munching up vehicles and continuing to consume their essence, as it were.
Yeah, and they actually have a stratagem where they just ignore invulnerable saves.
That's very good.
That's quite good.
So if you had a tank-heavy army and someone rocked up with one of these dudes, you would shoot at him, desperately in the opening turn, only doing 3 damage to him because you've only got a shooting phase. Then in the next turn, he would probably be getting close enough that he could chance a charge. And then once he's gotten stuck into you, he's just going to continue to eat you. So any damage you've done to him on the way in will have been completely null and voided by the fact that he's constantly eating and consuming your tanks for wounds. So that's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah. He's a bit gnarly.
So essentially, he's a very matchup specific character. But if you are in the business of playing against people who take a lot of tanks or a lot of any type of vehicle for that matter, bring him along. The only downside to him is he doesn't have that effect against monsters, which seems a bit unfair.
Yeah, but then you've got units like the Catan, like the Nightbringer.
Oh yeah.
And he's scary.
He's a scary boy. He's like that, but better.
He's like that, yeah, because he's got 6 attacks.
True.
His entropic bladey swordy thing has 2 close combat options. One is ×2 strength, so he's strength 14, -4 d6 damage, and you ignore invulnerable saves.
Wow.
With that, or you have the Reaping Sweep, which is base strength 7, -3, 1 damage, but for each attack on your profile, you make an extra attack, so he gets 12 attacks, which is quite funny.
Wow. And each time this model makes a melee attack allocated to an enemy model, that enemy model cannot use any rules to ignore the wounds. Yeah. Death Guard are going to love him, aren't they?
Well, that also affects people like Gazgol, who's got a cap.
Oh, no. Well, no, because that's not ignoring the wounds. Or is it? Ooh,
They called it out in the Warhammer community post, so I'm assuming it's true.
Okay, fair enough.
So he's got the enslaved god. So this model can never. Oh, no.
No, it's the drain one, the last one.
Yeah, each time this model makes a melee attack that is allocated to an enemy model, that enemy model cannot use any rules to ignore the wounds it loses.
So that would include the minimum 3.
Yeah. Which is...
Wow, fair play to him.
Yeah, and it ignores like Feel No Pains, or like the Harlequin one where like when you lose the last wound you can roll a 6 and it's not lost.
Yeah. No, that's big. It's really big.
Yeah, he's a scary monster.
He is a scary monster. They're all scary monsters, to be fair. I mean, that's the thing. The worst thing you'd ever want to see... And it's going to be interesting, right? Because if you think about things like the Void Dragon Catan doing the rounds, it really massively impacts your desire to take a very tank-heavy army, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, I think the problem is with the Necron army is that a lot of their stuff is very expensive. So all 3 Catans are 350 points. And the big boy, the Silent King.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about the Silent King.
He's 450 points.
Oof.
So, and a lot of the characters are 150 points average. So if you take the Silent King and a Catan, and you take a pimped out Lord, that's half of your army.
That's a chunk in it.
Yeah, so 1,000, and a Necron Warrior is 13 points. So you could take 60 Necron Warriors, like 2 Lords of Catan and the Silent King. That would be your army.
I don't think you would take the Silent King and a Catan, would you?
I think you have one or the other.
Yeah. Personally, I think Monolith, loads of warriors, and a Catan, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe some other bits and pieces.
I think it's the same thing with the Monolith. You either take the Monolith or a Catan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great though, man. Really amazing that the Crons are back on the map, so to speak. I think that is a fantastic improvement for them. I dare say for a little while they're probably going to struggle against some of the more abusive army builds that were coming towards the end of 8th edition are still valid today because of some of their points hikes and some of their rule changes in different areas. So I don't know necessarily how they would stack up against some of the other kind of like forces, like even like the Mechanicus, for example. Not necessarily the Mechanicus that are taking loads of vehicles, maybe, but looking at some of the options that those guys were getting towards the end, I do wonder where these guys are gonna kind of perform against that kind of stuff.
Because of how the army works. Like you want to take like a Lord with a Resurrection Orb, and you want to take a Cryptek, and then you want to take another special character kind of thing. The problem is with how the army functions and how expensive stuff is. Like I think, like the best version of running it, you're going to have like 2, maybe 3 Lords, all with Resurrection Orbs, because that's the only way to keep your army on the table, essentially.
It's interesting though, man, because again, it showcases to me the flavour of things to come, and if everything else follows that trend, I think it's a better game because of it.
Because like with the Marine Codex and how they've done it, so you're going to have like 1 captain, 2 lieutenants, and a detachment kind of thing. And of course, obviously, they've had a bit of a points hike as well. You're not going to be able to take everything.
Yeah.
And you're only going to be wanting to take like 1 detachment because you basically want to keep your CPs. So it's going to be interesting to see which way people go with like characters, because you're going to take a battalion with both armies, and it's like, what 3 characters do you take? So in Space Marines, you're going to be like, well, I'll take a captain, a lieutenant, and then I take a chaplain or a librarian. You're not going to take both, kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing with like the Marine builds, isn't it? You're always going captain, lieutenant, And then it's about what the extra character is going to be. Is it going to be the librarian? Is it going to be the chaplain? And that's the quandary that you have to kind of figure out at that point. But no, I love it. I mean, again, just a really, really great new range, really great, set of rules. Very cool army. Phil, any thoughts from you?
Well, I'm really pleased with it. I think they've finally had a really good refresh with the models, but visually looking really good. They've now got lots of different options. I think, as we said before, like you can now theme your army a little bit. So you can go lots like destroy heavy. You can go for the canoptech or the sort of more Wraithy style, and you've got some very different sort of play styles, or just visually like themed armies. And yeah, it seems like the rules are pretty good. Maybe not up there with the Space Marines good, but maybe it's one of those things where it just takes a little bit more time for the list to percolate amongst the Necron players, just because there's not as many of them as there are Marine players, for the internet hive mind to work out what's good and what isn't. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they do as the other codexes slowly come out.
Yeah, exactly. Joe, anything else from you?
No, I really like the Necrons. I played with the army. It's really, really good. So I'm going to have a chance to play around and see what I think is like the most fun and the most optimum way of running them.
Amazing.
But I quite like it. I'm really excited. Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of warrior-heavy lists for a while, though.
I totally agree.
Yeah, and also I don't think you're going to see many monoliths and Void Dragon armies and Silent Kings for a while as well, because they is well expensive to buy.
Oh yeah, they're pricey, right? They're like 100-something quid for a monolith, isn't it?
The monolith, I think, is kicking like the 120 mark.
That's pricey.
I think the Silent King's in the hundreds.
Yeah, they're pricey boys.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Alright guys, that was us talking about the Necrons. We hope you enjoyed it. We're going to move on now to whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. Woo! Hello everybody. In an attempt to try and do something different than just, reviewing the two new codexes, which we hopefully will also do by the time that we've got our hands on it and had a chance to properly observe and understand them, we figured we'd try to do some fun, irreverent, entertaining style content based around the new FAQs that have dropped specifically for Space Marines by rating our top 10 Space Marine chapters as they appear within the new Space Marine Codex. Although, to be honest with you, we've said it's a top 10. It will have been written down as a top 10, but letting you in on a little secret, we only called it that for the YouTube and or Google Analytics. It is in fact a top 13 because there are 13 chapters in the new Space Marine Codex. Therefore, we're going to go through the top 13. And for complete transparency, this is a top 13 determined by me exclusively, and myself, Joe and Phil are going to discuss my interpretation of these rules. And obviously joining me would be none other than Phil and Joe. How's it going, lads?
Doesn't this sound like a fun segment?
Does it sound like a fun segment? I sort of feel like it is a fun segment.
You can learn how to run your Minotaurs through this, Phil. It will give you all the information you need.
Exactly. I think it's got the potential to be fun. I mean, essentially, I've actually done some work, Phil. I've got a spreadsheet in front of me. I've written out the different chapters, what their chapter tactics are, what I would broadly describe their army archetype as being, what the pros are, what the cons are. I've done work, man. Actual work.
Have you done the chapter miniature profile as per Jez Goodwin's hat theory?
I have not.
Which are you rating them by? Which has the best hats?
I unfortunately have not rated them by those that have the best hats. But maybe
I'm not interested then.
Maybe by coincidence, though, maybe the order of events will have transpired in such a way as they who have the best hats are at number one. I wouldn't be surprised if Jez Goodwin's hat-based metric came into effect in more areas than one.
It should do.
It really should do. But in this instance, it's going to be much more gameplay focused. So hopefully people will enjoy that.
I always thought that if Jez Goodwin was going to rate anything, it would be like in a series of cigarette packets and bottles of whiskey.
I don't feel like he drinks
should
whiskey.
do his own YouTube channel or podcast just about that.
That's it. I don't imagine he drinks that much whiskey. I imagine it's just all cigarette time for him.
It's and I feel like he's a coffee guy now. I feel like he was tea for a long time.
No, he would have been tea forever, mate. You don't get things done on coffee. Jez isn't the kind of guy that drinks coffee. I'm the sort of procrastinating loon that only drinks coffee because I'm not expected to achieve anything of value.
Do you reckon Jez has sugar in his tea? Or he just
absolutely
has it,
not. Absolutely not. No, Jez wakes up in the morning, has a tea, and, puts his pencil in his hand and begins scribing away, creating masterpieces.
Like he one of those leaves the bag in for like a solid 3 or 4 minutes kind of thing.
I imagine he's got some sort of sophisticated, filtration device / brewing machine that he uses, and he uses proper leaves.
And he doesn't have, and his pencil is always behind his ear,
always.
Literally, but he doesn't use a sharpener. He uses like a flick knife that he keeps in his pocket.
Absolutely.
To carve it down, and he just draws on the walls. So his wife has to replace all the walls of bits of paper that she can unpin.
Exactly.
Because he just wakes up in the morning. He's like, I have to draw it down before I forget it.
And then all of a sudden, everything he draws is immediately the property of Games Workshop. So he's like, oh no, they've got to come round and build me a new conservatory.
It will slowly fade off of the paper and appear somewhere in the Games Workshop HQ. It's like, no, they stole it again.
But that's a fabulous insight into the life of Jez Goodwin. But and also in an attempt to try and up the production quality of this segment, I am going to rip off, the 1970s Pick of the Pops radio jingle from the BBC that I have no legal right to own or use in any way, but I'm assuming it's going to be fair use, and hopefully it doesn't result in some kind of YouTube strike situation that causes issues.
Could we not see if we could get someone like Fern Cotton or Tess Daly or someone like that on just to authenticate?
Oh yeah, Fern listens all the time, right? I mean, she's a massive 40k fan.
I would expect nothing else.
Exactly, and I'm sure she'd be more than happy to. I mean, the only problem is with this situation, Joe, is you've thrown this out now when people listen to it. It will have been done retrospectively. So when Fern hears this, she'll be like, "Well, if you had have asked me, I would have done it." But now, obviously, she's listening to it, unable to, do anything, because we can't then go back and do it retrospectively, unless, of course, we do this sort of thing again in the future.
Or what if we got her friend Morgana on to be...
I don't think she's friends with Morgana. I just think Morgana does an awfully good impression of her.
Oh.
And I don't think her name is actually Morgana. It's just called The Morgana Show, isn't it?
I'd like to think it's Morgana.
Which is impossible to track down, by the way. You can't watch that thing anywhere.
I mean, I've got no idea what you guys are talking about, but it's not Space Marines. So
that is true, that is true.
Shuffle it along.
Alright, fine. Here we go. I'm going to now try and put in a jingle. Here it is.
Enemy shots! Get behind the barrel!
The Crimson Fists at number 13. So, the Crimson Fists occupy the number 13 spot because, personally, I believe that they have a marginally worse chapter tactic than their mainstay chapter. But also because the Imperial Fist FAQ has just been a smorgasbord of nerfs. But let me just take you through what these guys have, essentially. So their chapter tactic is that they get +1 to hit against a unit that contains 5 or more models than they do. And for the purposes of this chapter tactic, vehicles are considered to be 5-man units. So take that in for a moment, Phil, if you will, because I'll put you on the spot on this one. If you're a 1-man unit shooting at a tank, that tank is only 4 more models than you, so you don't even get +1 to hit if you're shooting at a vehicle with 1 man.
What you want to do is shoot at a tank when you're -1 man. Then you've got your 5. -1, you're just not there.
Is that how it is? How would you imagine that you would arrive at this -1 man stipulation?
I don't know, psychic power or something. Like, you're off the table. You're on board a transport. Therefore, you don't count as being on the board. But somehow, you can still shoot.
I admire your creativity in this situation. To be fair, Phil, that was a much more creative insight on how to solve this riddle.
What about tank squadrons? I mean, things like killer cans. Each one's like a little vehicle, right?
That is true. That is true. So a killer can squadron of 2 to 3 miniatures could theoretically be +1 to hit if you were a 1-man unit, or even if you were a 4-man unit. But if you were a 5-man unit, even then it's theoretically possible. If it's a 5-man unit versus 2 killer cans in a squad, then yes, you're +1 to hit. But how often do you see vehicle squadrons doing the rounds anymore?
Not really. I tell you what, though. The one saving... two things. One, I'm pretty sure that Crimson Fists only exist because Games Workshop still holds artwork for them. And they didn't get rid of Pedro quick enough because he was too beloved. And they're like, oh, we'll just give him some rules, you know. But Pedro Cantor is an absolute boss.
I had actually put that in the pros. I'd say the only thing that was good about these guys is Pedro Cantor. He's a 6-wound chapter master that gives +1 attack to core units, albeit now, I believe... Oh, no, yeah, he gives it to all core units within 6 of him, so they get to make 1 additional attack or +1 to their attacks. No. So, yeah, the Crimson Fist core unit is within 6 of this model. Yeah. So it's an aura still. So he does give +1 attack.
Which is pretty powerful when you think about it.
Very powerful if you build certain types of things around it. Now, the thing is, right, and it's weird in a way because these first 2 that are my bottom 2 are very closely linked. So all the things I'm going to say about one really applies to the other. So I may as well.
Wait, can I guess? Is it Black Templars?
No.
Huh?
Number 12.
Get a grenade in through that window!
Is Imperial Fists. And I'll tell you what. I know, right? I know. So, Imperial Fists have a chapter tactic where they ignore cover, light cover specifically, which is good. And, like their Crimson Fist friends, any 6s to hit generates 2 hits rather than 1. But where both of these armies have massively fallen down is everything in this Imperial Fist FAQ nerfs and changes so much about the way the Imperial Fists function. They've stipulated now that for their super doctrine, that used to be all heavy weapons, it has to now be heavy weapons with strength 6 or greater. So that's autocannons, plasma cannons, missile launchers, las cannons. These are things that haven't really and still don't massively play into their archetype. And additionally...
Can I just tell you what does?
Please.
Twin heavy bolters.
Twin heavy bolters, but they're not strength 7.
No, I thought you said it was 6 or above.
No, strength 7 or above.
Oh, there goes my little joke. It's a typo in in all of them, apparently.
Yeah. All twin heavy bolters have become strength 6, haven't they, at the moment? Or at least in the FAQs, not in not in the indexes, but in the it must be in the the Imperial Fist won't do because that's not how it's written in the Codex, is it? I mean, I don't know. I've not got the Codex to hand, so I suppose that really sort of.
No, I mean, I guess the assumption is they've been updated across all the indexes as Strength 6, but it's a typo. One would assume. So.
But yeah, I think the problem is with the Imperial Fists, and I know there's a lot of hardcore Imperial Fist fans out there. I mean, obviously we had Valric on the show not too long ago, and I imagine he would argue that...
Well, we got Richard as well.
Exactly.
I think I quite like Imperial Fist. And I
like Imperial Fists, I just don't think they're the best anymore.
I think this change fixes them because now... You've got things like the heavy intercessors coming out, and every gun that they carry is heavy.
Correct, yes.
And they've got that new Space Marines have got that new stratagem coming out, which basically puts you pick a squad and it has all combat doctrines in effect. Mm-hmm. Which means Imperial Fit, if you just had 10-man units of heavy intercessors, would just blow through enemy armies so quickly.
You say that though, but they have, but again. Against vehicles, they're really falling over there, right? Because, okay, strength 5, but that's not enough to get you +1 damage. And yeah,
but they've got stratagems that gives you +1 to wound.
+1 to wound, but not +1 damage.
No.
That's the problem with this, right? Is like so much of the Imperial Fist archetype is the issue, right? Because these are the guys who relied the most on auras. Like, if I go through every army and I think about people who needed auras, Imperial Fists are that, because they wanted to re-roll every dice, because so many people with Imperial Fists would be like, cool, I'm going to use Tor Garridan to make these guys hit on 2s, and then I'm going to roll all, 20, 30, whatever it was, bolt rifle shots, and then I'm going to pick up everything that wasn't a 6 and roll it again, and then, because of the Chapter Master aura. And then, with all my exploding sixes.
They didn't need that, though. That just makes them a bit broken.
Mate, they needed it, man. Like, this is the thing. And this is the thing, right? Is like, what you got to always remember is everything that you're saying is good, is still good for other Marines as well. So it's that thing where it's like, when you just weigh up this particular archetype and this particular type of army, I think the Crimson Fists and the Imperial Fists are the most affected armies within the entire Space Marine range. I think the Imperial Fists were definitely top 3.
Yeah.
Now
the problem is now they're just a bolt gun shooting army, and other chapters do it better.
Yeah, exactly. And look, here's the thing: the change to the to the super doctrine is massive. The book is full of nerfs. Everything is basically taking stuff away from them. But the biggest and most single hit to this army are the changes to Centurions. No one loved Centurions more than Imperial Fists and Crimson Fists.
Yeah.
And they've been massively nerfed. They don't have the core unit special rule. They're not able to double shoot their bolters at 24-inch range. That is massive as well. Because that's huge to the archetype of this army, right?
Yeah.
So if you take away their Centurions, you take away their reroll to hit auras, you take away their damage +1 heavy weapons, what are you leaving them with?
Not a vast amount of stuff, really.
I mean, they've got good stratagems. But not the best stratagems.
Yeah, I think maybe you just kind of I don't know, because I think Imperial Fists are now going to be relegated to the fluffy army. So, because you've got that new chapter approved book that gives you all the terrain, like we discussed in the last one, is you literally make a 6-inch high wall that goes the entire length of your deployment zone, and then you put all of your new heavy intercessors in it, and you put whirlwinds behind.
Yeah,
and you don't move. We're going to play You Charge Me game. That's what we play now.
Yeah. And to be fair, you raise an interesting point there as well. Obviously, the whirlwinds, their strength 7 missiles now are going to be damage free with that super doctrine. So there is still some options in there that are working for these guys.
But the only downside is with the whirlwinds and stuff, they rely heavily on the blast. They've kind of lost out on that blast now.
Yeah, yeah. And then also, same thing with like Thunderfire cannons, another thing that you would have really happily put in an Imperial Fist army. Absolutely nerfed. Now only straight 4. You know, it's that thing, right? It's like...
Yeah. The Thunderfire cannon had to go down, though.
Oh, of course it did.
It was so obnoxiously abusive in every possible way. Although apparently in the new book it's still going to be ballistic skill 2, which I don't understand. I don't understand why it hits better than everything else in the entire army.
Well, because it's got a Tech Marine at the gun.
But the Tech Marines now have the inbuilt ability to pick a vehicle and give it +1 to hit.
What does the I can't remember because I'm sure I previewed it a while ago. The new servo turrets, which is like manned also by a Tech Marine.
Yeah.
What does that hit on?
2.
3? Does it hit on 2s?
Yep.
Oh, so clearly Tech Marines are the best shooters, and that's
I
literally what it means.
I tell you what though, with the servo turrets, you can have them as a squad.
What, a squad of vehicles?
A squad of 1 to 3.
Well, if you're playing against Crimson Fist, you best watch out.
The thing is though, it could actually work so if I was an Imperial Fist player, I would probably just take 9 of these.
Yeah, because they got the auto.
They move 3 inches, so they're not going anywhere. But each one puts out 6 strength 7 -1 AP shots at 2 damage each.
3 damage in turn 1, right?
Yeah. Or you take the Las Talon version, which puts out 4 shots.
But therein lies the problem as well, though, right, Joe? Is you're talking about an incredibly immobile army in a game where you need to capture objectives.
Well, you just put 9 of these at the back, didn't you?
Yeah, but then what else are you putting in this army? You know, it's like... And then it's... Again, because what they've got doesn't necessarily complement certain other situations. It's one of those things that... And how many points are 9 of those things? What, they're going to clock in at 900 points? 800 points? 700 points?
I'd probably put them at around... No, I think that they should probably be about the 110, 120, but knowing Games Workshop, they'll probably be like 70 points or something.
Even then, though, mate, if you're taking 9 of them, that's still 600 and... what's that actually going to be? 630 points if there's 70 points to go.
Yeah.
It's a big chunk of your army, mate, just to have doing very little but sort of floating around. And what happens when someone gets into a fight with it?
It falls over.
Exactly, right?
It's like, no, don't punch me.
No, I don't want to be hit. No. Anyway, there you go, guys.
It can't run away either.
Yeah. But that's 13 and 12, the Crimson Fists. Now, let's move on to number 11. So number 11 is another of the Sons of Dawn. It is the Black Templars at number 11.
Ooh.
I know, right? I know. Now here's the thing, right? I really love the Black Templars as a theme, and I actually, for a long time, had them higher than this. But upon further evaluation, I just realised that there's a lot of problems with this army.
The problem with Black Templars is that they're an assault-based Space Marine army, and the other assault-based Space Marine armies do it better.
Totally agree. And I think here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
Righteous Zeal is phenomenal. Reroll advance and charge rolls and a 5+ feel no pain against mortal wounds is spectacular. That is a really good chapter ability. They've got different unit options. They've got some good strats in this index that they can gain access to, such as being able to advance and charge and come out of Land Raider Crusaders and charge with no...
They only get...
Ignore psychic powers.
They don't ignore psychic powers. They don't.
No, with a stratagem they can, though. Like on a 4-up, isn't it?
I don't know if that actually made it into the index.
Oh, yes, that's a good point, actually.
Yeah, no, that didn't make it in. So they now have Abhor the Witch, which is use the stratagem in your opponent's psychic phase. When any psychic model tries to do a thing on a 4+, you nullify it, but they don't have a you can't do this ability.
Oh no, that's the one I meant. Yeah.
Oh, so you meant on the 4+?
They ignore a psychic power on a 4-up.
Right. Yes. Sorry. I thought you meant they just do it automatically, because later chapters in this assessment have abilities to automatically pass that check, regardless of range as well. By the way, so you could do that if someone was casting a psychic power 48 inches away from you. But we'll get to them when we get to them. The other massive problem they've got is whether it's a mistake or whether it's meant to be, they've got rid of their super doctrine. They don't
have they?
Yeah, it's gone. It's not in the index.
Oh.
So they don't have a super doctrine anymore. They are the only thing not to have a super doctrine.
So they don't use the Imperial Fist one as a...
No. They have their own Black Templars one from Psychic Awakening. It's not in the index. It's been removed.
Oh dear.
So
Bit of a boo-boo there, Games Workshop.
Yeah, right. I mean, I triple checked the version of this PDF that I downloaded on Tuesday, the 6th of October, but they do not have a super doctrine. They used to have a super doctrine that, surprise, surprise, went off in the assault doctrine, but all of that has gone away.
Right.
Plus, also, a lot of their weird stuff that they used to have when it came to, like, fighting characters, most of that's gone as well. So it used to be that they used to be well up for a fight and stuff, whereas now it's become more broad. So a lot of what was good about them before is gone. The things that are really good about them is a lot of their characters are spectacular. You know.
Yeah, they're like, I'm just reading the rules for Helbrecht, and he's a bit of a beast, isn't he?
This is the thing. They've got great characters, but all Space Marine chapters from here on in have great characters. This is the problem.
Because he gives everyone +1 strength.
Yes.
He rerolls the hits. He's a chapter master.
Well, one unit can reroll.
His warlord trait gives you +1 to your advance and charge.
Mm-hmm.
When he fights, he gets 5 plus D3 attacks.
Yeah.
With his strength 6 -3 2 damage sword. Like, he wrecks face.
Yeah, and he's not even that expensive. I think it's 155 points for him.
Yeah. And he's got 2 up armor save and a 4 up invuln.
Grimaldus is pretty good as well with the Cannabite Servitors. They're pretty decent. They've got the Relics of Hell's Reach. So while friendly Black Templar units within 6 in this unit, each time that model would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, on a 4+, you ignore it. So you've got 4+ ignores on mortal wounds with those Servitors.
The Emperor's Champion is an absolute savage.
Again, though, the problem is with the Emperor's Champion now is that you've practically got access to him in every army with the new chapter champion rules. The Emperor's Champion is slightly different, but
but he gets,
that was the way in Psychic Awakening as well.
Yeah,
he gets
of course.
all attacks and stuff.
Why
does Chaplain Grimaldus only get 3 attacks?
Well, because he's an old geezer. He's got beautiful eyes, doesn't he? Isn't that the story?
He's had a church fell on him.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Struggling.
He's got 4 attacks, to be fair, Joe, in the first round of combat, though.
Whoop-de-doo.
Whoop-de-doo. The main problem with the Black Templars is they are phenomenal at what they do if you're up against an army that wants to be doing what you want them to be doing, i.e. if you're across the table from a mostly foot-slogging army of infantry, you're having a great time. You come up against an Elder army with flying things, flyers, all the rest of it. You come up against a Tau army. You come up against, better shooting Marine armies. You're just running into their gun lines and getting zoned out by vehicles that you can't do that much against. And you're just going to get blown to bits. Everyone knows what they can expect to see from a Black Templar army. Plus also, the way their army works, they are one of the least well-equipped chapters to take advantage of the new coolness that is in the Codex Space Marines, with the exception of Blade Guard veterans. Blade Guard veterans and Black Templars are phenomenal. The problem is, though, is that heavy intercessors don't really do much with them. All the other like bikes and things, they've got some options for sure, but it's just
because you really need to have because you want to take all the characters, because the characters are what make your army really good.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a lot of the litanies to go off from your chaplains, because that's what makes your army good.
Yeah.
Like reroll wound rolls of 1. Your chaplain makes you select a unit and it gets to fight first in combat. Add 1 toward the extra attack, stuff like that. But you're not going to be able to do it because you can only take 1 chaplain in a detachment now. And you need all the CP you can get hold of. And the problem is to get all those extra attacks and to get all those extra buffs and all the advancing and charging, at that point you're better off taking any other assault-based Space Marine army, because they get all that stuff for free without having to do tedious abilities.
Exactly. This is the thing. Yeah. I love what Black Templars are. I love what they represent. They're just not what you need at the moment. That's the thing. It's they are great. I mean, the Assault Intercessors, great. The Blade Guard, great. But if you're really rating all 13 of them, you have to unfortunately put Black Templars towards the bottom of that list. Fair enough. Yeah. You could turn around to me and say, "Oh, well, they're not as good as Imperial Fists, maybe." Cool. Maybe they go further down. But when you start talking about what's ahead of us, I just don't know how you make an argument for the Black Templars. No. That's the problem. It's and that is.
I mean, let's be honest. The Black Templars are always, unfortunately, at the bottom of the list. Even before the FAQ, right? So they're always a bit of a lonely child. They sort of suffer from the not quite popular. Well, they are popular, but not quite popular enough to be a Blood Angels or a Space Wolves. They're like the sort of slightly forgotten child as your family go to New York for Christmas or Paris or wherever it was, and they're just there doing their own thing. And they, as Joe said, a bit like Crimson Fists, they sort of go, "Oh well, we've got to update them because we still sell some models," but they haven't gone. Actually, let's give them a supplement and a proper decent treatment in their own right.
I think that Crimson Fists, Flesh Tearers and Black Templars, in my opinion, only exist because it's harder for GW just to kind of just slide them off the edge of the table. because there'll be 10 people that will just kick up a right stink. And then someone at Games Workshop is just I can't be bothered to deal with this.
And at the end of the day, they've created character miniatures for all these ranges.
Well, they did 20 years ago. They haven't updated.
Well, 15 years ago, I think, for most of these guys.
But...
20 years ago for Black Templars, though.
Yeah. I just think that they just kind of need to forget about them. Just do what Forge World do. Just release some shoulder pads, release some heads, occasionally take them out of availability, then bring them back after a couple of years once you've had enough complaints.
There you go.
And just be take whatever chapter tactic you want.
All right, then. So, that was our first 13 of our top 10. So that was the first 1, 2, 3. So 13th, 12th and 11th place. So before we get into the top 10, let's have a recap. Due to an underwhelming chapter tactic, coming in at number 13 is the Crimson Fists. Thanks to an FAQ filled with nerfs, Imperial Fists are at number 12. And always the bridesmaid, never the bride, Black Templars at number 11. But who is the first of our top 10 entries?
Let swiftness make way for strength!
The White Scars are number 10.
Really?
Oh, Dan.
Mate,
Dan.
now...
Yeah.
Really?
Now, I have to be honest with you, I was really torn between White Scars being 10 or 9. But, again, this is just sort of going further towards illustrating what's ahead of us. The problem is with the White Scars is, and to be honest with you, they don't have too many problems. They've got a really great chapter tactic, which is advancing and shooting their assault weapons with no penalty. Bearing in mind as well, they can advance and charge after having shot their assault weapons with no penalty. They are incredibly mobile. Blade Guard veterans love being White Scars as soon as they get in the Assault Doctrine anyway, because their Super Doctrine is bananas. They're mobile, and, you know, they've got characters with a lot of punch. The problem is with them is that they do still suffer with a little bit of a one-dimensional theory when it comes to army list construction. And I feel like with 9th edition, you're rewarded for being a little bit more of an all-rounder. And I feel like when it comes to the White Scars, they are that one-dimensional. However, you could disagree
you,
with me.
sir, have not been charged by 15 aggressors because it's not fun.
I have been charged by 15 aggressors, and
15 White Scars aggressors.
yeah, and they tear the hell out of you. But the thing is that the thing is with them is, and I accept the problem I've got with this is that when I look at the guys that come ahead and I think about everything that's available to them and how some of the new stuff works and how some of the old stuff works. My problem is with the White Scars is I feel like in a competitive mindset and thinking about it sort of more mechanically within the game, I do feel like that sort of one-dimensional aggression is their biggest weakness, you know? And again, I'm not suggesting that they're bad by any stretch of the imagination. As I've already illustrated with my summary of them, they're spectacular. I just think they make you and they force you as a Marine player into a direction that you have to stay in. They put you in a lane and you have to stay there. I don't know. I mean, what's your experience with these guys, Phil? You've been playing White Scars.
I have been. I mean, a relatively limited experience. I think currently they've got a decent set of stratagems. I think it sounds like in the new Codex, there's an ability to jump ahead in the tactical doctrine, so that will actually really benefit them. So they can always have at least one squad in the close combat doctrine, sort of from turn one. So I think there's going to be some perks to them. I think what you said earlier about they're a close combat army like Black Templars, but there are other chapters which do close combat better. Namely, I guess, Blood Angels and Space Wolves, and I imagine that is still always going to be the case. Whether that's actually true now, because those two are currently in a weird limbo where they don't really have many stratagems and, you know, access to cool gear, whereas at least White Scars have like a full supplement that is compatible, and they didn't really get nerfed in any way in terms of like their FAQ was just making things compatible with the new rules, right? There was, I think, one stratagem where I think it's Swiftwind where you can like do a double move.
Yeah.
I think that got changed, so you can only do it after you've done a normal move, so you can't advance first and then use the ability to just move.
Well, it's a normal move or fallen back.
Yeah. Whereas I think before it was you can just do it after having move and advance.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that meant you could do a double advance, or at least you can just advance once. I mean, I don't know. I mean, a relatively minor tweak to the wording of the rules and stuff like that. But otherwise, I think they're pretty unscathed. So, yeah, I think that's quite low down. I think that's a bit harsh.
Though, right? Again, when you go through, and I'll obviously share the working outs with you after, but like the formula, when you are in, like, this is the thing, right? Once you've kind of eliminated the bottom three, what you're left with is such a very, very strong wedge of things. Like, they're all really good. So it's like one of those ridiculous formulas where you're like, oh God, what edges it out? I'd say all the guys from 10 to 5, 10 to 6 are incredibly strong under any set of circumstances, which is an amazing testament to Games Workshop and what they've actually created with the Space Marine range.
True. Yeah.
But
I think so. You know, with White Scars, you got to think. You know, those new speeders, they're going to do really well as White Scars, aren't they?
Well, again, though, are they going to do really well as White Scars? I mean, yeah.
Well,
sure.
you've got the crazy melter one, right? That's surely going to be an assault weapon.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, again, though, right? I mean, the problem is the board sizes have gotten sort of so small comparatively now that, like, the mobility of those speeders isn't massively impacted by the ability to advance and shoot. Neither is it really impacted by...
Well. I would disagree, especially when using melter that does +2 damage at half range.
When they like 30-inch range...
If that can sneak you into half range...
Aren't those things like 30-inch range guns on a vehicle that moves 16, though? Sounds about right. Joe, you're the sort of man who remembers things.
That's assuming something's sat in... You're on your deployment zone edge, they're on your deployment zone edge. You know, you're probably going to be hidden behind something, they're going to be hidden behind something. So actually, yeah, they've got fast movement, but even then you still might need that
extra
advance, that extra bit. You might need it, you know. I'm just saying that's an option, a valid tactic. I think they do have lots of good movement.
Sure aren't all their weapons heavy?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the rules from now on the old community site because they put that out. Yeah, they're heavy.
All the new land speeders weapons are heavy.
The melter destroyer is heavy free.
I think for White Scars, you could see a lot of impulsor with assault intercessor lists, because they can literally because assault intercessors are still going to be troops, so you can literally just send squads of those all out over the table, advancing and charging into your opponent's lines, just stealing objectives off people.
Yeah.
The assault intercessors are the only unit to have the double attack stratagem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They've got White Scars have a stratagem where you can turn one vehicle, its heavy weapons into assault. So you know that always combos well with something.
I mean, this is the thing, right? It's like any other army out there in the world of 40k. As an Elder player, I'd love to have the options that White Scars have. You know, as a whatever player, you're going to be thinking, crikey, you know, White Scars are great, and they are. But it's that thing, isn't it? It's compared to some other sort of Marine things. But yeah, look, as you've illustrated, amazing stratagems, great chapter tactic with a lot of flexibility. The thing is, though, as I said, you keep coming back to certain archetypes, certain things that you think that you want. And here's the thing, right? These are one of the worst armies to take heavy intercessors in, and heavy intercessors are broadly already understood to be one of the strongest things in Space Marines. So if you can assert that the strongest thing in your Space Marine army is going to be things like heavy intercessors, these are one of the worst things for heavy intercessors.
Well, can I tell you what they do have access to?
Please.
Some of the best in the game. Good hats.
Good hats!
Good hats. Think of those little plumes on top of their heads. They are some of the best at Wolf chapters.
I don't know, man. I've always found that they've had some of the ugliest miniatures in the Space Marine range.
Really?
Yeah, the whites. I don't like the weird, like, Mongol look that they've got. I never liked White Scar's appearance.
That sounds.
I actually think that the White Scars are probably one of the best looking Marine armies.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, fair play. I mean, look, I when I look at the Forge World range, I always look at them and go, like, that Terminator captain with the eagle. I go, he looks all right, I guess. But what's with all those...
you are right. Some of the Forge World Horus Heresy looks a bit derpy when it comes
their
to
Terminators are incredible.
Oh, I hate those. What, with the big swords?
Yeah, the Terminator is incredible.
You think they are, but then when you sort of really look at the silhouette of them, they don't work.
Oh no, but I've held them.
Oh, you've held them.
I've held them.
You've cuddled them up.
Yeah, I've swaddled them. They're quite lovely.
Very well.
Really. Although their Contemptor and their Leviathan are a bit poo.
Yeah.
And their captain with the sword running forwards is terrible.
Oh yeah. Oh, he is better with a helmet on. You know, with a badge.
Yeah, I'll give you that. If you got a helmet for him, he's better. Anyway, there we go, guys. Number 10 was the White Scars. Now let's see what number 9 could be.
They shoot us in the back like traitors.
the Raven Guard, number 9. So, weighing up the Raven Guard to the White Scars was a really interesting dynamic, because the White Scars are, in some respects, quite similar, in so much as they are quite kind of mobile, and they are quite aggressive.
They're quite similar, as much as they are completely different.
As much as they are completely different. Look, here's the thing about the Raven Guard, right? So first and foremost, the Raven Guard have got probably one of the best chapter tactics out there, which is if you're outside of 18 inches, you are considered to be in light cover, and if you are in cover within outside of 12 inches, you gain the dense cover ability. So if you're in a ruin outside of 12 inches, so you've got really great survivability and really great, saving throws added in there. Also, their abilities, their big pro is they are spectacular at killing characters. They kill characters really, really well. And they've got a great, chapter tactic, and also they're also quite an aggressive army as well. So like the White Scars, these are the army that you always see in your face turn 1, right? Because everyone's either going, here's my Centurion bomb, here's my Aggressor bomb, here's my, Shrike with his Vanguard Vet bomb. It was always the way that you would kick off any game against the Raven Guard, which is where I'm drawing the comparable to the White Scars, with a big scary unit of something punchy in your face, as it were. So, Raven Guard are really, really aggressive, while also very defensive. And this is why I've put them in 9th place, because they've got this 50-50 booking problem. Your army wants to, in one instance, be this super aggressive aggro machine, while also keeping away from you. And this is where their dynamic sort of breaks down a lot. And I've seen so many Raven Guard players historically fail because of this dynamic. They throw a unit at your entire army and they go, yeah, these guys are going to kill everybody. But normally what happens is they hit something. And yeah, sure, they kill something. But then your opponent relatively easily deals with what you've put in their face. Because with the best will in the world, whatever you've thrown at them isn't going to be the equivalent of their entire 2,000 point force. So what happens is that roadblock is there, but you deal with it, and then you start to pick them apart, because all of a sudden that aggro is gone, and they've just got, Thunderfire cannons, or whirlwinds, or Devastator squads, or whatever. And I think that is where they really start to become a bit weird, because you invest a lot of points in that aggro, that turn 1 aggression, but then you start to crumble, because 9 times out of 10 that gets dealt with. Again, that's been my experience with Raven Guard. Joe, you know a bit about this. What do you think?
I think as an army, you've really got to play to their strengths. I think it only really works if you're taking 3 units of eliminators, and you probably end up taking 3 units of eradicators in case you come up against knights.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, they used to benefit from the Stalker bolt rifles having that stratagem where you can shoot characters, but they don't have it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That's gone. Aggressors don't get double shoot anymore, so you can't just blop them in front of your opponent's lines and be like, "Here, have at it."
Mm. Shrike is a massive plus. Like if I was
Shrike is really good, but I think if you're going to play Raven Guard now, you've got to play them like their 6th and 7th edition ones, where you just go old Marine heavy and take Vanguard Vets with Storm Shield and Thunder Hammers. Then you just hide at the back of the board, turn 1 and 2, sit on some objectives, and as soon as your opponent pushes the center of the table, you just let loose.
But there's the problem, though, right? Isn't it? Because all of a sudden you're relying on counter charges as opposed to that aggressive element, and that's what I've seen most people do with Raven Guard. Here's my 1,000 points of aggro. Here's my 1,000 points of standing back. And even if you go first, I mean, I had this at Beachhead back when I was still playing 40k tournaments. I've had it in many 40k tournaments where I played Raven Guard. I played a guy in the last game of the tournament, exceptional Raven Guard player, fantastic army. He sent multiple smash captains, multiple aggressors, multiple things at me. And, he killed a bunch of stuff, sure, but he was left with, maybe...
But the problem is with the Templars is that they can be played as an assault army, but they are not as good as assault as the other armies.
Totally.
I think with scouts going to elites, you can't run like 3 units of eliminators and 6 units of sniper scouts and just kill all your opponent's characters anymore, because it's just not efficient.
Can I just say as well, I think as well as people start to see this edition mature and the changes begin to apply to auras and other things, I do think we're going to move towards slightly less emphasis on characters and more on native abilities and other things. I think you're going to look at characters as nice to haves as opposed to essential elements, especially when you consider with the way that command points are generated. And also, if you are going to be taking characters, you're going to be taking super durable characters that you're going to struggle to kill, even with Raven Guard. Although, to be fair, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be the Raven Guard, right?
Yeah, Raven Guard are going to absolutely annihilate characters.
Yeah.
They just need to get back. Potentially, if they redid their supplement, I think they might end up with warlord traits and stratagems that allow squads to target characters. So they can kill them off.
They're pretty good with heavy intercessors as well, with the whole -1 to hit outside of 18, +1 save.
But like you said, their whole shtick is being far away and getting cover when you shoot at them. But the game is designed now about holding objectives and getting stuck in. And most games, you only ever end up with one objective in your deployment, sometimes 2 on Dawn of War. But armies are so quick that you won't benefit from that cover save very, very long. I think I'm surprised that you put Raven Guard as high as you have.
What, number 9? Where would you have put them? Would you have put White Skies higher?
I would have put White Scars in,
because I honestly was in two minds. It was going to be either White Scars 9.
I honestly thought that the final place was going to be a tie between Crimson Fists and Raven Guard.
Wow, you really thought that poorly of them?
Yeah, I just think, we looked at the concept of doing Raven Guard back in 7th edition, and I love all the heresy books. I kind of like everything about them, but they suffer from the same issue I have with Black Legion. They're really, really cool, but their rules are just absolute tripe. I want nothing more than to have this army in my possession and paint them, but I have no reason to do it.
I was going to say, it's funny when the supplements came out, everyone was saying, odds are Raven Guard are going to be the sort of secret contenders for, competitive chapters.
They were, very briefly.
Yeah, they really were for a while, and it was when people started to unlock the madness that was, deep striking in your Centurion squads and deep strike, all this stuff got really crazy. And it is really crazy. The problem is now more than ever, with the points hike that everything's had, you can't afford to be that nonchalant about units of that caliber. You need those things to do heavy lifting. Because if you chuck, 5 Assault Centurions up the other end of the board and they fluff that charge, you're absolutely done for. Because that 5-man unit of Assault Centurions is, 450 points? So it's
I think the problem is the main issue that Raven Guard have is they're an army that suits old Marines and the old Marine playstyle down to the ground. They do not fit or suit Primaris. None of the Primaris stuff functions as Raven Guard.
Well, you could maybe make an argument for the Reaver squads.
Oh, they're garbage as well. But the problem is, all the cool stuff the Primaris things that you would think would exist within a Raven Guard army, e.g., Phobos Marines, Eliminators, the guys jump in with the autocannons, all require having to be up close.
Yeah.
And don't really do anything that you want the Raven Guard to be doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Raven Guard's chapter tactic doesn't fit their archetype, and that's why I called it that weird 50-50 booking, because the idea is that you're always going to want to take stuff that's fighty, because that sort of plays into their archetype, but then equally you want stuff that benefits from this chapter tactic, and you get obsessed with that. You turn into this person that builds an army that is, you know, it's just not that good.
I think anyone that collects Raven Guard collect them because they are their favourite.
Totally.
They collect them because they want to do them because they are cool.
Yes.
And that is all.
That is all. All right. Phil, any closing thoughts on Raven Guard, or should we move along?
Nah.
Nah.
They did pretty well to place so highly.
They did, and I'll be honest with you, I take on board Joe's point. That one was... I just felt like they had some, at least some interesting character-related killing tricks. And I like their chapter master more than I like the White Scars chapter master. As not as a character, but as an actual unit in the game. Shrike is a lot better than Khan.
As an individual, probably.
Yes.
But as a force multiplier, no.
Fair enough. All right, let's move on to number 8.
The purgation by flame has begun.
It's the Salamanders.
No.
Salamanders
I
at
refuse this.
number 8.
No.
So the Salamanders came in at number 8. So they have
Above
what?
flipping flesh tearers.
Huh?
Are you on the source?
Below flesh terrorists, mate.
Their supplement is, and their rules combined, they should be in the top 3.
So here's the thing with Salamanders, right? So their abilities is they ignore AP1, and that's an important stipulation. So ignoring AP -1 is an important stipulation because you can also ignore a lot of Marine matchups. Because me and Richie were talking about this earlier, because the bolt guns, the bolt rifles are -1 AP, so you ignore that and then go down to 0, but then you add the additional minus for being in the tactical doctrine, so then they become back to normal -1. So there's some interesting nuances in terms of how that rule works, but that's that. They have lost the ability to re-roll to hit rolls. So it used to be that they used to re-roll a to hit roll and a to wound roll. Now they only re-roll to wound rolls. Additionally, in terms of their benefits, the flamer range is increasing, is massive for these guys, obviously. Lots of what they do, benefits and buffs.
They literally have a stratagem that allows you to have maximum the amount of shots.
Yes, yeah, their stratagems are phenomenal when it comes to flamers and all the rest of it. You've also got the advantages that heavy intercessors represent for these guys. Heavy intercessors are crazy good as salamanders, and
they are heavy intercessors are the most perfect unit for salamanders.
Totally agree. And
yet you push them all the way out here into no man's land.
We'll get into the topic of the other guys in a bit, but yeah, look, I mean, the thing is with the salamanders is here's the thing with the salamanders, right? I mean, and if I can just talk through some of their negatives, they've changed Vulcan quite a bit, so they've nerfed Vulcan, and they haven't updated his profile. So Vulcan is one of the weirder ones because he's not really like, you know, I mean, you're still going to probably take Vulcan, but they've changed the way he works. So he doesn't now do an aura, he picks a thing.
He picks a unit, and you can re-roll the attacks hit and wound.
Yeah.
You do realise that eradicators exist, right?
I do realise that eradicators
and they're a
exist as well.
6-man unit that puts out 12 to 14 multi-melter shots.
Assuming they're shooting at the same thing.
Which they will be, because... And they get to re-roll all their hits and wounds.
Yeah, and I
look, get +1 to wound from turn 2 onwards.
So, the reason... So here's the thing, right? The couple of reasons why I put Salamanders at 8. Because you are right, re-rolling all that stuff is good. It's very good. But again, you obviously got to pay the Vulcan tax to get that.
And he's a chapter master.
No, he's not a chapter master. He's not. They don't have a chapter master. You have to buy a chapter master for
but he has the captain word.
Yeah. So he gives them re-roll ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Vulcan's good. And also, Agatone is an absolute monster as well. Like, this is the thing. I think the problem is with the Salamanders is the aggressor's nerf has impacted them.
Not really.
Of course it has, because they don't double shoot anymore.
You don't need to.
Yeah, but they do need to, because that's where a lot of the...
Because what you do is you just roll... You use Blade Guard to stop anyone shooting at your aggressors, because you just pay a CP. No, you can't shoot at them. You've got to shoot my Blade Guard instead.
Yeah.
Who are on... And if you shoot them with any gun that has -1 AP, so basically any army that's not Space Marines currently, and most of the Space Marine army, so they've got a 1-up save all the time. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
So you can't shoot them. You get there, you do your 2D, so 10d6 or 10, well, just be 60 flame or automatic hits turn 2, all wounding on 3s. Re-rolling to wounds because of what's the chops, and they're -1 AP.
Yeah,
and then they walk into combat with how many attacks does an aggressor get now? 3.
So they get 4 on a charge. Yeah,
they get 4 on a charge. You pop Vulcan Sigil. They've all got 5 attacks now, and then you pay 1 CP. So every roll of a 6 to wound, it does double damage.
But I mean, again, you're talking about a unit in aggressors comboing and with a unit of Blade Guard.
Or you just
what do the aggressors do? What does this massive expensive combo that you've just described do turn 1?
Well, it just rocks up. It just chills in a building, or just moves from one building to another one.
How many points is that? You just got chilling out doing nothing.
But you're thinking about the tiny little microcosm of this army.
Well, no, you are. You're the one who offered it to me as an opinion for why they're good.
You just rock up with 15 Blade Guard, and just be like, cool, you can't kill me. You put a chaplain in the middle to give them all a 5-up, feel no pain.
Sure.
It's like, here's my unkillable blob of Blade Guard.
So where are they going? Down the middle?
Yeah.
And they're definitely unkillable.
Yeah.
Totally unkillable. Nothing could kill them.
Well, they
what
will
about
die.
what about Smite?
Well, they just 5-up, feel no pain it. They're just like, whatevs.
Well, it's because 5-up, feel no pain works every time, does it?
Every time.
Every time. Phil, what's your opinion, mate? Come on, get in on this.
So, I feel like this is a fix, because I think I know who you've got in number 1, and I think you're determined to get them there. So, I think there's not much me and Jay can do about it.
Well, no, at this point, this is why this is the debate, though. I'm putting out my opinions, and you're here to critique my decisions.
Well, fair enough. I think Joe's point is interesting, but what he's saying is I'm creating like a kind of Death Star unit where I'm putting my whole army and all my points, all my buffs into one squad.
Well, no,
invariably
you do have lots of... The thing is, though, Space Marines are going to be starting the game with, on average, 10 CP, right? 10 CP. And you've got a Chapter Master in there who gets you... So at the start of every turn, you roll a dice on a 4+, you get a command point. So you're going to be getting back 6 to 10 CP in the game.
Well, you gain,
including the normal. Well, that's not true, because you get 1 a turn, so that's 5.
Yes,
and then on average, a 4+ is half, so you're going to get another 2.5.
Well, you don't get 2.5. You get 3.
Well, no, you'll get 2 or a 3.
Yeah, let's be generous and say 4. So they get you're talking 19 if you're starting with 10.
Yeah,
which is
so
still
you're
good.
gonna be getting a ridiculous amount of stuff. I think you are mad.
Okay, all right. No, look, that's totally fair enough, mate. I'm not suggesting this is the definitive list. I'm just going through what I've evaluated based on what I've seen. I thought the Flamer buff was good. The problem is again, to your point in the old things, relies quite a lot on old Marines in order to get hold of more Flamers. So you're going to be looking at things like Stern Guard vets and command squads, right? So you're going to add those elements in to bring those things to the party. You're going to look at aggressors, which are still quite expensive now, given the fact that they've been debuffed. And you're going to look at things, as you've said, as Blade Guard veterans. Now, they're still Space Marines. They're still good. Literally, the points of differentiation between these chapters is so marginal. But the Salamanders, in my opinion, although they've got so many tricks around buffing and making super horrifying aggressor squads, the aggressor squads aren't what they were an edition ago, you know?
Yeah, but I don't think the aggressors even needed the double shoot. You wasted so. I think.
Well, they do when you're spending that many CPs and points on keeping them alive.
Salamanders have.
You can't even. The thing is, mate, I don't even think it's the double shot that's killed them. It's the not being able to advance and shoot that's killed them. That was my bigger
Aren't their
concern.
weapons assault anyway?
Oh yeah, crikey, they are. So yeah, forget I said that.
Yeah, they advance and auto hit with flamers.
Yes. All right, fine. I'll retract that statement. Maybe I need to reevaluate it. Maybe they should have gone up to number 7.
Salamanders arguably have the best stratagems in the game.
I mean, they certainly have very good stratagems. Very, very good stratagems. Anyway, there we go. That was a controversial one, everybody. Shall we move on to number 7?
Yeah, go on.
Go on then.
Okay.
The mightiest weapon is powerless without the warrior to wield it.
It's the Iron Hands. Joe?
I'm gonna hang up this call in a minute.
What's wrong with the Iron
I'm
Hands being in
just so
7?
ashamed of you right now.
Why? What's wrong with the Iron Hands being 7?
They're garbage.
Mate, they're not garbage. They are far from garbage. So, Iron Hands have had all of the nerfs known to man, right? Because they were so strong last edition. So they now have 6+ feel no pain across the board. So if they get wounded, 6+ they ignore it. But probably more important with the way this codex is shaped out is the fact that vehicles count as having double wounds. It's massive, mate. Because dreadnoughts are ridiculous. Terminators are ridiculous. All these vehicles, these flyers are ridiculous. Keeping them at max efficiency for longer is huge now. They are crazy durable, which is massively important in this edition. They've got, as I say, great chapter tactics that really benefit vehicles and dreads. But again, in terms of a downside, they have got a lot of nerfs. So when you actually start going through their supplement and then comparing it to their FAQ, there is a lot more to get your head around in terms of things that have been debuffed and nerfed. But again, Ferios is still a ridiculously good choice for heavy intercessors because he gives them all 5-up invuns on top of obviously the 3+ armor saves. There's lots of really good stuff in Iron Hands, but the thing that pipped it for me was that I read the Dreadnought rules and then I went, they have the best Dreadnoughts. Case closed. I mean, what do you think, Phil? Am I mad?
Well, no, you're right. Dreadnoughts are good.
The only downside is that Dreadnoughts still only have 8 wounds.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, obviously the Redemptor's in at 12, isn't it?
The Redemptor, the only buff, the Redemptor has actually got better because the thing puts out 20 heavy bolt, 20 strength 5 -1/1 damage shots.
Mm-hmm.
It absolutely blends like units.
And it's D3 +3 damage in melee.
Yeah, so it is actually a lot better. I don't know how many attacks it's getting anymore.
It's got 4 attacks on profile, 5 on a charge. Or 5 in the first round of combat.
So yeah, it's got 5 attacks, and if you've got, does Ferios function like a tech priest now, where
Yes.
it gives a unit +1 to hit?
Well, he always gave units +1 to hit.
Well, I suppose if you had,
and he benefits from all the new stuff they've given to the Tech Marine stuff. Yeah.
because you're going to want him, a chapter master, and a lieutenant, which doesn't leave much space for another.
Yeah, but you don't need another character
Tech
at that point,
priest.
right? You're going to be like, you could just chuck those things in. Aren't Tech Marines? No, Tech Marines aren't elites, are they?
No, they're HQs.
Yeah. I just think, I mean, this is the thing. When I was looking at Iron Hands and I was looking at Salamanders to use the two comparables, I literally was like, these guys to me feel like, on average, they're going to be the better option.
The problem with Iron Hands and running an all Dreadnought list is Dreadnoughts aren't OBSEC, whereas a Salamanders player is going to be running heavy intercessors out of the wazoo.
Yeah, but you can still run heavy intercessors, and with Ferios, you've got 5-up invuns and 6-up feel no pain on those 3 wound aggressors, heavy intercessors. So that's the thing. I mean, they're comparable, right? I'm not saying I'm genuinely torn between the two, and I really was when I put this list together.
I think
because it hurt me to put Iron Hands this high up. I was gunning for them to be really low down, but it's like, dang it, they're actually really good because of the way the vehicle rules have shaped out.
The issue you're gonna so
their super doctrine is not very good now, though.
their super doctrine is a bit poo. The issue, if you put an army of Salamanders heavy intercessors up against an army of Iron Hands ones in a game using the characters and the stratagems and stuff like that.
So a normal game,
the Salamanders will win. Because, and hear me out, Salamanders have access to 2 stratagems that give you +1 save whilst you're in combat, one from the Codex and one in their own supplement.
Okay.
Most of the guns that the heavy intercessors will be carrying are -1 AP or no AP.
No, the heavy intercessors, because if you're taking them as Iron Hands, you'll take the -2 variant, right?
Yeah, you could do, but
because
then
in turn 1 they're re-rolling ones to hit natively and not suffering the penalty for moving
the
and
Salamanders
shooting.
player just hides and then walks through walls and shoots you with the exact same guns.
What terrain is this that you're talking about though now, mate? You're starting to get into this weird world where you're using that Vanguard terrain that no one else uses.
Well, but are you just assuming that they're playing on an open table?
No, I'm just assuming they're playing using official Games Workshop ruins.
Well, then you just stand behind the building.
That's fine. Then you're going to be a long way away.
It doesn't.
It's just going to be 2 armies standing behind buildings waiting for the first one to blink.
Salamanders will start off with their save being a lot higher than the Iron Hands will. Yes, the Iron Hands get a 6-up or invulnerable save.
Feel no pain and a 5-up invuln if you take Ferios.
Yeah. But their save will be 5-up versus the Salamanders, whereas the Salamanders will probably be getting a 3 or a 4-up save.
But then what again, though, looking at the other things, though, right? Looking at the new vehicles they've added.
And very quickly, and the Salamanders have access to strats to give you +1 to wound, which means they'll be wounding the Iron Hands on 4s, whereas the Iron Hands... Actually, no, they'll be wounding the Iron Hands on 3s, whereas the Iron Hands will be wounding the Salamanders on 4s.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, mate. I mean, again, I can't remember every... The thing is, just for the benefit of the listeners at home, Joe is currently frothing at the mouth to build a Salamanders army again, so he is well swatted up on all the Salamanders rules, whereas I am not quite as well versed in what the Iron Hands bring to the table these days versus what they've been.
The Iron Hands, admittedly, do make a much better Dreadnought list because all their Dreadnoughts are going to be -2 damage to wound.
Yes.
But...
Well, not all of them, because the Ironstone only works when you pick one.
So, yeah, you pick one.
Yeah.
And it gets -1.
Yeah,
the rest of them are all... So he'll be -2 and the other ones will be -1.
But Phil pain 6+, which you can buff to 5+, I think.
But everyone's going to be running Space Marines at the moment. And like I said, Eliminators exist So yes, you reduce that +2 damage, but you're still going to be taking the D6.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
they're not obsec. I don't think Iron Hands are resilient, but they do not have the staying power on objectives.
Okay. Well, I would say, for me, again, I think on balance, I think what you're suggesting here is that salamanders have the best heavy intercessors. I'm saying these guys have the best dreadnoughts. But there's more to it than that, in so much as I think the way this army has ended up shaking out is you can build a much more varied list with a lot more kind of diversity to it that you can start to use in different ways. So you don't necessarily rely on... They definitely aren't the army with the killer Death Star-y combos anymore, because Games Workshop realised how broken those were and got rid of them. But what they do have is just... You can have these guys all over the place and they can fight over objectives, and you're always going to have a hard time shifting them. And what you're sort of suggesting, based on what I'm hearing, is you're going to have this big salamander hammer that's going to move around and going, I'm killing this and I'm killing this, and it's like, cool, every turn you're killing something. Whereas I feel like these guys could be a little bit more tactically flexible. Again, I'm saying it's a microscopic difference between the two, but I feel like Iron Hands edge it out. What do you think, Phil? Let's get your casting vote on this.
I think Joe's made a lot of good points. I want Sally's to be good, but I'm Team Dreadnought, basically. I think the new Dreadnought rules, in the context of this little game, make them win.
You're so weak, Phil.
All right, guys. Well, there you go. So that was number 7. Let's get the last of this burst of 5, and then we'll do a recap. So it's number 6.
Shelter behind those plants, brothers!
It's the Flesh Terrors, everybody. The Flesh Terrors come in at number 6. Now...
Cool. On to number 5.
Well, let me just explain why the Flesh Terrors came in at number 6. Because at their core, they are Blood Angels with a slightly different chapter tactic and a lot less characters, but one very good character. I mean, I feel like you would have to be pretty mad to not acknowledge that Gabriel Seth is a little bit of a dude. I don't know. I mean, Joe, you're an opinionated man this evening. What do you think of old Seth?
I love Gabriel Seth. I would never have a bad word said about Gabriel Seth. He's just so cool, isn't he?
And I think a lot of the stuff that makes the Flesh Terrors great are the things that we'll talk about when we get onto the Blood Angels, wherever they appear. But the Flesh Terrors are a slightly worse version of Blood Angels, who, as you will hopefully have already noticed, haven't been spoken about yet. So they obviously feature high on the list. So
Gabriel Seth has got... Yeah, he's an absolute...
He's a monster, mate. He's a monster.
He's got his chainsword is a thunder hammer. Well, yeah. it's the old thunder hammer, but it is a thunder hammer nonetheless. Yeah,
it's a thunder hammer, and he can fight twice.
Yeah, I didn't notice that he fights twice.
Yeah, he's a beast. He's an absolute beast.
And friendly Flesh Terrors core units in 6. When an unmodified wound roll of a 6. The damage characteristic of the attack is increased by 1. Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, he's a monster. He's a monster, Joe. He's a monster.
Is his data sheet in the new index? Because surely he's a 4-year-old model, right?
No, he's a Games Workshop.
You're thinking about Gabriel Angelos.
Yeah. Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. No, Gabriel Seth, he's in the Blood Angels index, yeah. He's 160 points. But he is a monster. And he's got 6 wounds.
He's got 6 wounds, and he gets... Because the Flesh Terrors, they add 1 to their attack, to their wound roll, and an unmodified wound roll of a 6 improve the armor penetration of the attack by 1. Yeah. So it gets +1 damage and an additional -1 AP.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, but he doesn't give it to himself though, which makes me a little bit sad.
Well, no, but he's wounding pretty much everything he gets into on 3s at least, 2s most of the time. Because he's strength 8 on a charge, and then he's still got +1 to his wounds. So yeah, he's wounding most things on 2s. And then he's also he just fights. So you could use that stratagem to have him fight again. So he could fight 3 times. He's a monster, Joe. He's a monster. And added into that, you've got the aggressive onslaught stratagem. So use the stratagem in your fight phase. Select 1 Flesh Terror's infantry unit from your army. Until the end of that phase, when this model makes a pile in move, they can move up to 6 instead of 3. So you can pile in 6. So you can put that stratagem on him and fight 3 times. So he can just go, "Wow, I've killed that unit. Next one, dead. Next one, dead." He's a savage. Is what he is. No more thoughts or feelings on Gabriel Seth there, then.
He is a lad.
He is a lad. There you go. So there you are, guys. That was our rundown of the of that lot. Let's have a recap on where we're up to. Despite Tabletop Titans saying they're good, we've put White Scars at number 10. A shifting meta towards less characters, Raven Guard are your number 9. Despite Joe's obvious frustration, Salamanders are number 8. Improved vehicles make improved Iron Hands, number 7. And because Gabriel Seth is a thing, Flesh Terrors are number 6. But who will be the first of our top 5 entries?
We shall be remembered in the Book of Honor.
It's the Ultramarines, everybody! Joe, hey, Ultramarines, hey! What's happened here, Joe?
Sounds fair.
So, the Ultramarines...
I honestly thought that Ultramarines would be number 1.
You thought Ultramarines would be number 1.
This is Dan. I can tell you who's number 1.
No, don't tell him. We've got to get through it. Let
it... Ultramarines are the single most versatile chapter in the game. Their entire army falls out of combat and then shoots you.
It does,
and then for 1 CP, charges back in. And they're the only army in the game, apart from Tau, that can shoot you with 4 units when in Overwatch.
I mean, it's quite an expensive strat to do it, though.
Yeah, but... Ooh.
Anyway, so... They have the ability to fall back and shoot at -1, and they get +1 leadership. You forgot that, Joe. The pros I have put down as their breadth of characters, good strats, which you've obviously just spoken about. They have excellent stratagems. They've got the defensive gunner style stratagem thing that Joe just described, where you can shoot lots. They've got the ability to redeploy 3 units in their army, so they've got the Elder style Phantasm ability. They've got the ability to move things into the tactical doctrines. They've got lots of great stuff. And also, I mean, in terms of characters, they've got, obviously, Chapter Master Marnius Calgar. They've got Tigerius, who is one of the best librarians or best psychers in the game. But the thing that trumps all of that is Bobby G. Roberte Gilliman, single greatest character in terms of stats and or gameplay functionality in all of Space Marines. No single Space Marine thing is better than Bobby G. So why have they come 5th? I hear you shout. Well, I'll be honest with you.
I'm just assuming that that social distancing and working from home has taken its toll on you.
Look, the reason why I feel like, again, why the Ultramarines are here is I feel like most people are going to look at this list and they're immediately going to get drawn to those characters. And they're immediately going to get drawn to Roberte Gilliman because he is the only character who still has the Chapter Master aura of old.
Yeah. And, right, Victrix Honor Guard, by the way, while a friendly Ultramarines character unit that has a wounds characteristic of 9 or less is within 3 inches of this unit, enemy models cannot target that character with ranged attacks, which negates the Lookout Sir rule.
No, it does.
It does because
it doesn't negate the lookout. So you
Well,
guys,
no,
it does.
I think what Joe means is it
oh,
negates weapons that ignore lookouts, sir.
yeah,
Like
that
snipers.
overrules the sniper ability.
Yeah, but you're forgetting though, Joe. Everyone has access to that in command squads.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, but no one's ever going to take a command.
Well, they will
squad,
do, Joe. If you can't shoot characters when there's a command squad next by, you could take
Meh.
one normal veteran Space Marine and a sergeant, so 2 regular Space Marines with 4 wounds between, or collectively, and they do the same thing.
I don't think they're as good though.
They're not as good. Arguably, they could be better though, because you could arm them with special weapons. You could have them running around with melter guns doing that.
Yeah.
This is the thing, mate. Is like Victrix Honor Guard are stupendous. The problem is with them is that they're relatively expensive because they have old storm shields for a start, unless they've updated them. I can't remember if they updated them now that I'm saying these things out loud.
No, they specifically call them out in the FAQ as having the old ones and
Yes.
not using the new ones.
Because there's a few things that kept the old storm shields, and they're one of them. But yeah, I'm just
And
checking.
they've got Tigerius.
And they've got
One of the
Tigerius.
best Space Marine librarians in the game.
He's not just the best Space Marine librarian in the game. See, I would argue that he's not the best Space Marine librarian in the game, but we'll get to that in a moment. But he is definitely one of the best psychers in the game. I think he is one of the best psychers in the game.
I feel
down.
like favoritism is taking a role in your choices.
Well, of course, there's always going to be an air of favoritism within these comparisons. But what I'm basically saying to you is that I think the big problem is with the and it's not a big problem, right? Because again, if we're going back to what we're saying before, the differences between these guys is super small. But I think the thing is with this is that Gilliman is going to again act as a bit of a crux for you, how people look at Ultramarine armies. I challenge anyone to look at an Ultramarine army and not put Gilliman in it. I mean, would you not put Gilliman in an Ultramarines army, Joe?
Maybe.
Really? What, would you take Calgar, would you?
I probably would take it. Also, they've got one of the best standards relics in the game as well.
What's that?
So they've got that, the standard of McCrag. Give everyone within 6 inches +1 to their attacks characteristic. Everyone else that's got that ability in a relic, it doesn't stack with the charging bonus, whereas this one does. Mm-hmm. And it has a 12-inch bubble of auto pass morale, because Space Marines don't get re-rollable leadership anymore.
Correct, yeah. So, but it's not it's re-rollable morale, yeah. So you get the +1 leadership.
No, it's not. You don't get re-rollable morale anymore.
No, I know that, but the banner's giving that, yeah.
The banner is each time a morale test is taken for that unit, it is automatically passed.
Which is very strong. I will agree with you. Automatically passing your morale tests is massively strong. But again, you're dealing in these pockets of very, very, very specific aura-based armies again. And I think, as we've seen with Tau early doors, as we've seen with like a lot of this stuff, the minute you start incorporating those mechanics, you're limiting your options. You're creating a static army. Okay, fair enough. Gilliman moves and is very happy being in a fight, but he still can't be everywhere, even with the reduced board sizes. And I think this is where the Ultramarines somewhat fall down, because again, the minute you take Gilliman in the list, you've got to be aggressive. And if you're going to be aggressive, then you've got to take stuff that wants to complement that. And again, no one has suffered more from the nerfs to aggressors than Ultramarines, because all of a sudden now, your Ultramarines aren't benefiting from double shooting aggressors all the time.
They're still good, though.
Still amazing. I mean, they're great, but are they as good as they were?
It's probably an argument to say that you probably take Terminators now over aggressors.
I totally agree with you. I would definitely agree that overall, Terminators are probably one of the most improved units in the entire Codex. And that is definitely an important thing to consider. But you're still talking about Terminators that want to hang out in an aura of one guy with a limited range. Unless of course I'm wrong, because the problem is with Ultramarines, I find, is again you take Guilliman, then all of a sudden the whole army becomes a Guilliman army. Everything's built around Guilliman. You don't take Guilliman, it's not that good anymore. The only reason I put it in 5th place is because of Guilliman. If it wasn't for Guilliman, I'd probably put him below Imperial Fists.
No.
No, I would. I really
Their
would.
ability to fall out of combat and still shoot makes them one of the most powerful armies in the game.
Do you think so, though?
Yeah. Like,
Phil, what's your vibe? Go on, get in there.
Yeah. I think this time I'm backing the Joe horse.
Okay.
I think Joe's right. Ultramarines are really good, regardless of Guilliman. I think the downside of Guilliman, though, is probably people rely on him, and like you said, they force themselves into that kind of static playstyle. Or not static, but just like that bubble aura playstyle. And I think, in a way, it's a bit of a shame. I get it that they've still kept him having the really good one, because his auras now still affect core units and stuff.
And characters, it has to be said as well.
Yeah, and it's
you can't underestimate how good this guy is.
And it makes sense. He's a Primarch, but it does sort of go, it's that awful play style where everyone just bubbles up around him.
Well, I
is
think
still there.
I think Ultramarines can just get away with just running a bog standard chapter master on the cheap.
That's a bold statement.
Because they don't need Guilliman and they don't need Calgar.
They need Guilliman, mate. Without Guilliman, they've got nothing.
They've got reroll. A chapter master still gives rerolls.
Yeah, but then they're just literally you could take Raven Guard and they'd be better.
No,
this is the thing.
Because Raven Guard, when they go into combat, can't leave and then shoot you.
No, true, but then you just sort of. But the thing is you're then relying on units that aren't necessarily looking to kill things in combat, and then I mean, what matchup are you talking about where these guys are getting into a fight, not doing anything that effective, and then leaving? Like, that's the thing.
It's more of a case of when someone charges. If you go up against Harlequins, Tyranids...
But don't they just kill you?
No.
Surely they kill you.
Well, you're Space Marines, so it's not going to be easy.
Well, of course it's not going to be easy, but, like, you know, like, a lot of these assault-centric armies... like, understand the kind of sacrificial element that they're playing with. Surely the fact that you can move back and kill and shoot them afterwards is obviously advantageous to you. But I'm just saying, look, I'm not even against the Ultramarines. I'm just saying, as far as I look at it and I go, they've got the best character in all of Space Marines. Other than that, I don't understand what's good about them.
Well, the strats.
Yeah, the strats are good as well.
The fact that they get to leave combat and shoot.
You keep saying it, Joe, but I'm telling you, man.
Because because look at Tau, right?
Yeah.
Like, what made Tau incredible? Their entire army had fly. They could leave combat and still shoot you.
Correct.
Right? Ultramarines are the only army in the game that have that ability now.
But in terms of... So, against other Space Marine armies, if you were stacking this up, and it's annoying because I would then need to tell you... Well, I could... You know, any of the 4 chapters that are ahead of him here, right? When in this matchup is that going to be that valuable to you? Because the thing is like, most of this stuff is just going to hit you like a ton of bricks and kill you. Or you're going to run into it, do nothing, but you ran into it, so... No,
Ultramarines don't charge people, they get charged.
Why? Why would you ever charge Ultramarines? Unless you knew you could kill them.
Yeah, so if your army is an assault-centric army... Like, you don't want to charge Ultramarines because they will just shoot you to death.
Unless, of course, your army's really good at charging Ultramarines like Shining Spears.
I don't know if Shining Spears do the damage to kill a unit of aggressors.
Of course they do. They eat aggressors. How many aggressors... I mean, even if you put a 9-man unit of aggressors in front of them, they'd eat them. If you took a 9-man unit of Shining Spears and put up against a 9-man unit of aggressors... they'd be mostly gone. Fair enough. You probably wouldn't kill all of them. You'd probably leave 2. Oh, well. 2. What are they going to do? Well, we're going to leave combat and shoot you on 4s with our 6 shots D6.
Well, they're in combat, they punch you with.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, look, I'm not suggesting they can't punch you back, but 2 of them's a lot less scary than that. And you're not talking about what they do in fighting. You're talking about moving back and shooting, mate.
I know, but like, if you charge the shining, if you left 2 aggressors, those 2 aggressors will polish off 3 or 4 shining spears with no problem.
I think they'd have a problem. I don't think they'd polish them off because they hit on 4s in combat, right?
And they got Gilliman nearby, so they.
All right. So in this instance, now we've got Gilliman, right? Okay, cool. So again, you've just continued that situation, though, right? So now it's a Gilliman list.
Well, there's a chapter master nearby that gives them reroll 1s.
Okay.
You can't take it in a tiny little unit versus unit. You've got to look at it as a whole
that's
army.
what I'm doing, man. I'm looking at the whole picture here. That's what I'm saying. Where the problem is, they've got one great thing, a load of good stuff, and they're still Space Marines. And this is the thing. I'm not suggesting for a second that they're bad. I put them at number 5, for God's sakes. I put them higher than Iron Hands, Salamanders, Raven Guard, White Scars, Black Templars. They're great. But they're great because Gilliman's great. And that is it. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? I could get my bottom handed to me by someone running Ultramarines without Gilliman in their list. I totally accept that. However, I don't think that would be the case if I took any of the 4 remaining chapters I'm about to talk to you about.
Okay.
So, anything else for the Ultramarines on this topic?
No, carry on.
Get on to number 4.
I feel like I've really upset Joe here. Are you alright, Joe?
Oh, I'm fine. Just think you've made terrible, terrible choices.
Phil, what do you think? Do you think I'm mad?
No, you're right. They're worthy of a top 5 position.
Totally.
We can't really discuss whether you're correct in the ordering until we hear your other
right.
top 5.
Let's get on to number 4 then, shall we?
What is in those barrels, you think?
It's the Blood Angels. Number 4, the Blood Angels.
Ooh.
So, here's the thing with the Blood Angels. They have got one of the best chapter tactics going. +1 to charges. Not advances anymore. They used to get +1 to advances and charges. Now it's just +1 to charges. And they get +1 to wound in the first round of combat, which is obviously what the Flesh Terrors got as well. Their unit options are crazy. They have got some of the best stuff in Space Marines that no other Space Marine gets access to. They've got, again, as I said, great chapter tactics, incredible characters. Their only downside, as far as I can see right now, is they've got some terrible strats in this index. They got rid of a lot of what made a lot of the janky stuff that they were doing before has gone. But what they've given their characters, what they've given their, just their army as a whole is ridiculous. And you cannot for a moment underestimate the Librarian Dreadnought, which is just a monster. Like, if at this moment in time, I feel like the Librarian Dreadnought is again one of the best things in the game. It's just dumb. But what do you think, Joe? Come on, I'll start with you.
Oh, I need to find the rules for it.
Have you not read the Librarian Dreadnought rules yet?
No.
So the Librarian Dreadnought...
Well, I haven't either, so why don't you read it out?
Okay, so the Librarian Dreadnought is around 155, 160 points, I want to say. It is a movement 6, weapon skill 3, ballistic skills 3, so they have reduced its weapon skill from its prior version. It used to be weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 3. Strength 6, toughness 7, 8 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 9, 3+ save. It's got a bunch of weapons, but the unique weapon it has is its Force Halberd, which is strength +2, so it becomes strength 8, -3 AP, D3 +3 damage. Each time the bearer fights, it makes an additional attack with this weapon, and no more than 1 attack can be made with this weapon. So you only use that one weapon once, but then you also have the Furioso Fist, so you get 4 Furioso Fist attacks, and then you also get the D3 +3 damage Halberd attack. It is a librarian, so this model can attempt to manifest 2 psychic powers and can attempt to deny 1 psychic power. It's got a psychic hood, so it has -1, or rather +1 to its deny the witch tests when within 12. Duty Eternal, so it's also a -1 damage dreadnought character, and it can explode, but it's also got access to all the psychic powers and bits and pieces. It's a highly durable, highly mobile because of, Wings of Sanguinius and all that other fun stuff. Crazy dreadnought mad killing machine. It's super cool. I love it. It's amazing. I don't know, what do you think?
I'm still a bit disappointed that, because I speculated that everyone would get access to Librarian Dreads. So it's a bit of a shame that that's not the case.
I mean, sorry, it's 150 points for the Librarian Dreadnought, I just checked. So it's
not bad. It's pretty
affordable.
good for the points.
And again, this is one of the reasons why... I mean, here's the thing, right? And to be fair to Librarian Dreadnought, he's a good, versatile, useful thing, but you haven't even begun to look at crazy things like the Sanguinor, for example. So the Sanguinor now has a new ability called Miraculous Saviour. So you can put your Sanguinor in reserves, and then at the end of a heroic intervention step of your opponent's charge phase, if this model has not yet been on the battlefield and an enemy unit finished a charge move with an engagement range of a friendly Blood Angel unit this phase, you can set up this model in engagement range. So you can keep the Sanguinor off the table the entire game. Well, not the entire game, because obviously he'll die from battle round 4 onwards. But you can have 3 battle rounds of a constant threat of, come at me, bro. I'll bring my Sanguinor. It's crazy. Imagine that combo with the Judicar making the thing that charged you go last, and then a Sanguinor turns up and chops its head off.
Do Blood Angels have their own psychic powers anymore?
Oh, that is a question.
I don't think you do get Wings of Sanguinius anymore.
It is in here. I swear it was in here. Unless this is going to be one of these things where I'm like, oh god, they've got rid of them.
They don't have psychic powers in here.
Oh wow, God, you're right.
Which means they don't have wings anymore.
Oh, well, that changes things a bit.
Which means that you just got to spud around doing naff all.
Oh, well, that absolutely changes things. Maybe I should have put the Ultramarines higher. I thought they still had the psychic powers. I missed that.
No, he doesn't get the D3 extra attacks anymore.
No, he doesn't get the D3 extra attacks, but that only really massively benefited the Smash Captains, and they're not necessarily what they used to be. I still think the Sanguinary Guard are an exceptionally strong unit. I think Dante's had big buffs. I think Mephiston's incredible. I think the Sanguinary Priest is really cool as well. So they've added the Blood Chalice ability. So in the command phase, select one friendly Blood Angel core or Blood Angel character unit. At the start of the next command phase, in the Tactical Doctrine, basically you can put a unit in the Assault Doctrine. So you can basically go, cool, that unit Sanguinary Guard in the Assault Doctrine, turn 1, have at 'em. So... you can muck around with that. If you take Brother Corbeau...
And Mephiston's still a beast, but without wings, he's not as efficient.
Yeah, I feel like immediately in you telling me this, because that has to be an oversight, right? That has to just have been... Because there has been a lot of mistakes in this FAQ. That has to be one of them.
It just says, this model can attempt to manifest 2 psychic powers in your psychic phase, attempt to deny 2 psychic powers in your first psychic phase, in no smite, and 3 powers from the Liberius discipline, see Codex Space Marines.
Blimey.
Well, there you go. It's so deliberate. But then they've taken out all the main relics and, a lot of the stratagems that a lot of Blood Angels players rely on. So
they got stratagems in Psychic Awakening, which is still viable. So they can do the heroic intervention ability and stuff like that. But
they wiped out their Psychic Awakening. It's gone, mate. Gone.
Where did it say you don't get Psychic Awakening?
In the Psychic Awakening FAQ for Blood of Baal.
Really?
Yeah, with that amazing future-proof 9th edition compatible book.
Yeah.
That they sold.
Yeah, they wiped... the Space Marines do not use any of the Psychic Awakening books anymore. All the Psychic Awakening stuff has been poo-pooed.
Joe is literally.
I'm currently reading it. I don't know where. I can't see where it says it.
Well, it doesn't say it specifically in that thing. It's really annoying. So basically, the weird thing they've done with Blood and Bowel is they've just done an FAQ which gives you an FAQ for the Tyrannid bit of it, but there's no FAQ for the Blood Angels bit of it because they're like, well, that doesn't count anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Upon reflection, everybody. Upon reflection, I didn't realise that had gone. So, yeah, I feel like actually Ultramarines have to better the Blood Angels. I still think Blood Angels, because of their versatility with a lot of what they can do with their extra units, the Sanguinary Guard, all that good stuff. Astaroth is still a monster. Lamartes is incredible. The fact now that you can do this really like janky stuff with like Death Company and drop pods now. Like, there's lots of really amazing stuff in here that I think really makes them still a top 5 competitor. But losing that the psychic powers has basically rendered the Librarian Dreadnought useless and has rendered Mephiston useless, which are 2 incredibly strong units, or at least they used to be. So, yeah, good observation, Joe. They've the Blood Angels stuffed it.
At times.
Sad times for Blood Angels. Are we all happy for me to move Ultramarines up to 4 and Blood Angels down to 5?
Yes.
It's too much of a faff to change anything else. We'll just tweak it in that respect, and I will hold my hands up in my enthusiasm of doing all this research and looking at stuff. I caught a lot of mistakes in the process, but I'm only human, much like the Games Workshop rules writers. I seemingly make mistakes. Fair enough. But Blood Angels are still pretty cool, though, right? I mean, it's exciting. That Sanguinor change is pretty cool. Obviously, the fact that Blade Guard veterans are going to be amazing as Blood Angels. Outriders are amazing as Blood Angels. There's lots of really good Blood Angel stuff, not least, obviously, all the exclusive stuff that they've got access to in form of their, characters and everything else, right?
Right.
Good. All right, let's move on to number 3.
The smell of bolter fire always stirs.
It's the Death Watch, everybody.
Ooh.
Phil, did you think I was going to make Death Watch number 1?
No, I know exactly who you put number 1.
Oh, he thinks so.
And I have since number 8. I was like, oh yeah, of course it's them.
Of course. So, Death Watch are number 3 because, let's acknowledge from the outset, the Death Watch aren't without their problems, and me and Joe were talking about this before we started recording. They have really mucked up the special issue ammunition situation. So it used to be that everything in Death Watch with a bolt gun or a shotgun used to have special issue ammunition. Credit where credit's due, everything that has a shotgun does have special issue ammunition because they didn't have too much to muck up on that front. But when it comes to the majority of these listings, Storm Bolters no longer have access to special issue ammunition. Neither do Intercessors or Heavy Intercessors or Infiltrators or Incursors. All of the Primaris variants have lost their special issue ammunition. Unless, of course, I'm wrong. I mean, Joe, have you spotted anything to that extent?
Yeah, the only stuff that gets special ammunition is Death Watch bolt guns, the shotguns, and combi bolters on the bikes.
Well,
that is all.
Funny story. Not combi bolters on the bikes.
I think they do.
Nope.
They do.
They're old school.
Nope. Veteran bike squads have twin bolt guns, rapid fire 2, strength 4, damage 1. The only bike that has the twin Death Watch bolt guns is the bike from Kill Team Cassius.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Ridiculous, right?
Combi weapons have special ammunition.
No.
They do. If you go down to the ranged weapon stats at the bottom, the bolt pistol, bolt gun that have got it, all the combi weapons have got special ammunition.
Oh yeah, sorry, Death Watch combi mail to Death. Yeah, you're right. So the Death Watch combi weapons do if you've got Death Watch combis on your characters.
And then it says Death Watch twin bolt gun. but that's not a twin bolt gun that the bikes have.
Correct. The only bike that has the Deathwatch twin bolt gun is the one in the Cassius kill team.
Wow.
Yeah, massive oversight on that side. But why is it that we feel like these guys feature so highly? Phil, do you want to talk about this? Because you've been kind of arguing it.
The gods, you're basically going to say Outriders that have the infantry keyword that can be taken in squads of 5 because you can combat squad them, and they can go through walls, and they're obsec, and they're Outriders.
I mean, when you say it, Phil, you make it sound so unimpressive.
Well, because we've literally been talking about it for like 2 days straight, and I'm pretty bored of the subject. And now we've got to do it all over again for the podcast. Yay!
Yay! Well, you delivered it with such passion. So the trick with kill teams that a lot of people have overlooked over the years is the fact that combat squad is a real rule that exists in Space Marines, and obviously what that means now is that you can create these kill teams with your minimum allocation of intercessors or veteran Space Marines. So that's 4 veteran Space Marines and a watch sergeant, or 4 Death Watch intercessors and a intercessor watch sergeant. But then you can add 5 of something else. So you can add 5 Terminators, 5 veteran bikes, 5 Vanguard vets. In the case of the Primaris, 5 Aggressors, 5 Hellblasters, 5 Outriders. But then what you can do with those 5 Outriders is you can go, cool, I'm now going to combat these squads. So now I have a 5-man squad of Outriders and a 5-man squad of Intercessors. But what's extra fun is because the origins of this squad was that it came from a kill team, it starts with the infantry keyword and does not lose the infantry keyword when it becomes a unit of only bikes. So you now have a 20 wound Outrider detachment with OBSEC and the infantry keyword, which is bananas. It is literally mental.
Right. Can I just clarify a few things?
Sure.
So like, number one, what happens is when you combat squad them, or it doesn't even say that. It says when you have just a squad of Outriders on their own from a kill team. So because you've combat squad them, I guess, they gain the biker keyword.
Correct.
And I think that's probably a bit of an oversight, because they should have said you get the biker keyword instead of the infantry keyword. So I wouldn't be surprised if that gets FAQ'd. It might not, because obviously if you've got 5 of them in a regular kill team with other infantry, they can do weird things like go through walls and go on a second floor of a building, and all sorts of weirdness. And that's always been the case with mixed squads with bikes in them. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's meant to be played that way. It is odd because they do specifically say if you have a squad of just bikes, you can then turbo boost, for example, and use that ability, and you can't do it when it's mixed. So they're kind of aware that you can have squads of them on their own, and that's a thing. There's another weird rule with the kill team where it says something like if a unit has, or if models within a unit have an ability that require all the models in the squad to have that ability, then they all need it to use that ability. It's a weird worded thing that doesn't really make much sense, because there's not many abilities that require everyone in the squad to have it. I would argue that combat squad is one of them, and Outriders don't have combat squad. So even though the rules imply, they don't say that they can combat squad. There's an example, and they talk about bikers or Outriders being able to combat squad into squads of 5. But the rules, if you're going down the rules as written train down that tunnel, I don't think they can actually do it in the first place.
It's true. I mean, it is janky, and there is a lot of uncertainty in terms of some of those interpretations. It's extra weird when you consider the fact that they have shouted out that stipulation occurring within the actual rule set. So they've actually used the example of Outriders combat squadding. Again, this is one of the messy things with these versus the final product. But nonetheless. But you can still do this with regular bike squads, right? Veteran bike squads can still do this. So you can still have other Death Watch bikers with, the
infantry
keyword. Though they're not necessarily as good as you'd hope they would have been before, because they used to have Death Watch guns. Now they don't. Any thoughts on that, Joe? Or would you rather move on?
I want units upon units upon units of OBSEC Terminators that just sit on objectives.
Well, to be fair, and that's within your grasp, right? And 3 of those Terminators can be armed with Cyclone missile launchers.
Yeah.
So you can have 5-man units with...
I'd probably just keep them really cheap and just give them Storm Bolters and Power Swords.
Yeah, I'd probably be the same. I think Power Sword, Storm Bolter, just for efficiency and points.
Yeah, although, giving them Power Fish isn't bad, because they're what, -2 damage, aren't they?
Yeah, they've changed those up now.
Yeah.
But the fact is that you can. The way the kill team dynamic works is the fact that basically you can fill out, like, you could go double battalion and just have 12 units, 5-man units of veterans and 12 5-man units of Terminators.
And the fact that the Storm Bolters have lost special ammunition is not an awful thing, because you can still take 5 guys with the normal bolter and a storm shield, because that puts them at something like 25 points, 23 points a model.
Yeah.
23 points a model.
Don't know off the top of my head. I'd have to consult the book, but it probably sounds about right.
20 points. Storm shield is 5 points. So yeah, 25 points a model. So it's 5 points more than an intercessor, but it's an intercessor that's always got a 3-up save regardless.
Well, 4-up invuln, 2-up save.
It says it's got a 2-up save,
and
a 4-up invuln, and its gun is arguably better.
Yeah, no, it's super strong, and it's one of those things. Again, going back to the statement of Terminators are by far and away the most improved thing. So being able to utilize those in any great extent, and also let's not just underestimate their army-wide ability. They re-roll to hit rolls of 1 against any Xenos, which you're going to see plenty of Necrons, and you will still see Elder and Tau doing the rounds. But in addition to that, they also get re-roll wound rolls of 1s against battlefield-specific things. So, it's that thing where you can go, cool, you got a lot of elites. I'm just going to shoot them, It's...
Yeah, I was slightly
they
surprised.
can't change that now, like they could mid-game, because they don't have that stratagem anymore.
That's correct, yeah. Although I think there is still... Oh dear! No, you're right. Yeah, you are right. That is another admission from this side of things, because they haven't given them any specific relics or any specific stratagems. They're just Space Marines through and through.
Yeah, that is the only downside for them, is that they don't have any of that cool extra stuff. Do they get any like warlord traits or stratagems in the book?
Only the Space Marine ones.
Oh.
But the Space Marine...
So what you're saying is Death Watch are... Where have you put them? 3rd?
Yep.
Because of Outriders.
No, not just because of Outriders, because of OBSEC Terminators, OBSEC Vanguard Vets, OBSEC, Outriders, OBSEC Bikes. This is a game about objectives. No one does it better than these guys.
Death Watch they've got their new Warlord trait, which is basically the Tome of the Exoclades.
Okay.
So they pick a squad, a core squad, which is going to be your whole army, basically. And then you basically change the battlefield roll that they get reroll 1s against for the turn. So it's not awful.
And I mean, again, I feel like the reason, because again, this is all coming down to the fact that Space Marines as an army are still really strong, but being able to do this weird, janky thing really unlocks a lot of potential within this army because of the fact that you can create all of these really durable, really mobile, really versatile units. Because not only is it mad that you can have bikes with OBSEC, it's mad that you can have them with infantry. And it's the same thing with OBSEC Terminators. It's the same thing with all this stuff. It's just crazy durability, cheap bodies that are hard to move and really, really good at holding objectives. And 99% of games that are at high level play at least are won by controlling the objectives. You know? And if you've got loads of bodies, and that's the thing that these guys have loads of access to, because you can start spamming out, you know, loads of these guys, and they're super durable. So yeah, that's where my head is at with that, and why I've put them so highly. It's because of the nature of the game. They're just super durable. But there you go. All right, cool. Who have I chosen to be number 2? I hear you crying. Well,
Sniper, find the coward!
it's the Space Wolves.
What a surprise.
What a surprise. So, Space Wolves, why are they number 2? Well, so their ability is they get +1 to hit rolls when they've charged. So, if you get charged by anything Space Wolves, they're hitting you on 2s. Additionally, everything in their army has heroic intervention 3 inches. So everything in their army can heroically intervene. So do not get close to these guys if you're not looking to have a brawl. Secondly, they have, again, some of the best characters in the game. Ragnar Blackmane is an absolute boss. I will encourage Joe now to actually look up the rules for Logan Grimnar on his Storm Rider, because I think that is surprisingly impressive. There is some mad stuff in there. You've got Bjorn the Foul-Handed. I think he is, again, still crazy good value for a Dreadnought. Mad durable. Just incredible. But the thing that really, 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 really gives these guys the edge is they have got the most units in all of 40k. There is no single army with more options than Space Wolves. They have everything. They've got the most Dreadnoughts. Have they got the most Dreadnoughts? Yeah, they've got the same amount of Dreadnoughts as Blood Angels. Sorry, so they've got equal to the most Dreadnoughts, and they've also got the most amount of units. And despite people feeling like these guys are pretty one-dimensional, they have got some incredible shooting options. They've got some incredible unique weapons. They've got some incredible, like mobility. They are ridiculous. And to top it all off, they've got Wolfen. And Wolfen are the stupidest thing in the game at the moment with their whole, we don't even care if we die, we're still going to fight. So yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, for me, when I look at the Space Wolves, I just think, wow, these guys are insane. Like, they've just got so much choice, and they're good all round. They're fantastic. They are really fantastic. It was really hard to choose between them and my number 1 pick. But what do you think of the Space Wolves?
Bjorn's still good.
Bjorn's very good.
He's pretty hefty.
You reading Logan Grimnar on Storm Rider?
He's not bad. I wouldn't say he's great, but he's not bad.
No? How many points would you pay for a Logan Grimnar on a Storm Rider, Joe?
I don't know. He's always overcosted, isn't he? So what? I reckon he's 200.
Logan Grimnar on his Storm Rider, Joe, is no more than 180 points.
That's probably actually worth it then at that points range. He's probably all right.
Because you've now got the fact that he is. Sorry, I'm trying to get back to his bloody profile. So he's got movement 10, which is pretty nippy. Obviously, his weapons are good, ballistic 2, strength 4, toughness 6, 14 wounds for 180 points, 5 attacks, leadership 9, 2 up save. If you use his axe one-handed, he's got 10 attacks, Joe, if he attacks one-handed. In fact, no, he's got 12 attacks if he attacks one-handed. Because he gets 2 attacks for every 1 instead. So one-handed, admittedly, okay, that's fair enough. It's only going to really work against chaff. But if he uses it two-handed, he's strength 8 -3 flat 3 damage. And when you've got the assisting Fury of Teeth and Claws, each time the bearer fights, it makes 6 additional attacks with this weapon. And there is a stratagem within this actual thing where you can actually increase the damage of that weapon to damage 2. So use the stratagem in the fight phase for Thunderwolf Cavalry unit from your army. Oh, it's specifically Thunderwolf Cavalry. Is he a Thunderwolf Cavalry? He's not. So forget I said that. But nonetheless, he is still pretty amazing, given the fact that you can...
He ain't no Harold Deathwolf, though.
Well, Harold's pretty mad as well, isn't he? I mean,
Harold is well good.
Yeah, Harold's pretty mad.
I think I'd probably take Harold over Santa Claus.
Well, I probably would.
You can't target Harold, whereas you can target Santa.
That is true. Santa does like getting shot, I suppose.
Yeah.
Harold is he's only 140 points as well.
Oh, he's an auto include then. Because he's got the same rule as the Dreadnought. You reduce all damage by 1.
Yeah.
To him.
He's beastly, mate.
And he's a captain, and he's got a 2-up, 4-up.
Oh, and he can advance and charge, you know.
How can he advance and charge?
Because he's got Swift Hunter.
Oh.
And Swift Hunter is an ability where you can advance and charge.
Oh yeah, he's not include then.
Yeah, because they've given that ability, by the way, of advancing and charging to Thunderwolf Cavalry.
Oh, thank God.
I know.
Is it?
It's crazy, man. So literally, like, yeah, much improved. I mean, obviously by now everyone hopefully can remember the last chapter that I've not said that's in this book and understand that they must be doing something crazy to be able to pip these guys to the post, as it were. But yeah, no. And the thing is, even Long Fangs are bonkers. Like, even when you start looking at things like Long Fang squads, because you can still put a battle leader in there. So you can take a wolf guard battle leader in there, and you can still give him a cyclone missile launcher and all that kind of stuff. So you can have like Long Fang squads with a Terminator in there, just going, yeah, sure, I'll tank all these wounds. What have it? They're crazy, man. And Murderfang and Wolfen and they're crazy. They're super good. Super good. Like, literally,
Yeah.
I almost... There was a couple of times when I was doing this where I put Space Wolves higher than my number 1 pick.
Canis Wolfbane's had a massive buff as well.
Huge buff. Canis... It's a shame that he's got such a good buff, because he's a horrid model.
Yeah, he rides that really chubby Thunderwolf, doesn't he?
Really asthmatic, wheezy, fat, flipping wolf.
It looks like a hamster that's wearing a wolf mask over its face.
I would love to see someone who's actually made that model look good, because I imagine you could do some great stuff with it, but you'd always just see the face, wouldn't you?
Yeah. It looks like it's about to drop dead at any minute.
It's definitely eaten its fair share of the grub.
Yeah, the only downside to Wolfen is that is the change in the Storm Shield.
True. Giving him only a 4-up invuln is a bit of a change, because it gives him
they've only got 2 wounds as well.
Yeah, but again, if you can get them in, if you can hide, they're so durable, man. So durable.
So you get do they still get the 5-up feel no pain?
How were they getting that before?
I swear they had feel no pain.
I thought that was an aura thing that they were getting from character, weren't they?
Might be.
I feel like that was like an Ulrich the Slayer thing.
I'm looking at the old Thunderwolf Cavalry.
Oh, you're looking at the Thunderwolf Cavalry rules?
4 wounds apiece. Ooh.
Beastly, mate. I mean, to be fair, if Terminators are one of the much improved units, I'd probably say Thunderwolf Cavalry are up there, because the ability to advance and charge on the Thunderwolf Cavalry is mad.
I think now you just take Canis Wolfbane, Harold, 3 units of Thunderwolf Cavalry, and then some filler.
45 points per model on Thunderwolf Cavalry.
It's worth it, though.
It's totally worth it. 4 wounds, mate. Toughness 5.
Oh, and you can give the Storm Shields, because now Storm Shields give them a 2-up save.
Yeah. Bananas is what I would say about the Space Wolves. I mean, Phil, what's your opinion on the Space Wolves?
Yeah, I'm pretty aware that they were good. I mean, the guy. I mean, this is obviously pre-FAQ, but the guy who won their retreat was with Space Wolves, and that was pretty much by spamming Thunderwolf or Wolfen, not
Wolfen,
yeah. And I presume their ability is still in there of attacking again after they've died.
Yep. They've still got all of that.
I mean, I imagine that will still be in the Codex. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets nerfed a bit down the line with an FAQ if it becomes one of those popular tournament metas, which it could well be. But yeah, I mean, solid pick, I think.
Ragnar Blackmane as well, man. Crazy. He's got 10 attacks on a charge.
He's an absolute blender.
Yeah. Strength 6, -4, flat 2 damage. Utter beast.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird because even like a year ago, I don't think anyone was really rating Space Wolves all that much, were they?
No. Go back a year, they were nothing to write about.
The only thing Space Wolves suffer with is that if you do run an all Thunderwolf army, which I would be encouraged to do so because it's cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You will struggle if your opponent goes upstairs.
True.
But that's why you look at things like their Sky Claw units and things like that.
Although engagement range is 5 inches, so as long as they don't go above the first floor, that you're fine.
It depends, I suppose, on the size of the gaming, the size of the terrain that you're playing against and all the other bits and pieces. But here's the thing, right? If they're running upstairs, running away from you, you've got control of the objectives, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So if everyone all of a sudden puts their, pulls their trousers up, so to speak, you're, you're still underneath there, getting all the good stuff. I don't know. I think you'd be mad to spam the Thunderwolves. I think you take one big impressive unit of it, but I think there's just so much good stuff in this list. And again, we're not even talking about things like their flyer. That thing's crazy. Their dreadnoughts are mad, because they got a flipping dreadnought with a flipping storm shield. It's bonkers. Their venerable dreadnought is mad. So yeah, it's just really, really good army. Easily a contender for the number 1 spot. But before we talk about that number 1 spot, let's recap where we're up to and what we've done. In at number 12, it's the Imperial Fists. Black Templars coming in at number 11. Number 10, it's the White Scars. Number 9, it's the Raven Guard. Salamanders coming in at number 8. Iron Hands coming in at 7th place. 6th, it's the Flesh Terrors. Thanks to the loss of their psychic powers, coming in at number 5, it's the Blood Angels. Despite me previously saying they were in 5th place, in 4th place is the Ultramarines. Death Watch are number 3, and Space Wolves are number 2. But who could be our number 1 Space Marine chapter?
Holy Emperor, what is that foul beast?
It's the Dark Angels, everybody. So
that's a funny way of saying Deathwing.
Well, not just the Deathwing, mate, because the Ravenwing are also incredible. So the reason... Here's the thing, right? I do have a history.
It's the reason that you own lots of Dark Angel models.
Well, not just because of the fact I own lots of
I thought you sold all of your Dark Angels.
No, I've still got quite a lot of them. I had a lot to get rid of. I've sold a lot of Dark Angels.
Kept some for a rainy day when they become peak meta, and you can dust them off and be like, "Oh, I've always been playing these."
Did you see when Did you see when I posted in competitive 40k where I was like, "I used to play these guys. Do I still count as being able to say I used to play them when they were bad?"
Well, I have that the Dark Angels are my first army, so yeah.
Good on you.
So
mate.
I've always loved them.
Well, I don't know, right? I mean, before I get into what it is that makes these guys good, can you at any point offer me a reason why you think I'm wrong?
The chapter is a little bit terrible.
What are you talking about, mate? What, a +1 to hit when stationary and ignoring combat attrition?
Yeah, the ignoring combat attrition is okay, but you still lose one model to failing your leadership.
It doesn't matter though, Joe, because you know the trick. You're never gonna take a green marine in your life. This army is all about Raven Wing and Death Wing synergy.
Both of which rely on having to move, so you'd never use your chapter tactic.
We don't care because your chapter tactic isn't that. Your chapter tactic is jink and inner circle. Inner circle. Oh my god! Do you know what inner circle does, Joe?
No, but I'm sure you'll tell me.
So, the whole army never takes a morale test.
Oh, that's good.
So
Well,
each
they
time
used
a
to
morale
have that
test is
anyway.
taken. Each
Dark
time.
Angels is
Sorry, Joe. Say that.
Dark Angels historically used to be fearless anyway.
So yeah. So they never take a morale test, ever. While this unit is with engagement range of a fallen unit that isn't a vehicle, it can't fall back. How many times you've ever seen a fallen unit in this game, I don't know. But if you happen to be in combat with a fallen unit, you can't run away from it unless it's a vehicle.
Oh, look, it's nice and thematic. That's good.
Exactly. Each time you select this unit to fall back, unless it has the vehicle, Raven Wing, or Chapter Master keywords, roll 2d6. If the result is less or equal to the leadership characteristic, it can fall back. Otherwise, it cannot fall back. So each time you select this unit to fall back, if it's a fallen unit, it can't, unless it's a vehicle. And even if it was a vehicle, if it has a vehicle keyword, you can do it. But if it was something else, you have to roll 2d6 under your leadership.
It's a bit weird because with that, it's implying that you've got to pass the leadership test to run away, and if you fail your leadership test, you stay in combat.
Well, Dark Angels used to have the rule that they could never leave combat anyway. I'm pretty sure.
Correct. Yeah, that used to be the thing.
In like 5th edition, 6th edition, it was like Iron Resolve or something it was called. You could never fall back. So once you're in there, you're there.
You're stuck. You're there going, oh, I can't be the first one to leave this party. I've got to stick around.
But the thing that really takes it over the edge is if they have the infantry keyword and inner circle, you cannot wound them on anything other than a 4+, regardless of what you're shooting with.
I mean, that's cool, but yeah, I mean, it's all right.
What are you talking about? It's all right.
Transhuman physiology for
the whole army of Terminators.
That is incredibly powerful.
It's huge, mate. Because what do you shoot at Terminators to try and kill them? Plasma guns.
las guns.
Las guns.
And
mate,
bayonets.
Good luck, man, with las guns. Because the thing is, right, these guys have got a 2-up armor save, a 5-up invuln, and that's not before you're even talking about Deathwing Knights that have... By the way, as well, actually, I think Deathwing Knights are one of the few ones that still have 3-up invulnerable saves. Let me just check that in case I'm being a lunatic. Deathwing Champion, Deathwing Knights.
Oh, I just read the rules for Belial.
Oh,
wow.
Mate. What a monster. Mate, if you want to...
The only downside to Belial is he looks like a 90-year-old man who's about to keel over and is in desperate need to go for a wee.
Yeah, but you just kit bash another nicer looking one, don't you?
Yeah.
So you've got that inability to win them on 4s. They've got 2-up armor saves. They've got 4-up invuns if they've got the storm shields, and 1-up saves if they've got the storm shields. And you can obviously take the Apothecary, Deathwing Apothecary, and then give them a 6-up Feel No Pain aura. Or you can take the Deathwing Ancient and give them a Relic to give them a 5-up Feel No Pain aura. Which is bonkers. Then you also take them as like a command squad of them, because then if you take a command squad, they don't count towards your army like numbers for purposes of like slots. So if you've got a character, you can take a command squad and they don't take them an elite squad. And then if you've got a command squad, you can take an Ancient, Apothecary and Champion without them taking up a slot. And the Deathwing Warlord traits include Laylo the Mighty, which is an aura. You can reroll wound rolls for attacks made with melee weapons against character units or units with a wound characteristic of 8 or more by friendly Deathwing units whilst they're within 6 of your Warlord. So you can make this unit murking tanks and vehicles and characters, because obviously if they've got 8 or more wounds on their profile, you can start having at them. Or you can use Watched, which is hilarious because it's an auto-pass to deny the witch. It doesn't even matter where you are on the board. You just go, cool, stop that. So, which is crazy. It's just
how does that work? Is that a strategy?
No, it's just a once per battle warlord trait where you can just go, I don't fancy having
like once per battle. Okay,
still really strong though, man, because you can stop stuff from happening without even being in range of it. You just do it. Just like, oh, I want to quicken this unit of shining spears to get into your ranks and cause you issues. Yeah, cool. No, like you can stuff a lot of strategies by nerfing that ability, by stopping a psychic power automatically anywhere on the board.
Who is Lazarus?
He is the first of the Primaris Marines to make it into the inner circle.
Oh, yeah, I completely forgot that he even existed.
He's a monster as well, right?
Is he a named character?
He's a named character, yeah. Lazarus.
I thought he was one of those. He's just a sergeant, and we've given him a name on the box, but he's just a sergeant.
No, mate, he's a legit named character, and he's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. I mean, this is the thing, right? I mean, have you read the rules yet, Joe, for the Deathwing Champion?
No.
Mate,
I'm slightly annoyed that it's not Ezekiel, but I think it is Ezekiel, that his +1 attack buff doesn't stack, which is really annoying. With the Deathwing.
Yeah, it is a bit of a shame
because they're going to kill whatever they touch anyway when they get in on the first round of combat.
But I think this is the thing, though, right? It's like, I think the thing is the versatility of the Deathwing squads is ridiculous. Combo that with the synergies with the Ravenwing. So if you take Ravenwing Black Knights, which why you wouldn't take Ravenwing Black Knights, I don't know, because they've got access to the Jink special rule, which is if they move, they've got a 5-up invuln. If they advance, they've got a 4-up invuln. They've got Inner Circle, so they're never going to take a morale test. Unfortunately, they don't have the infantry keyword because they're not Deathwatch. So they will be wounded on, 3s or 2s if you've got a strength 6 or better gun that you're shooting at them because they're toughness 5. But you can also take, an apothecary with them to give them, the feel no pain auras. You can also take the banner guy with them to do some other stuff. There's so much ridiculous stuff. Plus, you can also make it so as you can turbo boost, or rather, advance the unit of Ravenwing in your movement phase. And then for 1 CP, you can bring in your Deathwing units within 6 inches of the enemy. So basically, you can bring in Deathwing units within range of Ravenwing units. So you can bring them down and do all sorts of stuff. So you've just got insanely durable Terminators that you just can't shift because they're just ridiculously hard to deal with. And yeah, sure, Phil, to your point, shooting with a load of las guns, fine, but you're going to be hitting them on 4s if you're your average guardsman, wounding them on 5s, and they're going to be sitting there going, cool, we've got 2-up armor save with 3 wounds a pop and 5+ feel no pain. They're tough boys. And the thing is, the 5-up feel no pain thing, sure, you can have that in one area, but then you can still take the apothecary and have the 6-up feel no pain in other places, so you can spread out their auras. And you can take multiple apothecaries if that's what you want to do. So, yeah, these guys are just... The problem is with these guys is yeah, they're really one-dimensional. And yeah, they're not that versatile because you have to take Deathwing and you have to take Ravenwing to make these guys good. But the Deathwing and Ravenwing abilities are so good. It just trumps everything, in my opinion. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Oh,
Why am I wrong?
I think you're
because your opponent takes a bunch of infiltrators and then you can't deep strike on the table.
Who cares? Just walk across the board. Well, I would probably not infiltrate many of them. I'd infiltrate enough of them. But also the ability, the Ravenwing Deathwing synergy trumps that 12-inch ability. So yeah. I don't know.
So how many Terminators are you taking in this list to make Dark Angels playable?
30?
Some people are going to do that. Some people like that as a narrative army. Some people will like that as a competitive thing.
Yeah.
If you look on Games Workshop right now, I'm pretty sure all of the Deathwing Terminators are all sold out, and all the bone colour is sold out.
That's correct. Yes.
So people are doing it, but it's like, yeah, great. Like the number of people that are going to do that though is pretty minor. So
well, we'll see, won't we? We'll see. I mean, again, this isn't necessarily me endorsing the situation or saying that this is what people should do. I'm just offering, in my opinion, what's the best.
I think what you've done is you've sort of taken the concept of the top 13 and you've gone, this is the best armies based on sort of the FAQ and the chapter updates, chapter tactics. And then what you've done is you've fallen down Joe's little Death Star trick of the salamanders of, I'm just putting all my points into one or two big units to do everything, and it's like, yeah, it's cool. It just seems a bit gimmicky. I mean,
but the thing is, I'm not taking one or two big units. This is a whole army. Like this is the difference.
An
with this
army of Terminators.
Yeah, an army of Terminators. Yeah, that can be all over the place and do lots of things.
They are very slow though.
Movement 5.
I mean, isn't there now an ability to redeploy with your Terminators using, is it teleport homers or something? But I think it's only into your deployment zone.
Bizarrely, Deathwing Terminators don't have teleport homers. Or at least they haven't done historically. I'm just double checking. Yeah, they don't have teleport homers. So, yeah. Also, they've got...
they're plodding... you've got enough stuff where you can hold the mid-table, for sure.
But also...
And they're going to be super durable.
But also, as well, again, you're going to keep a few units back and chuck them out of reserves. And fair enough, to Joe's point, yeah, there's going to be some infiltrators and things that are stopping you from doing that. But not that much, necessarily. I mean, again, it's just one of those things where they're just real tough to get rid of. A Deathwing Terminator... comes with equipped with a Storm Bolter and a Power Sword, right? So they're 38 points a model. So a 10-man unit of these guys is 380 points, which means that you can theoretically get 40 of these guys into an army without breaking a sweat.
You can only put 30 in because of the rule of 3.
Yes, you are right. Sorry, yes. So you can put 30 in, yeah. Yeah, you make a fair point on that side of things. And then you could add in some Deathwing Knights if you wanted or whatever. Also, well, you say that as well. You can also take.
Can you combat squad them?
Yes, you can combat squad them. Yeah. Yeah, you can combat squad them. You can also, in the Space Marine book as well, though, you could also because this is the only interesting thing again, or not only interesting thing, but it's an interesting consideration. Because in the Space Marine book now, they've basically bundled all Terminators together, or rather all Cataphracti and Tartarus Terminators as Relic Terminators. And if you take a unit of Relic Terminators, which are different from regular Terminators, they also become Deathwing, but they don't gain the Inner Circle ability currently.
A bit like Blade Guard.
They're like Blade Guard, yeah. So there's lots of stuff in the Space Marine book that gains Deathwing, but they don't gain Inner Circle, because Inner Circle is specifically referenced.
So what does gaining Deathwing give you? Is it access to being affected by auras and stratagems?
Yeah, auras, stratagems, but I think probably what's going to happen when they finally put their book out is they're going to get Inner Circle as well. But that's when they get their book. And that's assuming Inner Circle stays the same. I mean, this is the one thing I will say to everyone rushing out and buying those Terminators. Be prepared for them not to be as good in 6 months' time, because this is always what GW does. There's no way this is going to stay this good, because it's too good. Like, not being able to...
Well, what will be interesting is, are these rules written in conjunction with the codexes? So let's assume the codex is already written. It's waiting to go to press, for example. Have they just gone, well, let's just lift those data sheets off and we just use them here? So they get preview of the army. It's a bit of a beta test. Obviously, if something's too powerful, we just nerf it with an FAQ. So spoilers, that might happen. Or was this written even before that? So they've gone, this is a cool idea. And then in a month's time, they've gone, actually, no, this isn't very good. We've created something else, or we've seen people play it and everyone's going mad for Deathwing and it's too broken, so we're going to tone it down in the final codex.
My assumption is that the data sheets are accurate. The universal special rules will change. So I think Inner Circle will change. I think Inner Circle will stay fearless, and I feel like they might make it something else. But yeah, the only wounds on 4th thing is crazy, man, because it massively hinders your ability to get rid of those guys, especially with the invuns. The flexibility of these units, it's pretty mad, man. I mean, again, to Joe's point, you can only take 30 of them, but you know, you take 30 Terminators, and I don't know how many bikes you could necessarily chuck into that, but you could take a lot of bikes as well.
Surely something like Redemptors or the new Gladiators with the heavy onslaught cannons are like the perfect counter for this, because they pump out a ton of shots. They're like, what, strength 6 minus 1 AP, so it's like it doesn't matter. Like, they're still wounding you on 4s.
That's anyway. A huge debuff though, Phil, because you've taken down your
from wounding you on 3s to 4s. Yeah,
which is huge. You know that's huge. You've rolled enough dice to know that's a massive difference.
Yeah, but it's like you're just pumping out a number of shots. And then, you're probably only -1 or -2 AP, so you're at that sweet spot where you're hitting them on their invuln save anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And you've just got the volume of shots because they just pump out so much. So I think there are counters out there to that list that, if you're not expecting it, is going to do really well. Just because it's really durable. But then I think someone else will be like, cool, here's my tank that does 24 shots or whatever.
Yeah, but 24 what shots? Like 24 1 damage shots?
Yeah, I think they're one damage, a heavy onslaught.
So you're going to be hitting on 3s, right?
Yeah.
So hitting on 3s, relatively straightforward, 18 hits. And then wounding on 4s, you'll wound 9 times. -1 or -2?
Well, it depends which doctrine you're in. Let's say you turn 1, so I guess it's AP1 to AP2.
So -2, so you're on 4-up saves. So, so we're saying 9 wounds all in. So you'll fail 4, maybe 5, but I'll be generous to my beloved Deathwing and say 4. And then let's say they are getting that. Oh, no, I'll say 5. And then the Feel No Pain 5+ that we said could be in effect. But let's just take that out of the equation. You killed 1.5 Terminators with that big old gun. Now, don't get me wrong, 1.5 Terminators is pretty good, but that's still only 60 points worth of stuff. And that gun should be doing a lot more than killing 1.5 Terminators.
Well, right? That's true. Well, yeah, I mean...
Because to use that by comparison, shooting that at a normal Terminator squad, you would have killed 3.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's fair enough.
That's the difference maker, though, right? I mean, you probably would have killed 3 and done a bit of a wound on the 4th. So you're doubling their durability.
Yeah, you're going down that kind of... This only works if I take Gilliman mentality, though. It's like, what I would like to see in the number 1 spot, and maybe this is still true, is an army that can be super flexible, because it's like I can just take loads of different options.
I have to.
If you say Dark Angels are only good because you have to take a ton of Terminators, then I'd say that's not very good.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think that is true. That is why Space Wolves sat at number 1 for a while, but I just couldn't ignore how good that Deathwing stuff was.
Well, it is good, even if it's just worth discussing it.
Okay.
How would you, as a bonus pick, because I guess you know what the new custom chapters are, right? If you had a pick between one of these or doing a homebrew chapter, which would you pick?
Depends what the goal is. I still do Dark Angels. If I was going try hard, I'd always go Dark Angels at the moment.
Oh, okay.
I just would, because you can't. The problem is, in order to get the Inner Circle ability, you need to be Dark Angels or a successor chapter that's using the Dark Angels successor.
Well, yeah.
Chapter.
So what would you rather have? The Dark Angel successor where you can pick 2 things?
No, you have to have the Dark Angel successor that has the same...
Inheritors of the Primarch.
That's
right?
the one, yeah.
Ah, okay. fair enough.
Yeah. So that's the only way you access that stuff. It's just too good,
Yeah,
man.
that makes...
It's too good. It hurts me because I wanted Space Wolves to be number one for me, but the Dark Angel stuff is too good. That's the problem. I don't know. Joe...
I can hear that bone-coloured rattle can being shaken in the background as we speak.
Well, that might be Joe. I don't know. Joe, do you want the final thought on all of this?
Salamanders for number one.
Mate, come on now. You can't say Salamanders are number one.
Yeah.
I can accept your argument for the Ultramarines being better than the Blood Angels and so on and so forth, but you can't say you yourself were saying that the Ultramarines are better than the Salamanders.
They are, yeah.
So okay, so not Salamanders for number one.
No, but Salamanders for number one.
All right, fair enough. Number one in your heart, Joe.
No, just everywhere.
Everywhere, all over the place.
I don't love them enough to have them in my heart.
That probably wouldn't be
That's
very
where
good for you.
Abaddon lives. And
That's
the
where
Black Legion.
Abaddon lives. That place is there for the Black Legion.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Well, anyway, guys, look, thank you for listening along to my perspective. Thank you for challenging every one of my decisions and saying how stupid I've been. Again, that's the joy of a top 10 style list. Not everyone's going to be right 100% of the time. I'm sure I've upset plenty of hardcore fans of various things, but yeah, that's the
final thought, Dan. Who's got the best hat?
The best hat for me. I feel like the best hats probably go to. Oh God.
Raven Guard, Beaky Marines are the way forward.
Raven Guard were up there for me. I kind of feel like the best hats have to go to. Oh gee, you're gonna really accuse me of the fanboyisms now, but I'm gonna say Dark Angels.
Oh.
Old wing hats.
Old wing hats.
Mine's controversially Sons of Horus.
Oh, hang on, coming out of left field at the Sons of Horus.
Exactly. Going old school.
Sons of Horus don't exist. They're all dead.
I was trying to think of something that wasn't Dark Angels because I appreciate it sort of really continuing to make me it seem like I'm such a Dark Angels fanboy, but I just love those winged hats. You know, the old school guy that with the monopose one that was holding the sword downwards. Oh, that hat! What a hat!
Oh, the one that came in Dark Vengeance.
No, not the Dark Vengeance one. Like the one that predated that, like the old second edition one. Oh.
Oh, with a massive back there.
That's him. What plumage? What plumage? Yeah. He was definitely showing off to the ladies.
And he had the moulded cape.
Yeah, gorgeous. Gorgeous, mate. All right, guys, there you go. That was that bit. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Please don't hate me. Bye-bye, everyone. Transitional noise. Woo! All right, guys, that's it. That's the end of episode 61. It's really late, and we can't be bothered to do any more of this because it's been.
I'm just
ages
so
already.
tired.
He's just so tired.
They won't let me go to bed.
Phil wanted to talk about Crusade. Phil, do you want to quickly say something about Crusade?
Crusade. So you're going to do it?
Yeah, no, it's rubbish. Cool. Anyway, bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.